Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another edition of the 2025 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe Las Vegas. Nighttime coverage of Day 2 of the 100K High Roller. Coming your way, Ali Najad alongside Jesse Sylvia with the call. And the lights shine bright upon a featured table that features some brightness of its own. Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger, on the heels of having final tabled and made a deep run to finish second in the 50K, finds himself at our feature here, looking for perhaps some additional glory. 2.6 million will go to the eventual champion in this one. 247,000 if you slide into the top 9 in this 100K buy-in as you look at the tournament format brought to you by Splash. 60-minute levels in this one, a 3-day event. Tomorrow is when we'll crown our champ, but plenty is going to go down between now and then in this one re-entry tournament. They got us on the big stuff, Jesse.
I mean, this is a very exciting week, Ollie. We had the 50K final table last night. That was great.
It's like some things only
Back-to-back days of 100K. This is the kind of stuff that gets me fired up.
I get a lot of courtesy.
Exactly. Very courteous. Good audience.
Blinds 30, 60, and 60.
I think I had a bad throw.
As you get a look at El Conquistador there on the right of your screen. Adrian Mateos not involved here as Aram Oganyan with the 2 9s clicks it, and Big Huni with ace-10 offsuit deliberates.
And look at this table we have in front of us. I mean,
Do we have a shot clock?
past champion Hunichen,
No.
Mateos, sicko, Haxton, sicko,
I guess not. You just
Landon, up-and-coming sicko, Chewy,
Well, like, what is
legendary
the
sicko. It
situation?
just goes on and on.
Well, what is the situation?
play
until
we have a circle. Floor.
I can
Four.
count on my fingers.
We need a shot clock. We're missing an iPad. iPad feature table.
You have 1-8? I need to look at the app. Everyone stays. No fold. just because something don't feel right about all this.
Well, the ace-10 didn't feel right either.
Crazy.
Yeah, that light
For
is insane.
Big Huni, who will cede to Vinny Lingham. Small blind ace-10 offsuit. He's got some different
It's
sentiments. Defends. Landon Tice, king-6 offsuit. Not interested. Leaves the boys heads up. 360K in the middle, first pot of tonight's coverage. Queen, queen, jack. 9s, still best. Broadway gutter for Lingham. Checking over.
Certainly a dicey board for the pocket 9s, and one that we're not really sure who's going to win on a blank run out. I could see situations where Vinny calls on flop and ends up bluffing with his hand on the river. Pocket 9s don't continue. Really, all possibilities are on the table in this hand.
90K being taken under advisement.
Just a fold, wow.
Yeah. Not what you would have expected there, Jesse?
A little surprising, perhaps a bit careful, but certainly
Just light.
nothing absurd. Expects his opponent to have a strong range of hands.
And that sounds so sick.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm very excited about today is
You like the LNB?
normally we're watching final tables, Ali, but today we get to watch final 3 tables, and with it the bubble. I think watching some of the best players in the world try to execute through a bubble situation is very special.
No one knows those 3 letters. Yeah, please be careful. I know it's a big table and it's hard to get the cards out to everybody, but yeah, keep it as low as you can.
And man, was last time.
Gotta know your limits.
It's not true.
You gotta know. Unlimited.
Only time I'm gonna let you bluff me today. 120.
Baby suited ace for Taylor von Kriegenbergh.
Lucky, dude. He's too lucky.
TBK.
You out. I love lucky, too.
Clicking it.
You gotta know better than that. Watchdog.
Watch Guy.
Well, watch guy.
Watchdog is a much better name.
Yeah, you definitely butchered
What
that
you
one.
say? Well,
Sorry, it worked out well.
it's bigger than what we usually play on, like up there. Or is it the same?
For like a year.
It's bigger, right?
I sold it. You sold it, right?
I stepped down from operations.
There's something funny about Huni asking that question when he played at this table last year.
I mean, you have a few.
In fact, he won this event. He's like, hey, is this a bigger table? It's like, buddy, you know. You're aware.
I wouldn't say that.
Haxton and Lingham both coming along. Ace-5 suited, king-queen off.
Hello.
Responsible holdings. Three-way affair with just north of $500,000 in the middle.
Greetings everywhere.
Mr. Mateos.
Salutations all around.
That was better.
9-7 deuce flop.
We're good flop.
Poor interaction for all three of these hands.
That's great. Possible to get that monitor to work?
No. Overruled.
Right, it's that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking this way, and it was like it's the dark screen.
This appears to be one of those situations where whoever takes a stab at it will probably win the pot.
That's pretty weird.
Would not be surprised if Ike Haxton
I mean,
puts a little bet out there.
Not surprised.
Being the caller
Well, there's one right there, but
from
I'm still
the
behind you.
hijack, he's going to have a fairly strong range. He can represent a number of strong hands on this particular board.
You can ask him.
Some hands that other players will not have.
Haxton widely considered among the best high roller players on the planet, deeply respected by his peers.
Sounds good. Wasn't planning on it.
Sounds like
Such
a
a
premonition.
sound appreciation for the game.
I'll say something about Isaac Haxton. I've seen a number of final tables and feature tables involving him. You never see him with a short stack.
Yeah, generally, if he's going to show up, he's going to show up with some tokens, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that says a lot about
I'm going to fold.
the way he plays.
What do you mean? I'm letting it go.
If there's an aggressive line to take, I believe he will err that way.
You raise that.
Tried to bluff
Taylor
him twice.
peeling one off here and picking up a flush draw.
I think he's got value this time.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit of a speculative peel, but it's going to pay off, I
You
would
see,
imagine, on this run out.
Well, Haxton does find himself the bad side of a gut shot.
Know what happened?
But I don't think he's going to be particularly keen on continuing here, though we defer.
Oh, you're a man. He's like, I thought it was a big blind.
Haxton also has two spades in his hand. You often tend to slow down on the turn with the backdoor flush draw that doesn't show up when a different one does.
And I bet 170.
This just became a chop pot, Ollie. I don't know if it will be cheap to get the showdown for both players, but as of now, we're seeing a chop pot.
He was like a time bank and a half. And called it
Ace queen. That's such
Taylor may decide he has just enough showdown value to
so
check
many
here.
days. That's a good
a, another guy never has a bluff. It's bad at him.
Right, no, I mean, well, you could have like a king queen.
Wow, look at this. Not convinced that checking is going to be the best way to go about this ace high. TBK looking to clear maybe some better ace highs, maybe some pairs.
Just didn't bet the turns.
Yeah, you might imagine with this size, he's even trying to get something like pocket fives to fold.
Sure.
Lower sound.
Way more chances.
Perhaps he's thinking his opponent could let go of something like a7 as well. You know, Haxton has worse, but Haxton lets it go. That was a very nice pickup for Taylor. He just added around 50% to his stack.
Maybe you cash this bird and
Denying
win,
Ike
and
the
then
chop.
You get a little unstuck for the summer.
Maybe.
I hope you get a little unstuck.
Thanks, bro.
Sounds brutal.
Shut up.
What?
Started with a party poker free roll, so it's all good.
You know you can win like $1 million extra if you.
That's
like,
crazy.
get a
That
free
dude
roll.
did it, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's free to play. It's every day, I think.
You an ambassador for them?
Huh?
You an ambassador for them now?
Kind of want to be.
This is a good start.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I play on that site. I'm down like 7-8 grand on that site in 2 months. I love that site.
What, WPT?
Gold, yeah.
I don't know how to. It's
Get
like
him a patch now.
what is it?
Wow.
You buy.
I'll tell you this: when you
buy
start off,
gold coins?
you pay money for chips basically.
Okay.
I'll tell you this: when you first open an account, your deposit limit is $6K. I'm down like $70K in 2 months somehow. 125. You gotta like beg them to like lift your deposit limit.
Yeah.
And
Show them you're a sucker.
Exactly.
You got them on the ropes right now, pal. You're gonna be good.
Dude, they gave me like they gave me
Got 'em right where you want.
I got VIP limits at this point.
Oh yeah.
I'm in there.
Yeah.
Oganyan being quite candid about little downswing online. Mateos.
I love how in the lower stakes game, the story would go the other way, you know? But at
Right.
the high stakes, no one's afraid to talk about their losses.
Right.
There's just not a whole lot of room.
No, there's not. It does feel kind of cozy, though.
Could come down here, but it's like
Less cozy.
kind of in your space.
Mateos' ace-queen of spades performing well against Oganyan's suited one-gapper, which defends the big blind here. Spade coverage for the Spaniard. Buck and a quarter ahead, bringing us to a flop with 340 in the middle.
Out of your space, you know.
Ace four
Gotta
deuce
get
is
my
all
dressed up for the
Mateos.
occasion outfit on the screen, you know.
Absolutely.
Peak, cozy.
Got it cozy.
Not a lot for Oganyan to play with here. If he had something like 5-7 of spades, certainly a check raisable type of hand, but 8-10 just a little too far off the mark, probably.
$90K would be pretty ambitious and perhaps telling of the online downswing if Oganyan would have been
For sure.
peeling one there.
I had a raising hand.
Yeah. I'm folding hand to you. Only anybody else. As you see anybody else.
Ready to raise.
You feel ready?
No, you were ready.
Look at that.
Where was that card at? I needed that one. Fuck on the board. Put that on the flop. Number 9.
If you were a card in the deck, who would you be? At this moment, of course, it's subject
Jack
to
of
change.
clubs.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can see that. Who do you think Aram is?
7 of diamonds.
Which card?
Which guy?
You-
You're the 7 of diamonds guy.
The big brain.
You know, I'm born January 7th. That's actually pretty sharp.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, I could be.
EVK feels like an 8 of hearts.
Pocket jacks here for Big
8 of
Huni.
hearts. I'm giving
Soul
you my
reads
hand
from
now.
Landon
No.
over here.
Just like who you are as a card.
Yeah, just which card you represent.
Oh, thank
He looks like a lover guy, huh? Heart.
Oh, he's a lover
Yeah,
boy for
he's
sure.
big heart.
Oh, what does diamond mean? Like, I like money?
Cash money.
Pocket jacks for Big Huni.
Or like I want to get married and give a girl a diamond ring.
That's what you want to do.
I see it.
He has to be excited about the
Yeah, you have
prospect
to
of
get
going
50%.
back-to-back in this
You're
tournament.
loving it way 50%.
What about you?
Such an emotional
Getting married is a tough
victory
fight in life.
for him last year,
You won't?
taking it
Tough
down,
call to make.
Oh, yeah.
really
nice.
overcome
Yeah, right.
with emotion.
So I have
Yeah.
Not the kind of thing that I think these often grizzled high rollers
That's
show us, but
I mean, the thing is,
you know, there's some
I think I'm more
humanity
in love
buried
with
beneath
small
fourth and wedding, I can
some of the
yeah.
in the middle.
poker scar tissue.
So I'm waiting
Certainly.
for them to
And when it comes out, it's that much more special, I think.
short sweep. Or maybe
Couldn't agree more. Well, Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros. Like Stephen Chidwick, it's fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out. I'll tell you what, if you ever needed an endorsement as to the power of Octopi Poker, perhaps the fact that Nick Schulman picked up bracelet number 7 last night in the No Limit Deuce.
hard to miss. Right?
Third time he's won
Especially if you play PLO in short.
the No Limit Deuce
Too much for
here at the series.
anybody.
6-hour marathon against Darren Elias of WPT fame.
Is that
He
real?
too had some emotion.
He's won that 3 times?
Mhm.
That's insane.
Man can play some single draw.
I'm gonna pass.
Now,
I
don't
guess
know
I
whether or
don't
not-
want to play with him.
Right, I don't know whether or not Octopi offers single draw courses or anything of this nature, solver-wise, but nevertheless, there is plenty to be gleaned.
Well, we're going to pretend that the no limit lessons he took away from them somehow carried over into the deuce to 7.
R5.
Well, this
Streets.
ace queen of spades is going to carry some chips beyond the big blind.
1/6.
And take it upstairs to 180,000. Upsize.
You know, you're asking a lot of questions
3x.
you probably don't have the answer.
Is it 180, right?
Huni with the suited connector. Going to dig in here.
That's a very pretty hand to look down at in the big blind specifically.
Sure.
He was never in control.
The beauty morphs into nothing more than a gut shot and backdoor clubs on this Jack 10-4 board. Gutter and 2 overs on the spadeless texture for TBK as he deliberates.
I guess my alphabet letters are OC.
Perhaps enough to continue against a continuation bet.
He does check it over, so Huni can check back and take a free swing.
Ooh.
Oh, it could be double O.
Out of
O2C.
You can go out of OU.
Huni might have more nefarious plans
I mean,
here.
of course, yeah.
Not correct English.
He's going to take a crack at it
Straight
right
out of
away.
control.
And when you have 8 high, I mean,
Straight out
I
of
don't
control.
blame him whatsoever.
Straight out of North Hollywood.
Seizing the initiative.
North Hollywood, California, baby. You ever been? North Hollywood?
A 9 could be a very interesting turn card.
That's where.
One that Taylor wouldn't be so
the
quick to
stars
give
are?
up on.
That's Hollywood.
Okay.
North Hollywood is like in the valley. 6, 7.
So TBK going to take a whack at the turn. Another 350 flows into the purse. 770 in the middle, and now we have a two-way straight draw for TBK, but this is a spoonful of sweetness for Huni, who binks that jack high straight with ease.
I want to be clear to the people at home. I'm seeing these cards along with you. I didn't have any prior information. But it did feel a little bit like the poker god said, okay, let's put the most interesting card out
Probably
there.
hasn't happened against since, right?
It wasn't heard of to have AK-47.
Right.
It was crazy. Can you own an AK-47 if you're in America these days?
I don't know.
TBK's check now confronted with a 300K barrel. Sub half pot sizing here, looking to invite an array of holdings to work their way to the river. Some vulnerability, as you can see, 16% equity for TBK.
No, actually. Only video games.
Can't see folding
What's that?
I do skeet.
Oh, you
being on the agenda
tiles?
here. Perhaps,
They're pretty cool.
perhaps call. Raise would not be the most ridiculous option to choose. Obviously,
There might be something to the rail, because this guy's won every hand probably.
against Huni's particular hand, it would be disastrous.
A lot of free advertising for Brazil today.
Fucking guy got to walk. You gotta walk, guys. Chill.
Wow, just finding the fold. That was
Good for morale.
really something.
That guy looks like a Sith Lord, though.
Well, if you're wondering
Generally, when you pick up equity, you don't just fold
like
right
Sith
away.
Lord energy.
if you're wondering what all the commotion is,
He
there's a
nearly
peek
adopted-
at it.
like, he was born in the dark.
The
He was
3K
adopted dark.
no limit hold'em freeze out, where
Holy water.
a Brazilian by the name of Dennis, that's all I was able to glean,
That was great.
is playing for a bracelet,
He did?
and perhaps more than a few caipirinhas have been housed
He kept it going.
by the rail.
You don't want to tire it out.
Oh. 2015 Ollie, I was three-handed with 2 players, one being from Brazil, and I can tell you from first-hand experience that Brazilian rail is a force to be reckoned with.
They know how to get rowdy, no doubt about it.
I don't know if there is a
No time to relax in these things.
more supportive country in the entire world when it comes to poker.
Why did they let us have our phone? Sure, we
It's really something to behold.
Oh, wait up. Oh, is that me? Oh, I'm sorry. I saw this, yeah.
130.
You're good. Big table.
I saw that, and for some reason I thought it was a blind.
Back to the action now. Haxton, suited ace. Hear the shot clock in the background, those yellow rectangular tiles on the table. Time banks, plenty of them in front of all parties right now. Perhaps not as many there in front of Big Huni. Looks like he had to redeem a few to chew on a spot earlier.
Tight is right.
This is ridiculous.
Cards, by the way, Jesse, looking like they've gone through a workout. Pretty decent bow on Huni's holding there as he lays it down. Mateos not going to be laying anything down. Ace Jack, just a flat.
Good eye there, by the way.
You know, I mean, I'm not saying I can tell what he has, but, you know, they've been through the paces out here.
That's the sort of thing you see at the No Limit Tell. You mix game guys.
Well, see,
you don't
the
let
thing
one
is,
of those slide.
The thing is, the no limit guys don't generally put the deck through its paces in the same way the mixed game guys do.
Yeah.
You know, the squeezes, the baccarat style bending of the cards, you get a little bit more trauma.
You are a meme lord. Yeah, I know, for sure.
A couple regs come to mind in the mixed game streets who might get a little angry and do some extra squeezing.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jesse. 8-7 Trey here. Haxton talking about middle pair here. Very fortunate to outflop Mateos. 90K barrel.
Fairly routine fold for Mateos.
Good. 98.
The Ike train just continues to chug along.
Yeah, super moves. I was just going to ask, what are they again?
Scotty super. One of them is like, you want to kind of like heckle someone, but like just enough where you
Haxton,
don't get kicked out.
51 million plus in career tournament earnings, Jesse. Not even 40 years of age yet.
Me to the punch.
Yeah.
Attended Brown University along with Scott Seaver. Long-time professional poker player.
Taken the course. I think another move was like having goals for the tournament. Like
Lingham coming out from under the Sith Lord look.
There's something great about Chewy and Landon being such tight friends, working on their games together a little bit, and just sitting next to each other and sort of shooting the shit, for lack of better word.
Sure.
As if they're at a 1-2 table.
And we get to be flies on the wall, you know. I think it illustrates a few things. One is there's a lot of camaraderie in sort of the elite and somewhat incestuous echelons of super high stakes poker.
Great save.
But also demonstrates just how comfortable these guys are. There's no pressure that you can assign because this is 100K. You know, they're out there just doing the thing they know how to do better than a majority of the planet.
Yeah, I mean,
very much at home.
Look at Landon, just guy's like 19 years old. He's just laid back, having a great time at the 100K.
You know, if he is indeed under 21, Jesse, he's going to have trouble collecting. I would caution against cashing. You know, we do need to show ID for such things. So.
Well,
that's a cool one.
Sorry for that, Landon. I didn't mean to.
Shave my arm. Looks better when there's not hair all over it. But
He's a very mature 19 now.
Great job. It's like really.
Yeah, I'm going to take over 21, Jesse, just as my official stance.
I'm gonna try to get 20 starting stacks.
It's like
the goal. And it's like, okay, after that, the next goal, final table.
That's such risky business.
Yeah, it's like the next goal, like win the tournament. Like it's like a 3-step plan. But then on the opposite side of that, which is this one's like kind of just like.
Tice actually 26 years of age, just officially.
I want to be like the best short stack player of all time. You know what? I can respect that. You know. Like he has 10 bigs. He's like, I'm gonna play the best 10 big blind poker I can, baby. It's like, you know what? Me too.
Yeah, let it rip.
Yeah. I have to take a refresher course, see what else he's got on there. How much money he made from that?
How much money he made?
How much money do you think he, like a lot of,
from the course?
Yeah. It was like
a couple $1,000, right? How much did it cost? Like 30.
I'm trying to remember. Was it like I think it was like $20.
Yeah.
$20 for like a couple hours of content. You know, it was actually like
it's not a bad deal.
It's not a bad deal, but it was enjoyable.
What?
It was enjoyable.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a great listen.
I mean, that's fantastic.
They were, yeah, it was like broken down in like the intro
You
video.
ever
was
been
like
to
5
a
minutes
hockey game?
about telling you how much you're gonna
I don't know the rules.
become a super mover. You get a certificate too.
Yeah.
I want
Don't
to
forget
watch.
the certificate.
Mikey Haxton with the
UFC,
ace-9
yeah.
in the small blinds.
Tupuria is
I
fighting.
think if you
Serviceable.
look far enough back, it's in the Discord.
I want to watch them.
Yeah, you should go. You'll like that.
It's a nice experience. It's nice.
Yeah, those are fun. Yeah, get good seats though. Like, don't sit like way up high or anything. Yeah,
We
like,
should get a
good
box for that. We should get like a nice.
And Vinny
VIP
has a real
box for
hand
that.
as well.
That
This
one
could
goes
be-
seats. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can get a suite. Yes.
I'll let you know. I'm gonna try to get one.
A little bit of fireworks. No,
I'll let
but
you know.
Vinny just
Yeah.
checks back. This is
I'm sure, like,
nice.
me and
Let me know too.
Nick will
Not the type
Oh,
of
you have
hand that
your own
wants to
thing.
face a limp 3-bet,
Well,
but
not a
plays
T-Mobile,
quite well
not
in
a
position
Yeah,
post-flop.
I
So
gotta
checking
talk to
makes a
my
lot
guy
of
who gets
sense.
it.
I can also message
Well,
someone.
6-5
too.
deuce may not make a lot of dollars for
I'm not sure if I'll
either
be
of
able to
these
go, like,
holdings
it depends on if I'm
that
playing.
had higher hopes.
But I
Either party
have a contact and
could have raised
Yeah.
before the flop.
I'll check the schedule out.
What do you think are the best seats? I can't like being up close isn't necessarily the best, right?
I mean, if you're up close, you really need to be like first 2 or 3 rows.
Yeah.
Like if you're like 6th row, 7th row, like I've been like 5th or 6th row, but I get all right on the aisle,
Yeah.
so like it's lax. But
Yeah.
like middle, like center, lower level, right in the center is really good.
Yeah.
And then the suites are really good.
Yeah. Yeah, the view's not like perfect, but this setup is so nice to have the suite.
Yeah,
Both
Have the
parties
room with the
checking.
food and the drinks.
it's really nice.
Board pairing
the
deuce
suites
is
just
card
got
that Haxton
space.
welcomes.
You're just up there with all your fellas, your homies. And
Likely content
you
to
get like food.
simply
drinks,
pursue
stuff.
showdown here.
Free with me.
Yeah, really both players quite happy with their hand in terms of
So,
showdown
like
value
for
right
big
now.
gamblers, sometimes they.
Well, he's thinking
get
about
it.
something
Oh.
cheeky
Talk to
here, and
someone,
look at
yeah.
this.
Oh, that's
Maybe you gotta throw them something, but.
Yeah.
220 into the 300.
This
Just doesn't
is
want to allow that
very-
free swing to the
Yeah.
hand in position, and clears the king high.
Quite interesting to see Ike use that big bet size. That's not something to try at home. You have to be very precise in how you're going to apply it with the ace high.
A little off. Kind of hard with 4 chips.
Go like a girl.
Yeah. You are. At some point, it's just so much that it's good. You know, you're reaching that.
That one was actually good.
Yeah, as I'm saying, you're
We could
reaching
come
the
back
point.
with
Yeah. It was like Cabral was like speaking for a long time and got a laugh from Daniel, and Daniel like kind of can't take it sometimes. And even Daniel laughed more. I was like, see, even that one, that was a good one, Daniel. I was like, yeah, you're right.
Cabral's funny.
I think he's hilarious.
120.
Everyone needs to stop being so tight.
It's just when
There's some stuff that's like unreal.
Like excessive. I mean, I think he can be funny, but like
Ace
I
8
don't
here,
think,
TBK,
both things can be true, right?
raising it up.
Like, your
It's,
dog's probably cute, but if she barks all the time, it's like fuck. Man.
you don't have blue chips, right?
No,
You know what I mean?
don't think so.
Yeah.
Actually, my dog.
it is not a.
My dog never does anything wrong. I
It's
love
not
it.
mutually.
I believe you. It's
It's
great.
not mutually
Yeah, I know what you
exclusive. He can be great and.
Teos with the
annoying.
pocket sevens. He's just going to call. His opponent is,
I think
Money was like
of
that.
course, getting a
My
little
dog
short
like
here
a
with
towel.
20 big blinds.
She
But
just says, "Daddy, daddy, daddy," every time I call.
as we
I just
approach
say,
the
"Daddy."
bubble, you'll see more and more careful play.
I feel bad for him. I hang up because I'm just like, I can't even talk to the guy. It's like, what's the point? And
His
so I'm
flat
like,
call,
yeah, probably
allowing
white noise
Haxton
him at this
to
point.
climb aboard.
And he's like,
Pretty
"What
one
am
on
I
the
supposed to
button,
say
queen
this
jack
lady?"
suited.
Similarly, this could have been
Yeah.
possibly
My
a
wife's
squeeze by Ike in an earlier stage in the tournament, but as we approach the bubble, just
What, a boy, girl?
calling going to be the superior option by
Like a
far.
baby run, girl?
Got to preserve those precious chips, though there will be a shift once that bubble bursts. Good looking board here for Mateos with over $500,000 in the middle, an overpair.
The diamonds are back.
Diamonds are forever.
Do the cards ever speak to you?
In my dreams.
Really?
I have crazy.
7 of diamonds specifically.
This is an
I have some
awfully
crazy
tricky
dreams about
board.
poker.
Really?
Would imagine Mateos
Like,
bets here.
I'll have the nuts and I'll be all in.
It's just
And
such
then,
a
like, you're
difficult
tanking,
hand to
and then I
play
go back
if
and
it
look at
checks
my cards
around.
and they change.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
so
pretty
easy to
common.
bet and
That's
try
why
to
I've
pick
had
up the
that
pot
happen,
now without
but-
any overcards coming.
Or
He
like
decides to
literally
check.
muck my hand in my
take the more
dreams. Like,
complicated
no.
route.
What do you mean? This isn't my money. Give it to me. And dealer's like,
Your dreams sound like a lot of conflict.
I have dreams where
Landon Freud.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflict going on here, which makes sense.
I've other
You're
dreams
pissing
where
me
I'm
off.
And now what does Ike
fly.
do? He really has
Fly a lot.
nothing on this board. Yeah,
Fly
he
a
just
lot.
checks.
I confess I was riveted by the dream story that's being told.
Activity flying.
Oh, definitely.
Good.
I haven't had this dream in a while, but I used to have this dream a lot for like maybe 20 years of my life.
Tails has
Freddie
the
or
only
Jason
flush draw.
chasing me. Jason Voorhees or Freddy Krueger.
That doesn't sound fun. I guess you can just fly away.
Again, you see the trend of conflict.
Always being chased. I had dreams about my dead grandma. She's like making me food when I was a kid, and in my dreams she's making me food. I'm always at my parents' house.
Let's comfort this whole
That's good. Yeah, let's say.
Well, now Mateos is going to make a little
Yeah,
noise.
yeah,
Perhaps not
exactly.
as much as
Point
the Brazilians in the background, but
For some reason.
nevertheless,
Or, like,
some
in the
chatter,
neighborhood.
I've had a
easy
lot of
clearance.
like, school I went to when I was a kid. House
Oh,
Bike?
my
friend.
school I went to a lot.
Yeah.
TPK
I guess a lot
concedes
of
as
dreams
well.
are centered around,
Past
your formative
experience.
years. Yeah.
What's crazy is my high
Or, like-
school is in like they film everything in my high school, like movies, music videos, etc. Yeah. So like whenever I could be watching a movie and I'll see my high school, and then I'll like maybe that night I'll dream about my high school. But I think my high school's haunted.
Really?
Yeah. I was there during the pandemic, like 'cause it was closed, and I would just use the track to run, and like I would just hear shit.
We're really unpacking a lot
They filmed
here
so
at
many
this
conflict.
table, Ollie.
They filmed so much stuff in that high school, you know. It could
Quiet,
easily be
Jesse, we're
cursed.
getting to know Aram
What if it could be? It can't be like blessed. It's for
Perhaps
sure cursed.
more intimately
That's
than we
what I'm saying.
bargained for at the
You chose
onset.
Negative. Again, seeing a trend here.
Landon, by the way, taking a real swing at the psychoanalysis. If
Yeah, many
this
said
poker
Jason.
thing doesn't work
You
out,
think
which
like,
is
girl, just relax.
doubtful,
Everything is a problem for you.
maybe you can
Just-
fall
No
back
problem.
on.
I'm just trying
no
to
conflict.
There's no, but there's a lot of conflict.
You're like
there's a lot.
You're like a psychiatrist.
Offering some therapy.
I don't have time for that.
We're getting some stuff that we don't usually see on the bio sheets.
Don't worry, I already seen like
No,
20
I'm
of those.
saying.
It's outside the
You can't
lines.
figure out. You beat therapy.
That'd be therapy.
You know, I could
They're
think
like,
of worse
I
people than
just get it.
Landon
Here's
Tice
a
if I were to sit
eighth,
down
here, get out of here.
Yeah.
in the chair of a new therapist. Well, yeah, I think Landon
Try
might
to
be
think
all
happy
right.
thoughts more. You know, that's your medicine.
Yeah, I can think of worse people as well. That said, I wouldn't want to encumber a 26-year-old with my trauma. You know, I'd hate for him to take it on as baggage in his overhead bin.
You wouldn't want to do that to him.
My baggage is actually more check-in size than overhead, if I'm being honest.
Wow. That's not what I've heard, but I'm happy to find that.
I
out.
unzip the bag and spill out the contents pretty
Oh, okay,
regularly,
I
but
see.
you know, and then it gets packed back up.
It's a tidy bag at first.
Sure, it's packed neatly.
For you to focus.
Huh?
For you to focus.
Yeah, maybe.
Chewy. Perhaps
I
looking
wasn't watching
to
it
make
too
things
much,
a
so
little
it's nice to
messy
go
here
and
as
play up to see what's
the
happening.
King 4 wags its finger in the face of the Queen 8 limp.
Hey, you got 760 up top. That's huge. I didn't know it was that big.
One thing that's really fun about Landon is he is not particularly interested in trying to hide every single potential live tell. He'll move around a lot at the table. He'll giggle during hands.
Well, as long as there's no pattern development in
I
terms
was
of
expecting
his
like
affect
400 or 500.
being tethered to specific hand strengths or ranges, then
Absolutely.
fair play.
I don't usually
But
play
whether
that often.
there is or isn't a pattern,
How to play the game?
I don't think he's
Yeah,
concerned.
I'm basically learning.
He's
all
just
these
he's
nicknames
just
in
decided
the
he's
last
going
year.
to enjoy himself at the table. And
Yeah.
so far,
mean,
it's
I've
working
been
for him
like
quite
playing-
well. He's been crushing
Yeah.
tournaments the last few
Been
years.
playing like
He's
cash
got
games
some
on
concerns
poker.
and a not so enjoyable ace-jack-jack board here that draws the c-bet of 120K from Chewy's King High.
Yeah, it's like up to 200, 400.
And then fucking 500 a night at the win.
Yeah, might have to.
It's pretty good, actually.
Get on there.
An account. Great.
Let me
Right
send
on
you.
account.
Let me send you my
Eventual
promo
concession
All right.
from the youngster.
Just promo code Vinny.
code. And he's rich, man.
You will make
And he's
some.
rich as fuck. Like,
Hey,
someone's just out here grinding.
Yeah, here you go. Change caps.
you pumped it up.
Then he's gonna get rich just from investing. Like, you don't even need a referral code.
Doing well.
Well, the NAPT is back at Resorts World for the third year in a row, running November 3rd through the 12th, with highlights including a 50K Super High Roller and a 5K main, plus a 1K PokerStars Open at the start of the series, not to mention a 1K Women's High Roller. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario have the chance to win their way to the NAPT. Get involved as the countdown is on. It's funny because that music it transported me to like a dive bar in the Arts District downtown here, you know, Funkadelic Fridays or something. You know, some bell bottoms, perhaps some gratuitously unbuttoned collared shirts. You know,
maybe a roller skate or two.
Some chartreuse, some brown, some orange, a decent amount of polyester, some rayon as well.
Yeah.
Aviator sunglasses.
Sure, all of it.
Yeah.
It's amazing what one is able to glean from just a few bars. Meanwhile, Tice,
take me back, Ollie.
A6 suited plus button, take it up to 160K.
Chewy. Buy some USD.
20 miles.
Yeah, you can just buy it.
Climbs aboard as a flat here, and look at Oganyan. Wow. Awakens to ace-jack offsuit. This is a tempter.
This is really interesting. This is as strong a flat as I've ever seen small blind versus button. Obviously,
like every month.
This is an effect of the bubble lurking, but yeah, he's going to induce extra action out of Oganyan.
Yeah, that's like one of their main focuses.
He is trapping, but he won't like the results as he'll be stuck with a flip. Obviously, plenty of hands that Oganyan could have jammed that are worse than pocket
Went
time.
for the Sneeko Taco today.
Went for the Sneeko Taco.
Really looking for conflict.
May work, may not. We're going to find out.
Do?
Like go all in.
5 big blinds.
5 big blinds.
I think you did a good job.
To steal it.
Ike, who's winning?
Chewy.
Almost a 4 million chip pot. And Chewy downed on the ace-4 deuce board for the time being.
I'll get you a lamb chop.
Well, it's not over yet.
It's definitely
What is it, 1 out of 10 times? 1 out of 20?
Look at that.
Discard.
Yeah.
You feel pretty good right now?
I didn't want to say 10 because...
Yeah, that's
Then you did.
Then you said it twice.
5. Well,
fuck, I would have won.
I got to tell you, I am infinitely entertained by Aram Oganyan. He has so much personality and is completely unbothered about bringing it to every single table that he sits at. You know, it kind of reminds me, there was a time, if you'll remember, Daniel Negreanu experimented with a completely different affect when he was playing. You know, he was getting some coaching. He all of a sudden became very serious, very stoic, wasn't really enjoying himself, did have some results, but I think when things really took off again for him as he rededicated himself was when he kind of realized that's not for him. Yeah, that's not his lane. And for Aram and some of the others who we're observing right here, they too perhaps don't feel as well served by that social self-restraint.
I couldn't agree more about the Negreanu thing. I do feel like he wasn't the same player when he wasn't being himself and his usual outgoing personality. It was almost like he had to restrain something inside of him, and it wasn't helping his game. And I do appreciate how much we see a personality out of this player at the table. It's becoming rarer and rarer, but.
Oh, it's on me.
Well, on the topic of restraint and
time bank,
specifically a lack of the self variety, Martin Cabral really has been doling out some earfuls on the day. I was creeping through X, formerly known as Twitter, and my feed was just populated with video after video of Cabral behaving badly, not exactly showing respect or decorum to anyone at any point in time, including Daniel, who he thought he had the best of with a 10-jack when he got all in and ended up flopping a pair of 10s, but then Daniel rivered an ace with his ace-king to shower Cabral, and I don't think anybody was upset about that. And upset is not the way to describe Landon Tice when he has a raise in front of him. Sat with 2 aces, 3-betting the Lingham suited connector open from 160 all the way up to 400. Third floor is paid a visit.
Yeah, we're dealing.
Unfortunately for him, I would imagine Vinny folds here.
Oh, we stopped.
He has played quite snug pre-flop so far. Oh, Taylor is still in the tank here. Taylor may find No, I think Taylor's a bit too short. He expects to have very little fold equity.
I bet you want to be picked right now, right?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, get him out of here. He's anti-sweating the fuck out of me, dude.
I wasn't anti-sweating you. I was just.
It wasn't anti-sweaty.
Nah, I don't care, man.
That's the prediction. And
That was his anti.
response.
I only had 2 choices.
He snapped it. He snapped it.
You obviously were not going to not pick the lucky guy.
Lingham
Yeah.
steps out of the way.
It's in your name.
Exactly.
All right, I forgive you.
Landon will take that one down. Now lives in
take a
Las
lap
Vegas,
stop.
but
Who's moving?
originally from Boca Raton.
You deserve it.
It feels like the
Yeah.
retirement part of Florida,
for a lap
although
stop.
Florida is also
You know
sort
that
of
actually
the
happened to me
retirement
again.
part of
It's gonna be
Florida,
Really?
At
if
the
I'm
win.
being honest.
The exact same thing?
Formerly
I
a
called
Seminole
to
who went
order
to Florida
food at the win,
State,
and
dropped
some guy's
out,
Like, you just call room.
made his way out here, and has worked his way into a $2.5 million
And I was like,
career earnings resume.
That's
They
good.
get my,
129 recording
it's like
cashes,
it's like a
45 of
glitch
them
that they have when
at
they,
the
like,
World
transfer
Series of
you.
Poker.
It's a
Yeah.
transfer glitch.
3 final tables.
I didn't take time to figure out
For
what it
Landon.
was. I was like, this is just.
Take a look at the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. 5Ks, 25Ks, and 100Ks. All in play.
I gotta say, I like the look of that 100K. A little cotton candy-esque-ness to it, maybe.
You had blue cotton candy?
Oh,
You
yeah.
didn't do the pink?
Well, sometimes blue, sometimes pink.
What do you want to eat?
Always delicious.
Never natural ingredients,
Ace
however.
of spades. What a fucking card that was.
Always melting when I would drop it in a puddle as
Sure.
a kid, unfortunately.
Staying on the island. You're good for
Mikey
TV.
Haxton, ace-jack suited.
$175.
175.
You know, for a man who knows just about every time what he's doing, Ike always has a very perplexed
I
look
get
on
20?
his face.
Thank you.
I've noticed.
You know, the look is definitely not attached to
Sorry,
what's
use
taking
my
place
face
above
now.
the neck. That's for sure. Command of craft on the highest order for Haxton.
He's a very deliberate guy. You can tell just by hearing him speak.
Give him 10 more.
He always takes a second or two longer to respond to someone than anyone else would. He really
That's like the word I have.
chooses his words and his
Why?
thoughts carefully, and
He's
that
always
also
like
comes out
angry.
at the poker table.
Give up and
Really?
angry.
No, I
Not
can't.
angry, more like frustrated.
It's just like, I just,
I can't say that
Pissed off. The tournament's not over, and I'm not holding the trophy already.
I share the choose your words wisely
Fairly titled.
yeah.
sort of disposition
Slightly.
with Ike.
I'm kidding, obviously.
Guy wins one flip.
There's not really
All of
a
a sudden, he's winning the tournament.
central processing center between impulse and
No, I'm.
verbal deliverance
Uh-huh.
over here.
I feel you.
Sometimes
Ollie,
like
I
very
also
mellow
come from the
vibe,
school
like
of
mellow, and
let it
other
rip
times
and figure out the
Yeah.
consequences later.
Blurt and then worry.
that.
Yeah.
You know,
Describe it in
while
like,
you're
now
in
they
the
got
HR
words.
office trying to
playing
explain
like that.
No, you're not.
what you did on the clock.
It's just like
I will say, though,
the
for
mannerisms.
I look like a bimbo.
a person who
I didn't say anything.
has no
What is it?
restraint in what he's about to say,
You're a
you do it very eloquently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unfiltered, but
I don't want to be like anyone
I
else.
suppose eloquent, as
But
you put it.
You yourself
With
have
the
an
with the
answer.
I don't wanna be the next
vocabulary
Michael Jordan. I
too.
want to be the first Aram Oganyan.
Adam or Aram? Your name is Aram.
That was an awfully
Whatever you want,
romantic
bro.
moment, Jesse. Thank
Your
you.
name, bro.
I do
You wanna
what
hug
I
it
can.
out?
I only get so many days in the booth with you, Ollie. I
know,
gotta
but
woo
no one
you early and
pronounces it
often.
So correctly.
Well,
so.
we certainly enjoy when
I
you do
was in
take the time
elementary, There was
away
another person with the same name all the way up till middle school. So one of us just took Adam.
from
He
playing
was taller than me, so
If it came down to a
he got
fist
to
fight,
keep
you
his
know who you
name.
got.
to
Yeah,
grace
no,
us
he
here in the
was-
booth.
He was winning.
Once again,
He was like 6'3" in like middle school.
same name. No shot. You look again disgruntled. You look really disgruntled.
I don't. I just wanted to say one already.
See?
Fold. Let's do fast action. Like Trident, fast action.
What is?
We've been trying. The fast action. Huh? When you get close
Oganyan,
to
by the
the
way,
line, like,
letting the
on
shot
that
clock
10
run down to
second
one
timer,
before
and
he
you have
folds,
10-second
largely
timer.
due to the presence of that aforementioned
Fast
bubble
action. People don't just wait till
that you
fucking-
brought to our
Yeah.
attention,
like my dumb-
Jesse.
We're now 5 players away at this point. at the very least, the shorter stacks are quite incentivized to take as much time as is possible. But even these middling stacks aren't particularly thrilled to play quickly. And that's why these shot clocks, like the one in play right now, are so important.
Sure. Once upon a time, without the shot clocks, the stalling would be unbearable.
Absolutely.
And kind of ambiguous in terms of length allowed. And it's not like if you're sat at the table and somebody's taking an egregious amount of time, you're going to call the clock on them.
No,
you know?
Yeah, especially
back in the day, there were some incredible tanks that everybody was like, hey, man, works for me too, go ahead.
Yeah, this is going well for everybody.
2 queens going a lot better than 6-3 suited pre-flop. But here, Huni finds a flush draw on a king-high board.
We actually had a situation in the 6-max where we were on the bubble, and everyone at my table was short except one player who was a good friend of mine. Him and I got into a long discussion about cryptocurrency. And another guy at the table just tanked for like 4 minutes pre-flop before my friend noticed. Called the clock on the guy. He was like, I was just going to let you talk forever.
Well, Mateos
Yeah, I mean,
bringing us to this 6th turn where Huni has connected with the pair to take the lead.
I don't know about ace.
Wouldn't it be surprised if Mateos checks again, especially considering this bubble looming?
Smushed
I think he'll play as safe as possible. And I'm obviously wrong. He puts out the bet here. But I do think that this is going to likely be a one-street situation on a number of runouts.
The first thing I asked you was ace queen.
I mean, 210 into 640, not the most hazardous of sizings.
Yeah. Call it.
And Huni all too happy to make the call here, looking for a 6 tray or a diamond.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, Huni might
none of
feel
the
like he has
above.
the best hand unimproved at this point.
You do know.
A decent percentage of
You
the time.
know
Obviously,
more
we
than
know
you
he's
pretend to
behind,
know.
but
I know you.
He might change
You
his
know
mind
you.
in the face of a river barrel,
We
although
all
I'm not
know
sure
you
that's
mean
what's on
All your friends
Adrian's
say
mind
that.
here, is trying to
All my
cobble
friends.
thin
What
value.
I think old poker player.
What?
I don't know. Now that
said
Mateos has bet so
you said
small on the
I've never
turn
seen
and
you
received a
win a
check
hand
call, he might feel
ever.
pretty good about his hand.
I saw you win
There's a
hand.
lot to read into,
That type
given
of
that
confidence,
particular
real
action.
Can we remove all the King X safely? Apparently we can. Otherwise, we wouldn't be hearing 640 cross the lips of the Spaniard
That must mean
So
and turn the
it's-
betting
leaving
line.
you away.
I think it's certainly possible that Huni has some King X in his range when he check calls, but he's missing a huge portion of the stronger bunch of King X that bets itself or finds a check raise. He's certainly missing all the 2 pairs, so Mateos knows that a number of hands that aren't a king can call him, and there's plenty of things that aren't a king to widely outnumber the King X type of hands. I would imagine that's what's going through his head when he makes that bet.
I mean, I heard some hands.
And now Huni's in a legitimately awful spot. He is a very classic bluff catcher. Doesn't have a lot to work with in terms of information. His opponent check back, bet.
It was a clear minus 25 BB.
Obviously, this is a line that could be underbluffed by a lot of players. Mateos is not really a player that you expect to underbluff in any situation. Just an incredibly tough opponent to have on your left.
And one who makes a
He lets it
believer
go, though.
eventually out of Huni there.
It was here. It was here.
Nice
That's
stuff.
47 million plus in career tournament earnings
Wait, you said has no money?
for the Madrid native. Once upon a time, an economics major. Well, play free online poker anytime at PlayPokerGo. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Plus, check out the new No Gamble, No Future themed sit and goes. Play now for free at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. Jesse, you iPhone or Android guy?
I'm iPhone all the way, man. Androids are too
Superior?
complex for a man like me. Yeah. I have a feeling that they might be better, but I'm a simple man. I don't like
Simplicity is
changing
certainly,
up my
you know.
application settings.
Well, what iteration of the iPhone are you currently toting around, dare I ask, Jesse? How many generations back are you
All right, here,
hanging on to.
Yeah, first of all, I want to preface this by saying I feel like when I tell you, you're going to make fun of me.
Well, listen,
I'm a little
I don't have an
nervous.
iPhone. I'm usually the recipient of fun, as the table now the recipient of a click with the blinds at 40 and 80, courtesy of Oganyan's suited connector. Go on and tell us.
Are you getting needled at the table for being an Android guy?
Nah, not at the table. People are too focused on taking my chips to worry about my phone.
By the significant other? By the friends? Who's
friends, oftentimes,
taunting you,
it's
Ollie?
because, you know, I guess there's a different colored bubble in the chat, like green or blue.
Oh.
And that's like some weird, you know, mark of shame.
Yep.
The scarlet Android letter or something. As we see Big Huni painting red, courtesy of ace-5 of hearts.
Sort of a classic 3-bet bluff type of hand. The ace-4, ace-5 suited really plays well as a 3-bet. And he's picked the right time.
Yeah, Vinny was bullied off of one of these by aces moments ago.
9-8 suited, not ever your favorite type of hand to peel a 3-bet with. Certainly on the bubble, less exciting even. Yeah, I believe Andrew Schultz had a great bit about having that one guy in the group chat with the Android.
He's
like,
hilarious, by the way.
Get your broke blue bubble out of our...
Yeah. See, that's the thing. There's this weird elitist slant, okay? First off, you might be on one of them iPhone lights, okay? And there's some pretty expensive, you know, the flagship Android handsets. Not only, dare I say, are superior. In fact, all of my iPhone friends, when I send a picture in WhatsApp so it doesn't get, like, compressed in the message, and it's just native resolution, and they open it up, they're like, damn, your phone takes good pictures.
Yeah?
I'm like, yes, it does. And it's also a phone that you could buy, but go on and march yourself into the Apple store and keep doing that thing. I know right now I'm going to get flamed, by the way, for this take, as the blowtorch available to TVK with these two kings.
Yeah, but you might pick up a little sponsorship along the way as well.
You know, I'm not mining for that.
160.
And if I'm honest, it was exactly that got me hooked on the Samsung drip. They were like giving me phones for years, and then program shut down, and I was like, well, I'm kind of used to these things, so there I was.
There's a few businesses where the first one's free and then you're hooked.
Yeah, this one was legal. Ace-10.
Not a lot of those floating around, the legal ones. Landon with ace-10 in the big blind. I mean, that's a very respectable hand appeal. Certainly as we get close to the bubble, people will tighten up their big blind calling range. Ace-10, of course, always going to be in there.
And two kings, of course, going to magnetize an ace to the flop. We've all been in this spot. TVK outflopped by Landon.
Especially frustrating for Taylor, who's the shortest stack of the table. Probably very excited to look down at kings and finally pick up some chips. Now in a really rough situation. How does Landon play this?
It's a good question.
His kicker is so strong that normally this could easily be a hand that check raises on the flop, but given this situation that we've talked about a lot, oh, he does find the check raise, nice. This is going to give Taylor fits. It's such a good price. Obviously, his kings aren't thrilled to see the ace, but it's such a fantastic price to continue. Quite difficult to let his hand go right away. Yeah, quick call from him. He'll make the real decision on later streets.
So a cheeky check raise out of the ace-10.
God.
And things getting broke back on the turn.
I felt that card in my bones, Ollie.
3 cowboys. And you know, Landon's not particularly concerned about, especially at the size that he chose, TVK's choice to peel here. It doesn't have to be a better ace, and he knows it, which is why he comes forward once more. 200K though, this is downsized, and one of the potential issues in the face of a raise out of TVK here, which is not a given, of course, because he is considering whether or not he's got Landon drawing dead, is the way in which the small size can invite a move from time to time out of the opposition, in particular in position. No movement, however, here. TBK has this pot all but locked up. Flats. And now fills up.
That's a very awkward card for Landon. Suddenly his ace becomes a chop with every other ace. But the stack to pot is just so incredibly low.
And he's not worried about a 9, given the call on the turn.
Yeah.
Out of TBK.
And just the fact that Taylor opened on such a short stack as one of the short stacks of the tournament, likely to have very few 9s in his opening range whatsoever.
And as you pointed out, with 1.3 in the middle, this stuff here from TBK just really beckoned for the call. Very inviting spot for him to try to move Landon off of a chop. So he snaps and provides TBK with effectively the full double. He did leave a chip back.
Yeah.
You could make an argument that there's very little to no bluffs out of TBK on the river.
And I was loving the turn.
I guess I didn't love the turn as much as I thought.
Yeah, you could say that again, Landon.
What can you do?
Just unfortunate for Landon that he's getting such an incredible price on the river. He feels like he could never let that one go.
Well, it looks like an incredible heads-up battle is now upon us as the 3K no-limit freeze-out, which has $451,000 up top, is now down to heads-up, courtesy of Denise Louis Ramos, KOing Siho Chow.
No.
Now will be heads-up with
He just
Renat
had
Bodanov
3 kangaroos.
of the Ukraine.
I was okay with him having 2 kangaroos. I was okay with him.
3 is one too many.
Yeah, 3 is a crowd.
Do you know what a group of kangaroos is called, Ollie?
What?
A nuisance?
I think you're close.
Target practice for an Australian farmer?
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, they're like oversized rats in Australia. They really don't get down with the roos.
I did get
We
the
think
roos.
they're all cuddly and might be fun to spar with one, but
Fair is fair.
they're not really fans
Said, I got
down
you
there.
8-9, so fair is fair.
I mean,
I
you know they eat
respect
'em.
how quickly you
Couldn't
came
just
up
throw
with
my
that
cards
joke,
in the muck, man.
but that was a little dark.
It's hard to have enough
I'm just
bluff.
telling you, it's. I don't even know that I'm joking. It's like.
I was thinking about what they
You
would
know?
Are they like deer? Like how I feel about deer coming from growing up in a
Respect, I
rural
called you,
area.
yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, similar to that.
Yeah.
See,
I
most
can't
people
really-
who
They're
don't.
magical to most people, but
Yeah,
that-
exactly. They're like Bambi, Disney, cute. Oh,
Yeah.
trail mix. Here you go, hand
They
feed.
actually run into your car every time you're driving on the road. And
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I think
Okay,
one
I
could make the
understand.
argument that you were,
feature.
in turn, also kind of running into them. Also, there's mutual. You know, without your ribbon of asphalt cutting through their habitat, Jesse, maybe they don't end up through your
Yeah,
windshield.
3.
Have you seen this
3-6.
video of the kangaroo with the
3-6 now?
guy's dog in a headlock?
Of course. And he gives them a bop on the schnoz.
3-6 and change.
The guy boxes the kangaroo.
Yeah, of course. Mateos with a little bop pre with King Deuce and maybe a
Here we go.
moment of clairvoyance as he finds a pair and a flush draw.
I like
versus
this.
the
This is a
queen
nice
jack.
adjustment. Mateos, one of the bigger stacks, not significantly larger than, say, a Lucky Chewy or, you know, a little shorter than Ike Haxton, but he does extend his opening range a little bit into the King Deuce category. Kind of a nice adjustment given where he's at stack-wise.
Easy follow through and take there for Mateos. I confess I've had a really disproportionate amount of opportunities to talk about Adrian, just given the fact that he's a regular on the Triton Super High Roller Series, which I'm not plugging. I'm not trying to promote or be a homer about, but it is where the best in the world, which we often find at this buy-in level, can be found 4 times a year, banging their skulls against one another and really sharpening themselves en route to something like the summer, where each and every year it seems like their performances get better and better. And I go back to that famous line in Rounders, you know, if it's all luck, why do the best in the world keep making the final tables, keep picking up the bracelets? And perhaps now more than ever before, where if you're not in the solver streets, if you're not soaking up the wealth of information that's available, you are absolutely drawing dead in the long run to competing. Big Huni here, seeking competition, courtesy of Queen Jack of clubs. Baby suited ace here for Haxton. Solver era bait, as I like to refer to it, oftentimes employed as a 3-bet pre. This time, however, he just steps aside, and perhaps the impact of the bubble, the influence.
Now I'm just imagining Matt Damon, you know, sort of arguing with his girlfriend about poker, and he's like, if it's all luck, why do you think Big Huni wins every third high roller event, baby? Let me just go out and play some cards with my buddy Worm.
TBK working the resistance band out there?
I mean, he's a legend, I gotta say.
Is he a beast in the gym or something?
He's, the first time I met him, I believe he was volunteering his time to teach kids some kind of martial art.
Really?
Yeah. You know, in his time off from playing high rollers.
You know, that's kind of a peculiar side hustle. You think he's actually credentialed, or he was just like, listen, sign your kids up $40 for the summer. I'll teach him the hi-ya.
Meet me in the back alley.
Yeah, you know, your kid, throw this on.
I think it was volunteer, that much. I don't know if he was making a lot of money off of it, but I think he's a very interesting person. I have a huge respect for that man.
Actually was partnered up with David Einhorn in the invitational event out in Montenegro that Triton held recently.
There's a philanthropist.
The legend, yeah.
160.
Apparently they live in the same building out in Manhattan, which, you know, first reaction I had was, TBK,
Whoa.
how rich?
Yeah.
And then
that's some real information right there.
Yeah, it's a mattress in the boiler room for TBK. You know, no, it's not.
I think Einhorn was famous for, you know, being the first billionaire who drives around in like a $30,000 car. He's a very unassuming human being in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, I would say most of the vehicular funds were redirected toward the jet, Jesse, so, you know.
Yeah, all right.
I don't think it's austerity across the board.
That was, he was driving in a, some sort of hybrid vehicle to offset his carbon footprint.
There you go.
Okay.
Maybe that's what it is.
I got you, yeah.
The offset to 2 bets here, brought to you by Ace-10 of clubs. Haxton, a flat caller with the King Jack of diamonds, as you see some of the caginess.
10 seconds.
TBK contemplating participation, dominated by both parties.
Like 4.2 behind?
Really poor equity,
4.3.
unbeknownst to him.
I think you covered me by a little.
Though no one's going to take issue with him calling with Jack-10, which turns into middle pair. Outkicked by Mateos. Haxton with the open-ender.
Like
Fun for everyone here with 600 in the middle.
Big flip, I feel.
This is a very fun flop, Ollie. Especially given the parameters near the bubble that we have, and the fact that normally this might be a board that Ike wants to just start barreling off on, but in this particular situation, he has to be a little more careful.
120.
Well, gonna throw a touch of caution to the wind here, Jesse, with this 120. A polite request for the pot.
120.
Unlikely to get it done right away, but
yeah, not a demanding sizing. That Jack of Spades is particularly sexy for TBK, so he climbs aboard. Now back over to Mateos, so I would imagine closing the action here and seeing what comes will be the path forward for him, having ceded the initiative.
it is a little awkward for Mateos, obviously. Not the strongest hand in the world, and when you do have the best hand, it becomes difficult to actually win the pot that often. You often get bluffed off the pot in later streets, but he's getting a tremendous price, and if anyone can navigate out of position, it's this man.
Oh, for sure.
we lost him.
Good.
Oof. 9 of
thought maybe
clubs
put one
on the
five.
turn.
That might be
Open ender for TVK, but Gin for Haxton.
Ooh, a nice.
Who's got
See
the
him short of it, or
nuts.
no? Besides Frankie. A lot?
That could be a very problematic card for Taylor.
That's a lot, actually.
Yeah, Mateos' release in the face of a decent-sized barrel and call in front of him could be rather straightforward, but TVK's departure is going to be far more elusive.
We'll see how large Ike decides to size here.
I mean, if he goes big enough, the presence of Mateos behind Taylor will be on his mind in terms of his decision-making.
Yeah.
The mic is still on.
Yeah, that could really be the deciding factor in this hand.
Although, you know, he is asking himself how much deceptive poker Mateos would be inclined to play in this spot.
10 seconds.
I also think that there's the factor of this isn't really the board texture that Ike is particularly excited to double barrel into with the number of
Time
bluffs.
extension.
And so you might assign him a very strong range, in which case Taylor might feel like, I'm not even doing that well with my parent straight draw against that type of range, and I'll just let it go now. Again, it really depends on Ike's size. If Ike picks like a third sizing, I think Taylor just flicks it in. If Ike goes
10 seconds.
70% of the pot, maybe Taylor lets it go.
480.
Ike just going, I believe, exactly half pot, yeah. So kind of splitting the difference and honestly making life extremely difficult for Taylor.
Three tables is three. So,
10 seconds.
Yeah, Taylor just letting it go. This is nice.
Sure. Difficult to kind of release
5K is too much in there?
I thought it was
in
possible.
those situations.
To be 960.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we have there's 18 now.
But
Lost 2.
those are the sorts of folds, Jesse, that you're going to have in your arsenal if you want to avoid dusting off chips unnecessarily. Well, you can win up to 50x for the NBA Finals, courtesy of Splash Sports. If you think you can outpick the field, just jump into Quick Picks on their platform, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on player stats and then go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50x your entry fee for the NBA Finals. You been watching any of those finals, Jesse?
I think I caught the first game.
You know who didn't catch the first game? The Knicks.
Oh, no.
Caught way
Pretty
offsides.
close, though.
I think the book might have printed,
When I said me, I was
especially on the money line, OKC huge
I mean,
favorites
Taylor was
Wow.
against Indiana
And he just
in
has
those
an ace
finals.
queen all the
I say
time.
this having not watched
Yeah,
a
no,
single game,
100%, bro.
and I
I
have no
wasn't happy
intention
about
to
it.
either. You know, I was so
leaving
into
our
sports growing up,
company.
Jesse. and
Wow.
As you get older, I just feel like there's so many other things that call for your
Need some
time.
coaching, bro.
You know,
Your
that you
will.
just
Yeah.
This ain't no
You don't
New York City
really
home game.
No.
have as much just
Dicking around.
free time
You gotta
to
be in there
spend
nice and
doing
fucking
those
tough
sorts of
every
things.
time.
Right.
Although this coming
You're
from a
right.
guy who's freelanced for 30
It's
years
a real poker game right here.
and spends a majority of the year parked on his
Serious
couch.
mofos.
It's coming from a guy whose parents think that he has plenty of time to watch sports.
Yeah,
Yep, I knew it.
and everyone thinks has more money than he does.
Welcoming the company left and right.
I feel you, buddy.
He's healing.
I've
A
been
lot of it
spewing,
counts.
you know,
He's welcoming people to his company.
I find myself, and maybe it's because of the city I live in, but I find myself over the years becoming more and more interested in hockey over some of the other
I mean,
major
the
sports.
Golden Knights were a great,
Oh, it's
a
been
great
so
ride.
much fun following them.
Sure.
Did you happen to catch the French Open finals, by the way?
Is this Yannick Sinner?
Sinner Alcaraz, probably the best match I've ever seen in my
How much
life.
did you start, Adrian?
Wow.
4 million.
You start 4?
Sad to say I missed it.
3-7 me.
As Oganyan didn't miss the opportunity here with the King 7 of spades to activate. Mateos defending with the suited 10 and finding second pair against top pair. This will be costly. Price point will be determined by Oganyan with the
Do we
best
have any
hand.
idea of the short stacks?
Apparently there's a couple. But
interesting that he grabbed the chips immediately, gave it a shuffle, then stopped and
He's on a
put some
recon.
thought in.
Wow.
Ooh, and then
He's on a
checks.
recon mission.
Not something you see every day. Especially at the
now-
oh no.
Look at this, Jesse. So well served to have checked back because obviously we expect the King X to bet more often than not. And with the presence of a second king, Mateos is going to be a little bit more proud of this 10 than he would have otherwise been.
He goes, I just buy in.
Still going to check, though.
He knows people like
Pot
that.
control.
Yeah.
All right, 3 tables left. He's in.
Also, steely.
Will be interesting to see how Mateos interprets that sort of activity.
Man.
Maybe
Kind of
thinking,
at
look,
the
if you
Yeah.
gave that kind of physical strength, why would you check after
Maybe a
it?
grindy bubble, it sounds like.
Yeah, might be. We'll see. Never know. I might get
140.
excited and push him.
I thought Oganyan might make it weird
Yeah, I
here
meant-
with a larger sizing. Instead, he comes with a very
We're not here for him.
milky
they
140
do it
with another street to come.
Got to keep taking more time.
Certainly a size that Mateos is happy to pay off.
It's always possible there's a big clash elsewhere.
100%, bro.
Drawing dead.
Trying to get my
Doesn't
money
realize
back.
it,
I'm
of course. He
200.
does
You're counting on it.
seek the river.
By the way,
Didn't come all this
while
way to
while
fucking
we've
bubble,
watched no
but-
one be eliminated from this table, the field has dwindled down from 21 to 18.
You're
Certainly
counting.
on the minds of a number of
Exactly.
players at the table.
Sure. Three of spades is troublesome for Mateos. I mean, this is not a card that changes a thing out there.
You ever see the movie Angels
Such a
in the
clean
Outfield?
run out for the King 7 in general.
I feel like I have seen that.
You ever seen that
And
movie
for that matter,
Angels
the
in
10
Outfield?
deuce.
I don't remember anything about
There's
it.
Yeah.
like a kid, I forget what happens. He like
He dies, right?
he
480?
survives. He gets something happens, car accident, something, but he survives. And then he loves the Angels, and he goes to the games. And he tells the coach, like, I can see like an angel on this guy. You should put him in. And the coach's like, whatever. They're the worst team ever. Listens to him. He puts him in.
Banger.
And they end up like hiring him as the like ball boy, and he's on the team, but they don't tell any other players. And he keeps giving the coach the hint. And like the whole season, they go from the worst team to the best team.
It's really motivational.
They get all the way to the championship, and he doesn't have it. But by that, he can't see the
400.
Angels anymore. But by that point,
Because the
Okay.
plot.
just some days that you don't have it.
Yeah, fair enough.
And
I mean,
the
if you're
coach is
parked
like-
in
by that
Mateos'
point, the
seat,
players knew.
having
They were all
encountered
like,
the
"Yo,
line
who's got the wings on us? Who's got the
that
wings?"
Oganyan
And
is
he
taking
goes
here,
like,
Jesse,
"Don't
where are
tell
you
me
putting your man?
So we
You
still
could see a
that's
cheeky
the
attempt to take the
real-
pot
They won the
away
championship.
on the turn, but it's
Yeah.
this river
That's the real
barrel
lesson there.
that suddenly reeks of
Yeah.
legitimacy,
SIBO
doesn't it?
effect.
Absolutely.
It's like
And
you
I
just gotta
also
believe you got
think
the
that
wins.
the
My Angels have been in and out on the
check back on the
tournament.
flop
Sometimes
is
they're here,
often
sometimes
some
they
hand
ain't.
with
Yeah, it's
showdown.
been a grind
So
for
once
me.
it's accompanied
Target
by a
goes to
couple
lay off
bets,
me,
you
bro.
start to
Come on,
become
I would've
quite
taken the turn
leery.
back.
Oh my
I mean, the
God.
better tens are kind of the bottom end of
Sometimes
range
they're
for
here. They
value
flew
here.
in.
Yeah. We've
I
reached
saw
just
this
bluff
guy's
catcher
name.
territory
There's
for
too many
Mateos'
good
10.
Anthony things
10
I got
deuce of
going
all
on.
hands.
It's my middle name. It's one of my best friend's names. It's my uncle's name. I knew the
King.
king was probably coming.
Well,
At that
Mateos
point against Landon.
does end up paying it off. Frustrated there.
You got Anthony in the box. He's my
He
lucky
looks a
deal.
little annoyed at himself for having put the
20
chips
bucks.
in.
Sure. I guess you didn't want to tell me.
You know,
Coming through.
I tend to agree with you. I think Adrian's toughest critic is going to be
That's the value
himself,
for you.
because obviously we marvel at his procedures. But I think,
Tough, like I said.
and I'm taking
At the end of the
a
game.
real leap of speculation here, but speaking from my own experience,
I'll try.
I don't know
Can't do
that
it.
Mateos looks over at Oganyan and thinks you're among our ilk in terms of the high rollers, right? Aram has certainly played them, but I don't think, you know, he's stepped into that kind of rarefied air that Mateos finds himself in as you look at the tournament summary brought to you by Oats Overnight.
I sure did.
And as such,
I'm happy to be here. It's been fun.
I feel as though
Haxton out there.
Zarass, Seth Davies, by the way, most recent eliminations here.
One of them's gonna probably die soon.
Maybe he's a little bit annoyed that Oganyan found a line that kind of made a patron out of him there. You know what I mean? You ever been in that spot where you're like, oh, all of a sudden you woke up and decided to kind of own me here.
Yeah.
That's cute. You know what I mean? Although I
Yeah,
don't think
it's-
Adrian has a lot of ego, if I'm being
I was
honest.
going to say I don't know where he's at with that. Obviously, I haven't had too many conversations with him, but he doesn't give that presence to me when we do sit at the table together. But I don't know. I don't know what he's got going on under that cranium of his. He could be sitting there like nobody should be at my level. I'm Adrian Mateos, man. I don't know.
Oganyan,
If I was Adrian Mateos, I'd be thinking that personally.
right? Leveling up. Clicking here. with the king 10. Suited edition. Dusty Jack in the big here for Haxton. His is a sticky big blind, but even that hand lacks adhesion.
Time extension.
Well, Mateos definitely looked like he was still thinking about that last pot.
Yeah, I think he was seriously upset as soon as he saw Oganyan's hand that he didn't go with his initial read and folded. I could be wrong, but I feel as if that was what was running through his head. And I've been there before so many times. Your opponent checks back. You feel like it's showdown heavy. They bet twice. You're kind of like, you're never going to show me a bluff here. I'm supposed to call with this hand. It's a theoretical call. And then you just sort of pay them off anyways, despite your best, gut instinct. And then they turn over exactly what you expected. And you just kind of have this sour look on your face.
You feel like a slot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You feel like a machine who just got stepped up to one pull, and you just dispersed.
All I'm saying is I've been there.
Oh, you playing enough poker.
Maybe not been there 3 tables left of 100K.
Right.
Where TVK's on the side telling people the cliff notes to Angels in the outfield.
Right, by the way, did he watch that on a plane recently or something? I mean, he was fresh with the details.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a beautiful rendition, by the way. He really hit all of the important plot points.
You don't need to watch it now.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert aplenty here.
He needs a YouTube channel where he just tells us nostalgic videos from our childhood.
I think that would be maybe an opportunity cost in terms of time commitment for him. Jesse, I think the earn a little bit better if he can just play some cards. But
Well, I mean, based on current events, maybe you could do it while playing.
yeah, I'm sure everyone would love that if you just spout off movie plot lines
Into
wall
a
to
camera.
wall.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Oganyan following through with his Jack-9 suited, snacking on Landon bucks.
He's on quite a roll right now. I think he's won the last 3 or 4 pots in a row.
Listen, he's no slouch. Almost $4.8 million in career live tournament earnings, 112 cashes. 50 of those recorded at the World Series of Poker, just 37 years of age. High-stakes cash game player, self-described though. He's had a pretty deep run in the main, 281st back in 2022. Finished 175th at the WSOP Paradise main. Living in LA, Commerce Casino Reg.
$160.
TVK, a couple of 7s. For a moment, I thought Adrian was giving it some real consideration. Then I realized we're
Yeah.
too off the money here.
Bubblicious.
It's funny how many times I can watch somebody take their whole time bank and still believe that they're really thinking about three-betting.
There's some people who make it very obvious that it's a stall and they have no consideration. But with Mateos, not only is he just pretty tight with his affect in all situations, but also he's capable of just picking up on something and deciding to go with it. And Tice picking up a couple of kings here with a Haxton solver bait 3-bet on the button. This is a delightful setup as he rips it. 7s will wither.
Landon deciding he's not messing around with any sort of induction here. He's just going to fire it all in there.
Single decision point poker.
Fairly reasonable when you're this close to the money. He really isn't particularly thrilled. If he did find a smaller 4-bet and induce a jam from a hand like the one that Ike Haxton has, I don't think he's even particularly thrilled with that. Like, you don't really want to run the 70-30 at this point in the tournament.
My clock shouldn't be running until I know the number.
Yeah, it should be running. 2.375, but make sure.
No, obviously. I consider
Seems spot on by our count.
I gotta open that pretty though. It's close.
1.9, 2.123.
I mean, even a clicky 4-bet, though, sounds the alarm bells
Right here, I thought I was going to die.
for the likes of 2 sevens.
I was like, oh shit.
And for
Oh,
that matter,
certainly,
ace 5
yeah.
of spades.
Yeah, it looks incredibly strong either way. I just meant that the positive side of 4-betting smaller and inducing from a weaker hand becomes not such a positive anymore when you could potentially bubble. Like, you almost would just rather pick up the chips and not run the 70-30 at that point. It would be a good thing because doubling is so powerful. He now gets to bully the table if he doubles through Ike.
I had it.
But
If I got smushed, I got smushed.
It's close.
It's definitely close, yeah.
Go open and fold.
So Tice
I think I saw one of them when you mucked.
with some capital
You
infusion
saw
there.
one, and it was the other one was the same one.
Well, we're back at the dive bar. As today's PokerGO live stream is brought to you by True Classic, the only shirts we trust to look sharp and feel even better. Whether you're grinding on the felt or heading out for the night, True Classic's fit is next level. Affordable, comfortable, and built for real guys. Go to trueclassictees.com and upgrade your wardrobe today. By all accounts, by the way, I think David Williams, the one who told me this. And by the way, Matt Parvis, who was in the industry for a long time, I believe, with Bluff Magazine, if I'm not mistaken, the man behind True Classic Tees, D-Dub, telling me he's all about them. Loves the True Classic tee.
really,
Yeah. I've taken to punting absurd amounts of money on true pretentious tees at various boutiques and crystals. You know, ask me why I'm going to be eating cat food late in life, and you have your answer.
You know, Ollie, you had a couple quotables last night where I kept thinking I'd like to put that on a T-shirt with your face attached to it. Not,
You know-
not the least of which was we were talking about saunas, and you said I prefer a steam room. I like to keep it moist, and I thought about a T-shirt with just your smile, and then it just says I keep it moist.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, but he's probably always right.
true story. I think the PokerGO merch department, and maybe Buffalo Hanks has something to do with this,
720.
kind of pulled some of the night shift isms that Nick and I have exchanged throughout the years and slapped them on some shirts.
You
I
guys
saw a
have
guy
some
walking
beautiful
around,
ones, man.
guy walking around with a shirt
Called nothing.
that said "Indeed, Ali," and I was
Come
like,
on.
"Wait, what? I swear to you!"
I need that
I
T-shirt.
was like, "Wait, what?" I took a selfie with the dude. I'm like, "This is incredible."
That's reserved for the other one.
There's also, of course, the famous "Shut the F up, Ali" that he delivered. Although I don't know if that was turned into a T-shirt.
720.
They're both good. Maybe the front can say Indeed, Ollie, and the back can say.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
A twofer. Although if you split it out into 2 shirts, you know, in terms of sales volume.
True. You know, it could be beautiful. A little yin yang symbol
Dude.
with
right.
one quote on each side.
you know,
Oh, actually, his head and my head
can
as
have
the
aces.
dots in the
gonna have
yin yang
aces.
Yeah,
symbol.
yeah. Oh, this
You
is
know,
we're really getting somewhere.
Looking
now.
at each
You can have
other.
better than that.
You can
And
definitely have
actually,
aces, right?
the yin yang symbol could
Why
be
not?
the dot in the eye in night or shift.
Didn't see he
Oh my
opened.
God.
Or each of our heads could
No,
be the
you
dot
might
in the
get
eye.
flat.
And night. See what I mean? It doesn't
No
take me
flat,
long.
ever?
If they ever tap me for
No,
this
I'm saying
stuff,
I could have
Jesse,
aces if I
I'm
I think
ready.
I think we need to take this conversation
What are you
off
saying,
the
do
air
it every
because
time?
somebody's going to steal this
It sounds
idea
like
at
what
some
you're
point.
It sounds like the
This
words
is
I'm
high
hearing.
quality
I
stuff.
haven't seen a
Well, then I
penny,
guess
by
I
the
didn't
way,
have to. I
Jesse.
wasn't full.
You know?
Well,
What's the story
You
here?
would have gone with it?
I mean that's just.
I would have been happy.
I didn't think it was eminent domain.
I'm down like $3
But I
million
think somewhere
against
along the
Queens
line I
with
may have
Queens
signed
before
away
she
my
wins.
rights.
I'm not-
There's some sort of likeness in there. That,
It's an important step.
Yeah, I think I might be
That
drawn
wasn't me.
dead.
That was for you.
I don't know.
I think it gets
No,
weird to
but
show up
I
for
mean,
work, but then
I
also
mean,
serve your
I said this
employer
is the summer
a
for
lawsuit,
Tight as everyone's getting in the
you know,
city and entertainment.
and then just kind of step in.
And then
If
just
that's
casually
weird.
walk in the
Yeah.
booth and.
I'm like, hey, by the way, who do I send my invoice to? I'd be like, wait, what?
Yeah, but that's Hollywood, baby.
Queen knows
Sometimes
just
you got to
business,
sue a
baby.
guy while you also work for
It's
him.
just
right?
business, El Jefe.
Yeah.
You know?
better steal the blinds, right?
You won the pot. Yeah, you won your blind back.
I want everything.
You won it all. I'm out.
Landon is definitely breathing a bit easier, having picked up that nice pot with pocket kings.
Yeah, north of $3 million now. Can loosen the collar. Sat 45 bigs deep alongside Chewy. It is TBK upon whom eyes rest right now in terms of potential on-deck circle status. Granted, shortest stack here. Unclear stack depths elsewhere in the room at present. 16 bigs, not situation critical. There's a pulse there, but it is the faintest here at this table.
You know, when you're sitting on 40 big blinds on one of these massive bubbles, you feel okay, but as the stack dwindles, the chest gets a little tighter. The heart starts beating a bit more each orbit, I would say.
Oganyan, ace-9, defends and finds top pair with a better kicker. Always ahead of Chewy. Stays there in this blind versus blind confrontation. 9 is a nice dangler too, given the interaction with the 8 and 6. Neither party with the spade.
Really rewarded with this flop in the decision to just call rather than 3-bet. Just becomes a situation of how many chips does Lucky Chewy lose. This check back will mean that he loses a lot less. Also, with the 6 on the turn, there's a number of cards that allow Chewy to now chop this pot.
Well, he does improve to the 8 kicker, which of course is no good as it stands. And Oganyan insulated against a deuce.
Did we see Oganyan check again? I thought I saw him check, but yeah, check again. Wow.
And the queen will make this a chop pot at showdown, as neither party made any noise post-flop here on what looked to be a pretty dry board and inviting opportunity to do so.
Now, I do want to say, queen aside, Chewy did an absolutely phenomenal job reducing the damage that he would have received in this hand. With the queen, of course, he's now going to chop the pot anyways, but had the river been a 3, he really minimized how much he would lose here.
Ace for everybody. Everybody wins. Good job, guys. You're having a great hand.
Bad river. Somebody else.
Ace douche.
Tice taking note of the fact that the boys
Nice
weren't looking to get money in.
Read off for me.
It's like pretty respectful.
I folded that earlier.
Yeah, that's good. You didn't want conflict.
There's actually a first one big time. I wasn't sure, but I was like, the deuce so bad in this game.
Mr. Engel.
Really
I would have rather had ace king. but-
Just tied for
But you
most
hear me
cashes
complaining.
all time, making the money. Sat there next to
So I guess it's all
David Baker.
That's
Bakes.
incredibly
I'm gonna
sick
open-
given his age.
Oh yeah, you're playing the gangster
Or
game.
lack thereof.
Playing
Yeah.
the game, wow.
Duly noted.
I mean, he puts in the work, though, Jesse. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what his frequent flyer account looks like, but I would imagine it's as impressive as his
Yeah.
bankroll in terms of miles accrued
Oh my God.
versus dollars.
Then, what does he say after
For
that?
sure.
Got you figured out. You just like to play. You like flat to 10. You like, you just want to
But
play.
he has sort of
It's like he's just
made
like-
his way over to the
He
mixed
wants to see the
cash
turn.
games
He wants to play.
in the last few years.
I'm here for the game. The card
Nice
Yeah,
to
you know
see that
what?
he hasn't slowed down when the
I'm
series
here for the
comes
game, the card
around.
game. You know the game that we
I
play
played
like
with
every
him.
day?
MTT volume.
A little bit, and he was sound.
Look at. Yeah, I know.
You guys have battled a little bit?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Fair way to describe it, by the way. He was no pushover, no slouch.
No, that guy, he's a V-pipper.
Yeah, he doesn't
Yeah.
mind playing a hand and taking
No.
it to the streets.
He likes getting in. I could see him doing a draw 4 every now and then in a couple of games. I don't know if that's beyond his.
You know who does the draw 4 in terms of the regs in the cash game that I play? Scott Abrams, shockingly
Really?
enough, because he looks like a human abacus.
Yeah.
You know, Stanford grad, wizard, with numbers and stats, probability, and these things.
Lana's still in or no? Yes, he's out.
And absolutely not the guy you look up at and think he's going to draw 4 today.
I think so.
Yeah.
But he'll do it to you.
I
Wow.
really got a shot at this. Lana's is out.
I think I've probably been snowed by
No,
Scott
he wins everything.
more than anybody in the game.
You have a shot.
That
at
I
too.
could see.
I-
Because
I
he's
did-
a
but
very
it's-
calculated, intelligent individual.
Yeah, but he
The draw
actually
4
wins.
I do not expect to see from
No.
Scott.
No?
Jason
He might be
knows
the guy
that
I'd bet
They're both out.
a lot on having
First name
never
Jay.
done that.
You know what the only thing Aram is missing from this ensemble?
Wow, you know what's
Maybe it is
crazy?
now.
We can get a shot of him again here
One is JL,
with the
then
beanie.
K&L right after one
When it
another.
gets over to him, first we're going to get a shot of chips out of Tice's ace-queen of
180?
spades.
I don't know the J's.
180 to be exact.
JMK?
Is it a bag of Arby's?
JMK is J.
An Arby's bag would definitely fit, but fingerless mittens,
Oh, yeah.
I think, would really bring home, and perhaps a small oil drum with a modest fire inside it
Trying to shout
would
you
really
out.
complete the look of, back alley Aram.
It's got a real
You're out for
Home Alone burglar type of look.
Yeah.
in your mind.
Unhoused, sort
Did the
of
podcast
chic,
with him,
I guess is what you could call it.
Maybe the interview.
No.
You never seen the interview?
I haven't seen a lot of movies.
Mateos glaring over, by the
I'm
way.
impressed that I've
A6
seen Agents of
offsuit,
Outfield, given how few movies I've seen.
Angels.
that responsible.
It's such a good movie.
It's what?
Such a good movie.
Yeah. We were talking about it just a moment ago.
It's a great movie.
Teos is really giving this some consideration.
I see that.
That's all he gives it.
That my mom's watching. She doesn't know.
Dust in the big for Haxton as he concedes. This orbit will be brought to you by that pickup for Landon.
Actually?
No.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
You know what she told me, and I'm really excited to do this for her. She said she's never been to London. She's always wanted to go to London since she was like a little girl. So I'm gonna take her.
Yeah,
Of course
awesome.
I have like a lot of friends in London anyways. So.
Good for you, man. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I want to take her to London. I love my mom.
Congrats on the friends.
Well, that's cool. Sounds like Oganyan's going to take moms over to London because she's always wanted to go and apparently never has.
That's awesome. He just
Oh,
generally
dinner
seems
break.
like a really cool guy. I will say this
1
about
hour?
him as well. A lot of us
Finally,
try to
I mean,
look
I've
like
been
we
like
don't
13
care at the
hours,
table.
40 hours.
Sounds like
He
a personal
legitimately
choice.
doesn't seem
No,
to
it's hard.
care. When he's all
I
in,
got
he
kicked
is
out of my
so
hotel
cool
this morning.
about it in
He
these
doesn't get
high
a
equity
conflict,
spots.
see?
No,
Life of strife.
Checking out, kicked out.
I definitely thought you meant by the police when you said it.
I think that's
no,
definitely
I mean, I didn't
a
bring
beneficial
my gun 'cause
attribute.
This YouTuber was talking shit to me. I told him I was gonna get him back too, but I decided not to. Maybe it's too early. Maybe it's too early for that joke.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Enjoy your dinner.
Mateos
Yeah, where are you going
Queen.
for food?
on the button. Shoots it up. Haxton climbs in. King 9 off now for Tice. Obviously, the price is nicer with the presence of Haxton, but let's see if he wants to fight.
It's also button small blind. So
720?
his opponents have the loosest of ranges that they could possibly have.
And maybe that is why it is that
Wow.
he's chosen to come with the 3-bet to 720.
Wow. I did not see this one coming. This is nice. Decides, maybe this is the one that's slightly too weak to peel given the bubble, so I'll turn this one into a 3-bet bluff.
Well, I've got a question about how Mateos is going to treat this King-Queen offsuit because a lot of interference with this specific combination, and yet to away from the money, Mateos simply steps aside. Haxton forced to do the same, and Tice earning it
Vamos,
there.
Brazil. You switched
That was a
tables.
bit lethal by Landon. I really like that one.
Not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Well, Jason, you have entered plenty of big spots in your poker career, but does it still feel special when it's a World Series of Poker final table you're about to walk into?
Yeah, especially the super high rollers. These are the reason I get out of bed and get to be here against some great players and some close friends, and in a pretty good spot right now.
Give us a sense of what the final table dynamics will be like. You have a pretty big stack. Chu has a pretty big stack on your left.
Yep. Yeah, him and I have combined for almost 80% of the chips in play. So it creates an interesting dynamic, but this is a really great structure, and we have so much play that it's going to be a lot more than just raising and 3-betting and folding. We'll be seeing a lot of flops, and that's my kind of poker.
Who's stronger, you or Tolerain? He's gotten pretty jacked, it seems.
I don't know, man. I think we probably both have our own lifts.
Probably so.
We have our own lifts. I wouldn't want to compete against him in the bicep curls, that's for sure.
Appreciate the time. Good luck today. Thanks, Jason. Guys.
There.
It probably means you never get to bluff raise the river then. Because if you're not raising a 7, don't think you have any stronger hands than that.
Well, we've raised King 7 here on the button as Tollerine, and a whole lot stronger hand than that greets Kuhn in the small. First cameo from aces at this FT.
$2,050,000.
Up we go.
$2,050,000.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Chewy with kings. This is exactly the kind of cooler that's required.
No way.
To create a catastrophe here at this FT. You touched on the idea, Jesse. These two guys are not looking to play inflated pots so long as Tollerine is present and lurking with a far leaner stack. And yet, the deck is proving non-cooperative as violence is on the horizon.
Yeah, this feels completely unavoidable, though. I don't think Chewy ever flat calls any or is interested in flat calling any hand in this situation.
0.2.
And he's also certainly not interested in backing down once he 4-bets.
Tollerine deeply uninterested.
This is devastating for Chewy. Tollerine had a king as well.
How do you navigate from this point, Jesse, with the aces?
I think we're playing a really heavy either 5-bet or fold strategy. We'll have some peels, but there's not a lot of hands that are very incentivized to peel. Maybe a little bit more this deep.
That's what I was going to
Maybe
say.
a little
We're
bit more this
governed a
deep,
little
yeah.
bit by this Tollerine third place stack. We sit extra deep against Chewy's situation.
But I do think Jason 5-bets here quite a bit.
$7.5.
Well, there it is.
7.5.
$7.5 million, the announcement. Okay, I posed the same question. What do you like if you're Chewy with kings?
Now we're in some very tricky territory. Chewy he could call, he could click it, he could pile the chips in.
But remember, he's a little bit averse to having to play some unbelievably big pot. But kings is the second nuts pre.
There has been so little of the 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet wars at this point. And I know they haven't played a million hands so far, but they've just been so careful pre-flop around each other that I wonder if Chewy's seriously considering how often his hands win. I'm not saying he folds, but I don't think he feels great about this situation compared to other situations where you're getting it in with kings.
Couple of blunt force objects in the hands of Kuhn and Chewy here. They bludgeoned this one up to 12.7 already. And there's the jam. Snap from Kuhn, and the coldest of coolers is upon us. And look at Tollerine. He's thinking, what a gift this is.
I had a cold call.
A little bit of a difference.
Premonition of the universe.
By the way, Tollerine's sitting there knowing
He's
that he
on.
has a king. He folded a king. He's obviously not going to tell
Really?
them, but
Yeah, I think I have 23.
Oh, you do cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No,
cover me.
no.
I'm all in.
Now, the silver lining, of course, is that Chewy does cover here. But as we know, he's got just one out in reality with these kings for the time being.
this is complete and utter devastation, Ollie. I'm not even embellishing.
No. This is simply destiny right now. Passengers are Kuhn and Chewy. Ace Jack tray, top set for Jason. All but locking this one up. 2% is Chewy with 2 to come.
Ooh.
Only
Hang
fitting.
on.
It hasn't been a sweaty enough day.
Okay.
Right?
Not a lot of queens folded.
Sylvia, this one's on you. If a girl says hi on the river and showers Kuhn. Not going to happen, though. Ace is full for good measure, and Jason Kuhn, who started out with the chip lead in this one, has now taken a buzzsaw through Chewy's kings. And she always rated to do
16.
And in the aftermath, Chewy's going to be left just 4.5
16,
million.
17, 18.
Versed in.
One thing that I love about Jason Kuhn is that, you know, there's all this talk about No Limit being a slightly solved game. It's getting harder and harder. This is a guy who's stuck to his guns and just played No Limit Hold'em his whole career. And look at the level of success that he's had doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he plays some pot limit Omaha events.
Yeah, he has been getting in the mix, you're right. But, I mean, he's made, let's say, 60 of that, 64 million on the 2-card variant.
Well, you want to talk
along those
about
lines.
things that have been made, Jesse. Lebedev with ace-8 of diamonds has made the call versus the jam from Chewy's ace-queen, and he is in a bad way here. Just 27% equity in an over 5 million chip pot.
This is truly just a brutal cooler for him, blind versus blind. We saw before, you know, found a profitable spot with the King-7 offsuit. Now he's got a much better hand and is just way behind.
There he stays as the margin deepens considerably. Top pair, top kicker for Chewy. And it is over.
Well played.
A short-lived participation here for Sergei Lebedev, Jesse, as he is showered in 5th for 471,000 and change.
Yeah, we'll come right
Well,
back.
Brock, how much is that fold that you made against Jason going to weigh on your minds?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been it would be a much easier fold against many other people. He's obviously like one of, if not the best in the world, so it's going to weigh on my mind a lot. It's kind of one of those that, like, if you're right, it's worth a lot, and if you're wrong, it's pretty bad because I'm getting a really good price to call it off. But in that spot, in my experience, it just didn't make too much sense for me to have the best hand. But I don't know. He definitely knows stuff I don't, so like I'm very unsure about it, and we'll see. We'll see in 20, 30 minutes or whatever.
Well, you mentioned Jason being one of the best in the game right now. How do you feel at this point in your career that you're stacking up against the best of the best, the Jason Kuhns of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I love poker. I've been prepping and like studying it for a long time, and like being able to come and play these tournaments is already, I'm thankful to be able to do that, and then to make the final table. And, you know, I'm playing with 3 people who I very much look up to, like coming up in high school, early college. Chewy, Ben Tolleran, and Kuhn were very much people to aspire to be to try and compete with. So I'm glad to just be able to. So yeah, I'm very thankful.
Still on the hunt for that World Series of Poker bracelet. What's the value of a bracelet to you?
Yeah, the value is pretty high, I would say, but you know, I think that winning a big buy-in tournaments, wherever it is, if it's at the World.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 100K No Limit High Roller Day 2 here at the 2025 World Series of Poker, event number 38 on the docket, where Aram Oganyan has battled his way into the chip lead at our feature table, 53 big blinds deep on the back of a dinner break. 10 big blinds clear of Ike Haxton, as the chip distribution is rather cozy down through Mateos, and then not at all cozy is Taylor von Kriegenbergh. 2 away from the money, just north of $1 million, and 10 big blinds, that critical threshold that you want to keep your head above the waterline of. Back inside the Horseshoe Las Vegas. Alina Jad alongside Jesse Sylvia. Pleased to have you with us.
The Melendez brothers, I bet you they had a back house.
Why do you
guys that
like
kill their
these
parents?
grim
You don't want to
jokes?
know, bro.
Yeah.
You know they are.
Why do you always go so dark so fast?
This is what I'm telling you. A lot of conflict in this
I
guy.
watch Netflix. It's on Netflix. What do you want? You don't watch Netflix?
I feel like you watch true crime before you go to sleep. Like you love true crime.
That shit's so fascinating to me.
See, told you.
It's
See,
crazy.
true crime
'Cause
is
people,
every
now and again you can
people are so crazy.
Human nature is an interesting thing.
I think it's like, it's how you got spit out the simulation, like how they make you. Like, what buttons do they click in your back? Like, you were programmed pretty good.
Yeah.
Hand for hand, yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, since when?
Yeah.
We really couldn't have asked for a better feature table here.
First off, Oganyan's doing the heavy lifting for us here.
Running the tournament.
So we can just sit back and listen along with everybody at home. But I too am fascinated by the true crime genre. Jesse, I confess. Do you soak it up?
You need to run with the rules.
I
too.
dabble.
I'm not
Ashley's
gonna
deep in the
somebody.
streets, and I walk in and
Supposedly we
watch a
can't
little
have
bit with
our
her.
phones, but there's like 4 people
It
that have
often
headphones,
concerns me
and I
that
wonder
she
what
could
they're
take
connected
naps to that kind of stuff.
What'd you say, Ike?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Supposedly we can't have our phones, but there's like
I don't
4
know how I
people
feel
with
about
headphones,
that.
And I wonder what they're connected
My girlfriend's
to.
not about it at all, and I think she's one of the few women I know who doesn't soak it up.
Yeah, she's in the minority these
They're
days, for
really
sure.
Have, like,
big
so many good
fans.
cards.
Yeah.
I think it's because they're plotting. They want to know, like, how can they kill us
Yeah.
if we ever get out of line?
It's not a big deal.
You know?
No, I don't care.
And the answer, based on some of the things that I watched, is quite easily.
Of consistency.
You know?
You know what they say, Ollie? The best
Not a plan.
offense is a good defense.
The fucking bubble.
Is that
Wait,
the?
I thought it was the best defense is a good offense, Jesse.
That might be what they say, Ollie.
It's such a fun time to be alive.
I think either way it applies. To be totally honest.
That's unbelievable.
I love it. Not. Are you guys nodding? Like, aren't you guys like, yes, I'm still in this bird? I know I am.
I am happy to be here.
Yeah, how can you
I have
not
no
be? It's such a
complaints.
great time to be alive in this bird. Like, come on.
He's just saying what we're all feeling, you know?
Yeah, I just think out loud. It's fine.
Someone's all in.
Cool.
I guess you.
Nobody busted.
Looks like nobody busted. Damn.
The anti-sweat's a reel on the
I think for
bubble.
all of us out loud.
What's that?
Just wishing on people's downfall.
I don't think he has any problem doing that.
Yeah.
In a tournament that I'm in where I'm trying to make some money? No.
This bird, where everyone's
Sorry,
happy to
I
be
like
here.
money, bro. What do you want from me?
Everyone's happy to be here.
I do like to see my friends win when they're all in. So I would not be saying good luck to you when you're
Right.
on. I got you, my man. Indifferent because you said Chewy was going to win. Nah, I got you.
I didn't say I wanted Chewy to win. I
You
just said I
you
thought he
felt
was.
it, like,
Yeah, I hope you bubble.
I had an ace, bro. I would have picked him too.
I really hope you bubble.
That's all right. Like,
Either way, Landon folding pocket threes on the button.
Time to get serious.
Respecting, highly respecting these
First
two
time
blinds.
Well, he's playing. I know he's playing.
In the
How much you got?
situation that he's
How much
in.
you playing?
3-7.
Okay, that's what he's playing.
It does feel like things got very real as we hit the 50K, 100K blind level.
Yeah. On the backside of dinner break, things have gone up. Stacks have thinned out. Urgency has increased for some. As
tie goes to the runner.
Chewy and Oganyan will
just
play a limp pot. Oh, hello, the joint. Unfortunately for Oganyan, it's going to be tough to get paid by 8 high here. Chewy with dust.
How does Chewy approach this flop? It feels like a flop that's certainly better for him, since he'll be limping a lot of the big pairs quite often in trap.
We don't have any more screaming.
But he does just have the dustiest of hands, so checking makes a lot of sense as well.
Still worried? My goodness, my friend.
My goodness.
Wow, that was quite a flop for you.
Yeah.
You didn't waste any time.
Oh, you won?
You know, if that came from anyone else, I would think it was a needle, the way Chewy delivered that line.
Yeah, no, he's just genuine.
I'm going to keep the integrity at the tournament.
I don't like
He may have the best laugh in poker, by the
Oh,
way.
yeah.
Because, I mean, he gets the lower jaw movement with it, and it's almost like
very friendly chip.
cartoonish,
Yeah.
dare I say?
It's like a ventriloquist doll, the way that the chin moves up and down.
Nutcracker laugh.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's
yeah, like a
oh,
yuck
it's
yuck kind
beautiful.
of laugh.
It's the most infectious laugh I think I've ever heard.
Sure.
I don't know. I smelled the tidy whitey limping in. I was like, check.
The tidy whitey.
You know how tight everyone is, right?
Sounds like you could have just like.
Looks like Big Huni has found other pastures. We see Barack Wiesbrod, Phil Ivey, Ben Heath.
Phil Ivey in there. You love to see it.
Yeah, can't sleep on that. Vinny Lingham, by the way, had his collar
Not where
pulled
you're going
and redeposited at that table early on in the first frame. There's Thomas Boivin.
Someone did.
Chip leading, if I'm not mistaken. Overall, Javiera in the mix
a pineapple
as
hand.
well.
Oh, at first I pushing a pineapple hand because like it might have like.
Can we see the funds to see who busted?
Not a lot of soft spots in this 100K, Ollie.
It has to
Makes
be
sense,
expected,
right?
you know, this deep.
I guess yes.
Wouldn't necessarily be on there anyway.
I don't think anyone's particularly surprised by that.
I want somebody to get eliminated.
Huh? Let's see.
Someone did get eliminated.
I think it was Frankie. I'm not sure, but probably was Frankie.
Bit of a situation developing here. Only 10.5 blinds effective.
Is that good?
It must have been Franklin.
Yeah.
Still, we're going to put max
it's
pressure
80.
on because it
Gonna
is the bubble.
Yeah.
Taylor is one of the shortest stacks in the room, undoubtedly, so he can call a little lighter
I see
than some of the other players, but still has to call quite tight.
I was just going to say, though, that you got to be careful when a man is down around that depth, because if he does find a hand to play, he's going to play it for his whole stack.
Yeah.
You know, and so you better be prepared to take that spin with him.
He's
with
aware
something
he
durable.
can't fold into the money at this point, that's for sure.
No.
I'm not chiding you if I laugh.
You'll know when you're getting chided.
I really don't chide people.
I got little man syndrome.
It's a good word.
I don't know if you know it.
What does that mean?
I just always feel like I'm getting. It's like I'm.
Did you get fucked with a lot as a kid?
I really don't have little man syndrome. I'm more trolling, but where I'm from, bullies get bullied.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a good culture,
makes
right?
you lead bully.
Huh?
You like the conflict.
I
like conflict, so you
I
started
used to
bullying.
fight all the biggest dudes.
That's
in
what.
high school.
See.
Well, because there was this one kid that was bullying everyone, and then he like tried to bully me one day. I was like, I'm not these kids. I don't care. What are you gonna do to me? You gonna hit me? Go ahead. I'm 5'6", you're 6'4", whatever. Good luck.
Did he hit you?
He wanted to. He said, and then I said, and that was it.
One loves conflict more than you.
You know, it would have played
Wise
out
guy.
differently at my
I've been
school.
pistol whipped.
Okay,
How? Sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, it does sound unpleasant.
This is a crazy story.
Sounds unpleasant.
We're here for it. Grab your popcorn.
Yeah.
Like being on the tournament right now. Like, aren't you so happy?
Yeah,
to be
being
here?
in the tournament right now, way better than being no competition.
Okay,
Hands down.
so
Concur.
This out. This is a crazy story if you guys want to hear it. I used to go the rapper the game.
Go ahead, okay.
We used to play basketball. I used to play basketball with him every Saturday morning.
Yeah, me too.
What?
God,
You think I'm
I don't think you're making it up. I just love these stories.
okay, so
Ike was also in the games.
Let him get out the
I
story.
used to play with him. Actually, like a lot of people used to come play these runs. Baron Davis, Brandon Jennings,
Ike Haxton.
all these guys used to come play. Anyways, he used to invite us to his house for pool parties in the summer. And I went with my one friend, and his cousin is like really good friends with the game. My one friend stole his laptop and threw it in.
Sounds like the worst idea you could ever
He
have.
threw it in my car, and then I didn't know, and we left. And the next day, we get a call saying, like, bring the laptop back, like, they know you guys got it. And I was like, what the fuck? So we both had to bring the laptop back.
And when you brought it back, they pistol whipped you.
They beat our ass, they pistol whipped us. I had 2 black eyes, broken nose.
Was Ike your partner in the car?
Ike was my Uber that
And that was the last time I stole a laptop from a rapper.
I don't remember taking the game's laptop. That's
He
crazy.
dropped me off.
We are on the stone bubble now with 17 remaining, so we're going to play hand for hand. That sucks, by the way, that Aram's buddy ends up deciding to
I mean, that
steal
flashed so badly.
the game's laptop.
That was
I
ridiculous.
mean,
I knew what it was.
you know,
Adrian,
you're in the inner circle. You're getting
like
an
2
invite
points.
to the pool party. Why would you tamper with that privilege?
Or a heart not
You
in
know?
this poker game.
You know,
boys.
I'm not going to lie.
You
I
would
feel
steal
like
the
you're a little
laptop too?
guilty by association when
How
you
much
choose
Adrian
friends
2.7,
who are capable of
2.8,
stealing the
2.8.
game's
I
laptop.
wasn't paying attention. I was
I know.
thinking
You're
about
right.
that 4 of hearts.
I'm
You're
not saying it's his fault. I'm just saying
Not gonna get pistol whipped.
That's what you get for hanging with.
Nope, not getting pistol
he
whipped.
could have
Laptop
picked a
thieves.
higher quality of friendship.
But yeah, I had 2 black eyes. It was bad.
You know, maybe a different friend and you don't end up at the game's pool party, to be fair. So,
True. That's, one of his friends got him into the party, and the other friend got him out of the party.
Well, one of these ace X's is
Oh.
better than the other, and I
Mateos,
confess you
yeah.
kind of prefer von Kriegenbergh's suited baby ace to the ace 6 off, yet Mateos, of course, durable enough and deep enough to make this call, and he might be the man to burst the bubble at the expense of TVK. Decent amount of chops.
No, that wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it?
Terrifying for Taylor, though. I mean, he's out 38% of the time
Open
here.
the ace deuce. I gotta open the ace 3 or ace 6.
I saw Lucky Chui open the ace deuce too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was feeling lucky on that one. He got the chop.
I'm all in.
Went a whole blind.
I'm all in.
Open, man.
I think he has like a slightly
I had an
better
ace on the
hand.
button, bro.
But we have a lot of
I
chop
I
outs.
think it was fold, but whatever. I'm just tight.
It's all right.
We await the completion of action at the other tables in the room before they'll be on their backs here in the all-in at the feature.
Yeah, you can play it with ace.
didn't come to steal
Sort of
laptops.
similar suspense to
I didn't
the
steal a
moment you
laptop.
walk back to the game's
I only stole
house
from the 99-cent store when I
with
was
the
bored.
stolen laptop, unaware of how things are going to play out.
No, I stole.
Violence, not really something to fear, but
For conflict.
I was hungry, bro.
ending up out of here on the bubble, definitely squarely on the
No, you
mind
know
of
what fair game
TVK.
is?
Let me say something.
Go,
I don't know if unaware is
get
the
a water
right.
cup at Del
You
Taco
had to
and get
expect
soda.
a little bit of.
That was the play.
If you steal the game's computer, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but
Yeah.
you have an idea.
I mean, G Unit, all these characters. Paired flops are good things with the ace 3.
Wow, you
That's a fantastic flop for TVK.
I folded an 8.
A greedy call for a tray, by the way. From the rail, instead, it's the board pairing 8, and
That'll do it.
there is no way
This is 100% shot. Yeah.
for the outcome to be anything other than a carve up.
You guys are both almost playing the board.
There he is.
Yeah, at 3-6.
Like,
no one's
so
hitting-
everyone,
no
saw,
one's hitting it.
everyone saw the 8, and we're like, well, there's
No
not
one-
much dramatic
No one's pairing
effect
up.
anymore. We know how the game works. A little bit.
Yeah, he works with a pistol and a stern, demand for his things back.
What game are you playing over there, LND?
$225.
If I'm not mistaken, the game dons face tattoos.
Just pumping it up.
In terms of the profile of individual whose computing equipment you would have larcenous affinity for, I would say facial tattooed owners should be steered clear of. I'm no life coach.
What does it mean to you?
And even prior to the story from Oganyan, I think
that's
common
not what I
sense sort of
thought.
prevails on that one. Jesse, I think you'd agree.
He knows
Yeah.
what it means. He's okay with it.
I think there was a lot of common sense possibly
It is
missing
funny,
from
obviously.
that situation.
Sure.
Not what you thought.
The absence of that and the laptop.
You didn't know.
A couple of ace-8 squaring off here, both connecting with top pair on the 2-diamond.
Or is it not appropriate?
Ace-high board.
It's
This one was opened by Tice,
more
who has a
appropriate,
check to
but I
him.
would say still below the
I
bar.
wonder if
of
we're
what
going
you
to see a
wanna stay
check
on it.
back from Landon on the flop. Obviously a board that he's very happy to see bet. Just given the fact that we're on the stone bubble, he has kind of a nice one to check back. Some coverage on certain cards. No, he just goes with the c-bet. That's fine, of course.
You have like 3 million more, right?
It feels that way.
You have like 3 million more?
800. Brandon has 1.1.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I saw. Yeah.
A little more than that, but yeah.
Ike just calling. No point in raising this particular strength of hand.
Look at this turn, though.
Yeah.
Both parties with an open ender. Excuses to continue shoveling chips in there, potentially.
Though I wouldn't be terribly surprised if we see a check back from Landon. I think that this is a very middling strength hand. And it's a nice one to check back because he's not as worried about certain river cards as he would be if he had a hand like, let's say, ace-queen. So it would make a lot of sense to find a check here. Add some stronger hands into his check back range.
Look at this turn, though. You know, Confident up
Yeah, this is really nice.
And so is that river, which is uncomplicated.
It feels like we've reached the point where Ike is pretty safe value betting. Maybe a smaller sizing.
Why are you not supposed to show? Can someone else get information?
But I don't know. Ike's a man who always gets all the value, so
Right, I see.
we'll see what he decides to place out there.
525.
If they know your equity, like they
Half
could
pot.
change.
They could change.
525. Ace 8. We chop it. Because we're two best friends.
Right, you're the two best players. You chop it. Good pros do.
So rather uneventful conclusion.
Nope.
So that one?
A dead man hand. And you guys both survived. Crazy.
By the way, you know, I don't know who's heading up content development at PokerGo right now, but you may want to knock on Aram Oganyan's door and get some show development going. Story time with Aram.
Yeah, that feels like a layup, to be honest.
I mean, I'm absolutely tuning in for unlimited episodes.
Not a lot of legwork involved there either. Just stick a camera in front of the guy and let him talk.
I mean, a mic is all we really need.
Yeah.
Call him up and put it on speaker. Like, you know, stream that.
They're keeping me contained, these cards.
Find some AI program that can just animate the whole story.
Oh,
bring
yeah,
bring
I
the
love
whole
that.
pistol whipping to life in cartoon form.
Yes, like stick figures. And
Yeah.
225.
Let's just enjoy this.
Thinking like a Fat Albert type of illustration style to it.
I like it.
Yeah.
Although that,
Actually really comfortable.
you know, I don't even need anything that
I would say when I first started,
polished. If I'm being honest, I almost prefer something more rudimentary because it feels on brand.
the chips.
For each their own.
Combination of the chips and
Big
handling.
pairs have been on brand for Landon
part of
Tice,
the
who has enjoyed more than a few of them
Just click so much more.
here at this featured table, and now the enjoyment will come to an end for Mateos
Jesus
as
Christ.
he has played back at from the big blind. Third scoop
Look at that bird.
dropped in.
This is such a big sizing. I don't think Mateos will
was
put
very
much
hot.
thought into it. Well, he hasn't released yet. Landon is essentially saying, hey, I'm not folding to your shove. If I was, I probably wouldn't put in 900,000, given the stack size that you're sitting on.
That is the subtext, isn't it, there?
Also, it's playtime level.
Sure.
You got a second. How much you pay? 1.5?
1.3.
Well, the countdown is on to November 25th. The NAPT returns to Resorts World at Las Vegas for the third year in a row, with highlights including the 50K Super High Roller and 5K main event, plus a 1K PokerStars Open at the start of the series and a 1K Women's High Roller. Mark your calendars today. And PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario, you've got the chance to win your way there. Details available at PokerStars. Queen Jack available. Back at the feature to Mateos.
Chewy, this is the sort of hand you like to look down at in the big blind.
Hard eight.
Oh, he just finds the jam. This is nice.
Stone Bubble makes this sort of play available because it takes so much hand for Mateos to feel inclined to risk his tournament life.
I felt like an LNB.
And he gets snapped on again.
Yeah, this has been a very tough couple of orbits for Mateos.
I mean,
starting before the dinner break.
They're making tapas out of him.
Whoa.
Out
Making
there.
tapas.
Stuck in the matrix. I could have went under. Promise.
By the way, I've just received a communique from Buffalo Hanks, who apparently is involved in the content development, part of the operation here at PokerGo, who simply wrote, "Consider it done," in response to story time with Aram Oganyan. Now,
wow,
you may consider it done.
Anthony's a pro.
Brent.
He's got you.
But, you know, I mean, we're
forgot about
going to have to negotiate with Oganyan. You know, I don't know what it would take, but he gave us the free game pistol whip story as an appetizer. So,
I mean, that was a nice little tidbit to dangle over there.
Sure. Pretty impressive.
Let us know. You know, I got more of this in the back pocket, buddy.
All my years of playing, I've never seen someone in that seat lose.
Maybe you could serve as an agent.
They get tips.
Negotiate a nice price for our man. Get some of that T-shirt money back you've been missing out on.
I'm not sure what kind of client. You know, strikes me as the kind of guy I desperately need to get on the phone for something. Can't get a hold of for 3 days.
Yeah,
you know
no,
I mean?
he's on a lot of fishing trips.
Yeah,
if you catch
I was out of
my drift.
battery. I'm like, for 72 hours? He's like, yeah, you know, I was playing basketball at 50 Cent's house. He's at a pool party that started Tuesday, ended Friday. Meanwhile, he's going to start things with an engine rev available, courtesy of this ace-king of spades that I imagine is going to throttle up atop this Haxton Open, which was somewhat ambitious here. 10-9 off suit, exploratory portion of the deck.
Absolutely. I wonder if this is a little bit based on Oganyan, the way he was talking before about how he just wants to make the money. Maybe Ike said he might be a softer big blind for me to attack.
Oh, shit.
Obviously, helps say his chip superiority over every other player at the table as well.
King, are they the same suit?
Free looks again.
Is that king 3 off?
You'll see in 30 minutes. You'll see it in 30. Hi-ya.
Oh, no, sorry. I won't, though, because we're not allowed to have our phones.
Boys that steal stuff from the game together show each other cards. That seems fair.
Well,
I
whatever.
didn't want to get pistol whipped for stealing from me.
Yeah.
I wasn't stealing.
Now I know.
I had to throw.
Yeah, otherwise.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise, the pistol is coming.
That's why
they call him Ike the pistol.
poker gods felt bad for you. You might get pistol whipped if you just muck this.
Do you ever see that show online
Well, they
called
turned it
Drunk
over
History, where celebrities act out
Absolutely,
stories
yeah.
that drunk historians are
Yeah.
telling?
That's
That's kind of
good
the
enough,
vibe I
yeah.
want
Yeah.
from Story Time
good.
with Oganyan. Or,
Good pieces of paper to have.
for
right
those
now.
old enough to remember Comedy Central's
Good pieces.
Mystery Science
Those
Theater
two pieces of
3000,
paper.
Good plastic.
maybe parking Aram in front of movies such as Half Baked,
I'm out.
Dude, Where's My Car, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and other kind of herbal-centric,
That time you could have had ace.
you know, cinema would be
I would have been scared.
a delight.
Perhaps provide him with some.
You know, it's legal in a lot of places, so sure. What if he would work? You know, the comp structure could be strictly, I'm just saying, it's
Strictly recreational.
I think that could be economical. Anyhow,
I think
10-9 put to work here unsuccessfully by TVK, who defends his big, and he is really dwindling. 2 10s looking up at a single overcard and have a stranglehold on this one.
fortunately for him, he won't be needing to put any more chips in the pot, as this is a relatively blank flop. Imagine Ike just bets here. At this stack size, he's pretty happy to just bet and call off. Oh, that is...
Your batting average today, I confess, Jesse, no judgment, hasn't been great. However, the decision to check back perhaps will be great for Haxton, as all of a sudden TVK is going to feel like this 9 is a pretty good development.
How much you got, Brock?
Yeah, this is going to feel absolutely genius
Anybody
given
short?
the 9 turn.
Now Taylor is well served not to do any betting of his own, as he does check it again. Unclear how Haxton is going to feel about a second check in front of him from the short stack. You like the bet now?
900.
I think so. 900. Interesting.
Wow, the over bet
putting him
asking
in.
for Taylor to make a commitment. This is very awkward. Stone money bubble. Second pair, our man checked back the queen high board. He doesn't have 6-8. He shouldn't have 9s.
I think Taylor... I mean, he hasn't put the chips in yet. Certainly feels a little uncomfortable about it. He's going to, he's going to be furious when he sees what Ike has. It's really frustrating.
GG.
GG indeed. It's a wrap for TVK.
What a check by Ike, by the way. My goodness. Unbelievable.
He needs a 9, and he needs it now. And all he can find is an ace. And the pain of the bubble sends TVK briskly off this featured table. No doubt boiling over the fact that the deck slapped a 9 on him.
It was like pot to play. It was like pot to play.
Sneaky guy.
Nice hand, Blom.
Thank you.
I say it right this time? Bloom?
Bloom.
Bloom?
Victor Blum was in the tournament.
Bloom. Bloom. Nice hand, Bloom.
Why is that why?
Why I call him Bloom?
Yeah.
Ask him why I call him Bloom.
My middle name.
Yeah.
B-L-U-M.
Know your players. Know who you're playing.
Also, some empty racks are being distributed here, Jesse. Redraw time with just 2 tables worth of combatants remaining.
Probably, yeah.
Here in the Coliseum that is the 100K.
To me.
That was a Bloom hand right there. Bloom. Bloom, you're in the money.
Bloom, 3-outer to stack him.
Oh, that's not a graphic
Yay!
that you're looking
Probably stack him on
to
some
have
other
your
cards.
name attached to there.
Yeah, it's true.
That is such a frustrating way to bust
Nice
out.
hand, Sir Haxton.
You know,
Thank you.
Hollywood Haxton.
out of context,
That's
you would
why
think
Hollywood
that
Haxton, right? Because you got
Taylor was a
pistol whipped in Hollywood.
hemophiliac.
Yeah.
You know, that's the first time I ever heard the term bubble boy, the people that
Me,
kind of
LA?
need to be in a
Born and raised.
hermetically sealed
So
environment
we
at all
didn't get
times
our
because
senior seats yet.
they're just susceptible to everything.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Back now with a full table of 8 players and some new faces here in this 100K.
$3.5 million.
As action resumes
480.
and gets underway quickly, as tends to be the case. Post bubble burst.
480 all in.
Do you think they cut me off there as I was maybe getting into a dark place with the bubble boy commentary? You know, they threw that commercial at us a bit out of left field, I confess. I wasn't ready for that. You know how at the Oscars you're given an acceptance speech? You know, not that I'm likening what I was saying there to an acceptance speech at the Oscars, but, you know, you go a little long, music comes on, they're like, hey, buddy, wrap it up. Maybe that was PokerGo's version of that.
I like to imagine they got a guy in the control room that they call the Ollie damage
Wrangler?
control
Yeah,
guy.
damage control, I like that.
And he gets on the mic and he's like, he's doing the bubble boy bit. You know where this is going.
Right.
Hit
Cut-
the music.
Yeah. Cut to commercial.
Bring up the NAPT ad.
Bring up the King 5 off suit.
That's the best I can hope for right there. I mean, fuck.
Says Mateos, as Huni's final 5 bigs with the 2 9s performing well here. Adrian has come undone a bit in terms of his stack.
Speaking of coming
He might
undone,
pull the
Huni
king,
left
I'm
the
gonna tell
table
it.
with, I think, 3 million in chips. He's had a rough go of it since we last saw him.
Some bludgeoning took place
Oh, God.
elsewhere in the room. A 5 on the board along with 3 spades. Huni
What a
not
flop.
going to be able to relax in this 1 million chip pot. The turn doesn't ring the alarm bell, but the board continues to, as the 9s are hanging on for dear life. A ton to fade. Kings, 5s, and spades need to be warded off. Mission accomplished.
What a brick out there.
I voted King 9.
Yeah, I did what you just say. I asked.
Yeah,
I wouldn't ask if I didn't want to hear it.
we the 9 though?
I would have loved to hear that. Because at that point, it's just really the king that all that matters. If it's a king, I'm probably not winning anyway, you know?
By the way, Huni, not just thrilled to be doubling up here, but thrilled to be on the inside of the
I'm
bubble,
happy
given
that
how
we
lean
won
his
that.
stack was in the room at the moment. TVK
That was really generous.
got polished off.
I was just thinking, I wonder if Taylor was aware of Huni's stack size when he peeled the 10-9 off out of the big blind.
You know, and for that matter, Whitmire's as well.
Oh yeah, he's quite short.
Milian Patavi, Ben Heath,
we
Ivy,
those for final
all
table.
joining the crew here along with
This isn't worthy.
Whitmire,
16 left.
Sierra, and Huni.
Sometimes in these situations, it can be very difficult to know what's going on at the other tables. The floor makes it so they don't want you seeing the other stacks. I know that happens in the satellites. I don't know if it happens in these high rollers towards the end, but sometimes you're flying a little blind and you make a peel or a shove that you wouldn't have made if you could
like a mile away.
clearly see the other stacks, the other tables.
Activation coming courtesy of King Jack offsuit from Vieira, who's a very special player to watch. Jesse, not sure how much experience you've had commentating on him, or for that matter, having to go up against him, but my goodness, is he an animal.
He's an animal in every type of game as well. I see him at final tables for all sorts of mixed events. High stakes, no limit tournaments, high stakes PLO tournaments. Just an absolute beast of a poker player. And has been for many, many years as well.
Portugal's finest. Can put you in the blender in a hurry. And you know, as this field condenses and the cream rises, there will be a lot of context to the pots that get played, just given, as we talked about, this sort of fraternal, small community of super high rollers. Pocket fours now for Mateos, and he's worked his stack down to a single decision point approach with this holding.
Just shoving. Even if he was covered by both opponents, this may be the best choice, but
or just like an estimate.
Given the fact that one of the two players has less than 10 big blinds, it becomes quite academic.
That's Amelia.
I fold.
King 8 and Queen Trey, not worthy of consideration.
I'll be honest, guys, I really didn't think I was going to make it in the money.
Well, you live to tell the tale.
I was going to be big blind the next hand with 4.8 total, so 100 in, 380 back.
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, two bigs would have been required to
You
play
could call
that
it a
next hand.
Yeah. I mean, and then I get nines first hand out of the gun with 4.8 bigs. So it just feels like I'm free rolling at this point now. Anything after here is a bonus.
You defended your championship.
Yeah, I gotta. That would be a real crazy story, you know. If we go in from 4 bigs on
Back to back.
and go back to back, it could happen.
Yeah. Crazy gambler.
It's a crazy game.
Edmonton just won.
Fuck. Of course they did.
I don't know how invested everyone was in the Edmonton Oiler update. However, Chewy, of course, deeply invested in these pocket aces, and Mateos might be happy to build a portfolio with these 2 sevens. Playing it as a flat, fortunate to be deep enough to make that decision, Jesse, after having picked up that last pot. If maybe he's a little bit leaner on chips, he has different ideas.
And I have to say, that is a very close decision point with the pocket sevens between shoving and calling. And
are 8s a no-brainer in?
I think 8s are going in. Certainly 9s are going in. I think 8s are going in. And
so we found the cusp.
Boy, it's just so impressive how often, when things are really close, Mateos just makes the correct decision.
I mean, definitely not something exclusive to him when you look at the company he's keeping here, but definitely something that defines the better part of the observations that we've made of his procedures is we observed top set versus gutter and flush draw. Whitmire just took the price in the big, and he has done much better than the sevens and the deuces here. Very threatening 33% equity.
I was about to say, Chewy doesn't necessarily have to bet this flop either. And this is very likely to check around. I don't think Mateos takes a shot at this one.
No. No way. It would be so insanely ambitious to swing at this 1 million against 3 opponents.
Goodmare getting a free shot at it. Ooh, that's a very unhappy turn card for him. Suddenly the gut shot not available.
Yeah, he'd be playing the board if the jack rolls off. Has improved to a pair of 10s, but improvement is a generous way to describe the development where the texture deteriorates for both he and Chewy for that matter. You could see Jack X lurking somewhere around you in a 4-way pot with a set of aces. Second round of knuckles. And boy, things could have definitely taken different shape. But this run out put the brakes on more chips, finding their way toward the middle.
Yeah, Whitmire will look back at this hand when he sees the hole cards and be very happy that he did not find a way to get stacked here. Avoiding putting in all of his chips is a big win for him.
Sure.
Certainly. Chewy going to finally put in a value bet. Unfortunately for him, I don't think anyone has nearly enough to come along, but he sort of did what he could to get paid.
What a flop. I had a 10 with the hearts. 10 of hearts.
Well, you can watch the World Series of Poker where else but on PokerGO, the only home to the WSOP Live. Catch near daily coverage of the events, including the main, with a PokerGO subscription, and watch on any device. Sign up now or upgrade at PokerGo.com with code WSOP25YT to get $20 off your first year of a new annual subscription. Plus, you'll be entered to win a dream seat in the PGT $1 Million Championship. Do you think if I signed up for PokerGo and then got the dream seat and then won that event, that would piss some people off? I mean, not simply because of the statistical improbability of me doing all of the above, but just kind of the sense that the fix is in.
These cards feel...
No, I think that would be the first time in history that the internet was completely docile and reasonable about the
just feel wobbly
result of a totally random situation. I think for once we would just all come together.
Yeah, be like, how about that?
Respect the result.
Good for Ali.
Yeah.
But when I just felt something, it actually felt pretty bad. Like,
well, Ivy,
I don't know. Maybe
with a respectable open with this king-jack offsuit, awaits Vieira's choice here. 1.7 million, hard 10 on the puck.
Another close decision point for sure.
Cards, they're like,
all of them.
They're all bowed, right?
Yeah.
Even though
good cards, bad cards, don't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
they're all fucking bent. It feels like they're marked or something. Yeah.
Any Heath, king 9 offsuit in the big blind. This would normally be a very easy peel. Obviously, as we approach the final table, it becomes a little closer. Although he's quite deep with Ollie, so he doesn't really have to worry about the ICM effects as much, as they're very likely to play an all-in pot at any point.
And Vieira not going to be too displeased with his decision to lay down when he looks up at Queen 8-4, though his 5s would have been the best hand. Ben Heath ends up being the customer, always behind. Stays that way as Ivy does not hesitate to c-bet. And in turn, Heath does not hesitate to fold.
I feel like White Hoodie Ivy is a secret character that's very difficult to unlock in a video game.
Did you ever watch the Chappelle Show back in the day, Jesse? Do you remember one of the characters by the name of Clayton Bigsby? The black-white supremacist?
We're going there, are we?
You know, I mean, as I first observed it, I thought to myself, Clan Ivy, you know, with the white. That's not obviously the angle, you know, and nor the shape of the garment. But if he pulled it over his face and then cut eye holes in it, obviously you could see it. You know. Anyway, I digress.
I'm just going to say, we're trending on a topic where you have a lot more longevity and history with the company than I do, and I feel like...
Jesse, I'm so thankful that you said with the company, because at first I thought you were going to say with the topic. And I was like, wait, what makes you think? What am I, the Exalted Cyclops over here? Relax.
Well, Ollie, you're the expert. So.
Yeah, yeah, that's me. Meanwhile, Ace-Jack suited here, the Exalted holding for Chewy. Rates to get right on through the big of Patavi, which it does.
10 seconds.
I think you touched on this yesterday when we were streaming the final table of the 50K, but not unlike Pirates with the Parrots, Chewy is taken to, you know, not the avian shoulder accoutrement, but rather the garment draped in green as his trademark look now, it seems.
Like I have seen that green hoodie lay on his shoulder for millions and millions of dollars worth of winnings.
Jump until, what, fourth and fifth.
That green hoodie has seen a lot of final tables, sir.
Someone, and I know what's going to happen, should start the Twitter account, Chewy's Green Hoodie.
Yeah,
and then just tweet from the perspective of the hoodie as an ever-present fixture every summer. You know? That would be a great, like, Sean Deeb shadow account.
Chipped up from 2.4 to 3 million this level. Chewy didn't do any of it.
Yeah, right.
I brought the luck on his shoulder.
You know?
How much so?
Oh.
King, Queen suited here. Heath asking for a count with the ace-9. As Huni looking to spin the wheel once more.
This feels quite close. Yeah, this is obviously a call if we were playing a cash game, but given the ICM parameters, maybe a lot closer. Certainly Ben expects Huni to jam nearly every ace as he gets this short. Perhaps not the weakest offsuit aces. And he's dominating a number of those hands. Yeah, he puts it in.
Does so in the form of a call, which obviously could create some discomfort in the face of someone behind him waking up or deciding to activate. No such developments, however, as Huni is behind, but not by a ton. 10% equity disparity here in a 2 million chip pot that needs to go his way. He's doubled already once in this frame. Can he do it again?
That's not a good card.
Well, the ace of spades he claimed wasn't a good card, but coupled with the 10.
Not a jack, at least a spade.
Some immediate avenues are available. No spade sweat on the turn. He begins the process of coming to his feet and potentially ending his bid for a defense of last year's title in this one. And it's official. There will be no back-to-back bracelets for Big Huni. As Chris bows out, adding a touch to his near $14 million in career live tournament earnings.
He's having a sick run in these high rollers at the World Series.
Yeah, 69th career cash here at the World Series of Poker.
I believe he got third in the 250 last year as well, after winning the 100K. Second in the 250, is that right?
2022 was when he was third in the 250K. 24 last year when he won the bracelet in this very event.
Ah, okay.
It's all a blur.
It's been quite a run for the big Huni.
You know what's weird is the longer you're around poker, the more information you need to retain with each successive series as it's layered on, and the blurrier it gets. You're like, was that 2 years ago? Was that 4 years ago? Wait, what? That was 8 years ago? You're like, what happened?
Time is moving a little too quickly these days.
Yeah.
Ollie. I don't like it.
Father Time's undefeated, Jesse. Lean in, my boy.
I think I'm going to go in kicking and screaming. I'm not going to lie.
Are you?
I'm more of a kicking and screaming type of... I was good. I was good for like 35 of these years, and then I started panicking a little bit.
You know...
I might be buying a Porsche next year, Ollie.
Well, yeah, that's the official midlife crisis mobile. Worldwide hallmark of such things. As Whitmire looking to avoid the fate of Huni. Chewy with 2 6s here. Plenty of chips to spoil the fun.
385. Yep. 385.
Call.
Oh. Okay.
Not the hand you'd like to see when you're Whitmire. Obviously, there's a number of hands you could be called by that you have significantly better equity against. Some hands you're beating as well. Chewy could be in there with like Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited.
And the King 4 now needs to counterfeit with a Queen or connect with the King. Instead, his 6 is full for good measure as back-to-back casualties here at this feature, with Chewy claiming the pelt this time and ending Whitmire's bid for an FT and beyond. You know the thing I can never get over, Jesse, is how brutally unceremonious the Shattered Dream is.
Wow, it's hot. I need to call out.
You know, it just...
You got the scarf on.
Into the night you go.
You got the scarf on.
It's like a burial at sea.
So fucking
you
far
know?
away.
Yeah.
Just slipping beneath the surface. Not to be heard from again in this one. After a grueling, almost 2 full days of blood, sweat, and tears against the best. A quick update online, commemorating your cash, and then onwards.
That was a very quiet, take care, folks type of walk away.
It wasn't a celebration of life. It was more just a more
Should be 10
traditional
levels.
melancholic.
The 50 was, yeah, it's just they usually have
memorial.
Levels. It is like it was levels, and we've finished with.
I have a friend who once said,
Yes,
you know, every time I bust out of a tournament, I stand up and I say, good luck, guys, but all I'm thinking is, I hope the building burns down and nobody gets paid.
Average is 47 bigs.
That's a
I was like, you should
morbid.
just say that next time, because that would really create a nice conversation, at least, for the people.
Well, Patavi has chosen a sizing here of 10x with the ace-10, looking at the
Level
stack
17
depths.
The guys from the mixed games always say,
That was
old
the bulk of
timers,
his chips.
biggest guys always say, level 17 run good. That's where you win the tournament. I don't know why they say this, but they always say.
There's a look in the foreground at the only other table in play here in this 100K.
Usually true for someone.
Tice, Haxton, David Peters, Visprod, Oganyan. Going around the rail there. Once again, Emilian with one he can play.
10 seconds.
Raise to 200.
Whoa. Oh. What's your start? Yeah.
Pitavi finding his min raise here. Certainly a stack size in hand that could consider shoving.
10 seconds.
And it may find a caller in Zhao with a dominated hand, which is kind of what you're looking for when you raise a hand like this instead of shoving.
Check.
Pitavi, easily the player at the table that we're the least experienced in watching, but very strong player in his own regard. Checks back on the flop. Not something you normally see on the 6-5-5 rainbow texture. Almost a little bit concerning for Zhao, who probably thinks this check back is quite often some sort of trap, or at least a hand that won't be folding on the turn.
You push the thanks.
Time extension.
Once again, we check our way to this river now. King high is best. You see Vieira with that intense scowl that he often sports, always fighting for every chip, it seems.
It does feel like Zhao has maybe too much hand to bluff. It very rarely wins at showdown, but he just has a lot of worse hands that he could bluff with instead. Like something like Queen 4 suited, Queen 3 suited, 8-9.
I admit, if the overbet comes in, though, there's a whole lot of hands that are going to be really pressed to get heroic. And we know Vieira has it in him. We've seen on multiple occasions his willingness to bluff. Most recently, the one coming to mind from the WSOP Paradise against Alex Foxen, where he gave all he had to the pot that ultimately decided the tournament, even though it wasn't the final hand. Foxen found a remarkable call with bottom pair, I believe, of just threes.
Yeah, that was a sick hand. I remember that very well. And I've seen a number of times as well where Zhao's found the overbet and forced his opponent to fold a very strong hand. But he's very good at choosing the right combo where he's not over bluffing in a massive way. He keeps it quite balanced against his opponents.
How much you have now? How much you have?
1-3, 60.
Ultimately,
60.
They work their way to showdown with no further altercation as Mateos looks for the updated count. Vieira slipping to 1-3-6. And Pitavi has begun to catch a little bit of heat at the right time. Jesse, ace-queen off once again. Serviceable kit.
Raising 400,000.
Any Heath with the king deuce offsuit.
10 seconds.
How light does he want to peel out of the big blinds? Not this light.
Is that stack of 10? Is that stack of 8?
It's a stack of, there's a 13 and an 8.
I will take it. If you can stack in tens or something.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't heard it an egregious
First open,
amount.
he had like 14 blinds, right?
Yep.
But if I'm running bad, can I hear that time extension voice? You know, a few too many times?
Yeah, I feel you, man. That would really get under my skin.
We might have to frisbee that iPad straight out of the feature.
Like you value bet a river and you think you're going to win this massive pot, and then all of a sudden your opponent tanks, comes over the top all in. Suddenly you have a bluff catcher, and you're really spending time in deep thought trying to figure out what to do, and you just keep hearing it over and over.
There she
again.
is.
Yeah.
I might politely ask for a mute, just a courtesy mute, you know.
I've heard a number of very kind, tranquil regs ask them, you know, politely, but aggressively, with a little bit of peeve to it. You know, hey, yeah, if you take my last one, tell me when it's my last one.
Right.
You could stop now.
Well, Patavi is not going to be stopping Jesse as again, he wakes up with one, and this time he's able to jam over the top of a Chewy click. This King-Jack lacking durability in the face of 1.8.
This is a nice little heater for Patavi. I believe he's just doubled his stack without any sort of showdown. Yeah.
Pots, by my count.
You know, you slide into the money with 10 big blinds. You dream of getting a double up. You got a double up without actually having to play an all in.
Got a nice little rush.
Yeah, it looks nice.
No shutdown double up.
Pretty one here for Ivy. 8-9 of
4,
hearts. Heath
9.
just looking for his bearings here. Chewy obliging.
Don't do anything Duffy wouldn't do.
Dovey, by the way, the name of one of the 2 doves that are pets of Chewy. Blanca, I believe, the other.
Wow.
He's kind of the, you know, Ace Ventura, the animal whisperer of poker. You know, animal lover myself, I can get behind it. Although, you know, if you're a scorpion and you find your way into my house, the love of the animals thing is deeply tested as I introduce you to the bottom of my shoe. But I digress. Queen
Actually,
Jack
I had to take care of a scorpion recently in the house.
Yeah? What
Never
was your
saw one in
preferred
the house
method?
before. I grabbed the largest shoe I could find, and I slapped that thing down so hard, man. There was nothing left when I pulled the shoe out.
Oh, wow, explosion.
I was not messing around with that one.
Well, let's see whether or not Chewy messes around here. 10-9 deuce, Jesse. Open ender versus top pair with the jack. Things could get a little interesting at 2-1 SPR.
Would imagine this one's going in, but
how do we get there? First steps down the path from Vieira.
Really just
Let's
depends
see that.
on how Chewy decides to play this hand, right? Certainly Zhao going nowhere at this point, but Chewy's got a lot of hand. He could easily find a raise right here and just say, you know, we're going to play for it all. And
yeah, does he want to make this a spicy dish or keep it bland? As the 2 of these men in this kitchen.
No, Chewy's
cooking
just
one
calling.
up.
Let's go, Chewy. He loves playing further streets out.
The flat adds another 360. The 6 doesn't add any equity, though, to Chewy's hand. Think a club and maybe friskiness is on his mind.
All in.
And this is the downside of just calling the flop. Chewy doesn't get to realize all of his equity. That said, it saves him a ton of money when Zhao has a hand like he has. And the river would have been a brick anyways.
All right, guys. My time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Play free online poker anytime at PlayPokerGo. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments. Compete against players worldwide and sharpen your game. Plus, check out the new No Gamble, No Future theme sit and goes. Play now for free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. The latter of which, of course, I'm a fan of, as we know.
I'm not going to lie to you, Ollie. I was kind of jamming there for a minute.
I told you. If that band is available, you know, to play a wedding or a bar mitzvah of some sort, you know, look them up.
Maybe the opening song for Aram's new show.
You know, you're onto something. As Vieira's onto an ace-jack, clicking. Chewy with king-8 suited.
Another hand that could certainly go either way. Chewy thinks better of it. The players are keeping it quite in line here with 13 left.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Ivy going to defend with the king-4 offsuit. Vieira going to look up at a flop once more, and this time he's behind with Ivy. Finding middle pair on the queen-high rainbow board, slips it over.
Always fun to see how Zhao approaches these spots when he doesn't have the best hand. He's certainly one of the more lethal players in terms of finding all sorts of creative lines in the aggressive fashion.
Ooh, look at this turn here. Any murkiness in the waters in which Ivy waded has been relieved as things are crystal clear with trip 4s and a king kicker. Very cozy with 800 in the middle. Vieira south of 2-1 SPR with this ace high.
Would not be surprised if we see a lead here from Ivy. Yeah, immediately reaches for chips.
And here's the thing. It's the play that Vieira knows all too well Ivy is supposed to be making on this board development, but he doesn't have to actually have it when he does.
Sir, and there's a number of hands he could choose from to bluff with, like something like 3-5, 5-6.
Sure.
Perhaps some sort of float that had some small amount of equity, like king-9 of diamonds might go for it here. Yeah, and he keeps him honest, the ace-jack. He's going to face an incredibly tough decision on the river.
Well, maybe that card, Jesse, makes the river decision a little simpler. No club in hand. Not any real interaction. Obviously, the ace blocking the wheels that might have semi-bluffed the turn. But I'm not sure that he's going to have an appetite for any heroism here in the face of Ivy's decision, which could be an ask for all of it potentially.
I would be highly surprised if he puts any more chips in the pot. Ivy just checking. That actually might cause Vieira to put some chips in the pot.
I mean, do we turn our hand into a bluff, Jesse?
You never know. He doesn't have a club. It's not really the combo you want to start bluffing. However, I don't think that that's like the main thing he's concerned about here.
The trouble with this spot is that the ace-jack performs really well against a give-up by Ivy. If he was just getting frisky on this turn and hasn't improved, but let's think about the frisky hands that didn't improve. What are they? Just a deuce, which I don't think would have done this?
No, but like you could try to bluff Ivy off of something like 5-3 that improved on the river.
Okay. That's a target.
6-3 suited, potentially. Ivy might find some weak leads, too.
Oh, maybe. Wow, Vieira has
so
jammed.
Sick. This is so sick. I really think Vieira was done with the hand if Ivy bet, and now he's
No
way.
My goodness. Ivy just deciding that the backdoor clubs were the only thing that Vieira possessed, given the jam on the end, and he didn't make a meal of his decision whatsoever, quite comfortably folding the trip fours, but not doing so correctly. I don't think anyone drew it up that way, Jesse.
No, that was very sick. If you ask Zhao right now what Ivy had, he would absolutely not guess a 4. At the speed at which he folded.
I mean, I'm a bit breathless at the way it came down, and for that matter, the pace at which it came down. I mean, the speed of the muck by Ivy meant that he absolutely had his man on the clubs and nowhere else.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe ace-5. He thought he could have some ace-5 there. But
okay,
I don't
sure.
even know if that might just bet.
Bet as opposed to jam and risk?
Sorry, bet flop, I mean.
Ah, okay.
I don't know if, yeah, it's really kind of clubs or nothing to some extent.
Maybe there's some cheeky full houses, you know.
Yeah,
that were
pocket
slow
queens
played or
make,
something.
yeah,
Queens.
pocket queens make some
Yeah.
sense. Okay, that's fair. Whatever it was, Ivy decided, I feel like the main consideration Ivy made was he just doesn't think Zhao bluffs enough there. But we obviously know from past experiences that Zhao is more than capable of finding these big bluffs.
100%, and I think on the inside of the bubble too, Jesse, you know, as opposed to on the stone bubble, you know, more risk tolerance from Vieira.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of risk tolerance for Chewy with the oh-so-durable ace-king.
10 seconds.
Sorry, my bad.
There's the whole field on one screen as we cut to the wide shot of this 100K. Ali Najad, Jesse Sylvia, glad to have you with us.
I think
You
that
know,
last hand just blew my mind a little bit.
I say glad to have you with us, Jesse. I got a couple of thumb warriors out here in real time trying to get on me,
10 seconds.
you know, for the little Clayton Bigsby bid. And yeah, I'm feeling a little bit triggered by it, I confess.
It's not, you're not
a little
glad to have
real-time
all of them
clap
with
back
you right now.
from me,
Couple
you know.
of, yeah.
Just in between bags of Jiffy Pop, they're out here, you know. Just stop with the cancel stuff. Just stop, you know?
It's under the 10-8. 10-8. 4, I'd be a killer.
Pretty good.
No, half the answer.
Because for some reason, had so much focus on the 10.
What's that? Compared to the other tables, you need to do
Hand of the night, by the way,
powerfully.
moments ago involving that man, Vieira.
Spend my morning in it.
Oh, you mean that?
Oh, the actual.
One thing I know about most of these high rollers too, Jesse, is they will go back and watch film. You know, they want to know what the pots were. You know, maybe 2, 4x or whatever. It's not like they have the time to sit and watch it in its entirety. But just skip ahead. Look, what did they have in these spots that I found notable and was very curious about. You know, and even to an extent, making sure that they don't miss pre-flop action for people that folded. What are the sorts of hands that I can maybe remove from their ranges? You
Yeah.
know.
I'd love to see a little compilation of all these regs watching that King 4 Ace Jack hand.
Oh,
go
just
down.
the
seeing
reactions.
yeah, I'd like
Yeah.
to see a little. That'd be real nice.
Sure. Sure.
Field quietly down to 12 players now, by the way.
Button's good, though.
We are moving towards that final table number. At a very fast pace. Are we 7 or 8? We are 8-handed, right? Perhaps combine at 9 players.
yours.
Don't let the table chat or the Twitch chat or whatever it is get you down, Ollie.
Oh, man, they're never going to get me down.
I got your back,
They
buddy.
might get me riled. You know what I'm saying?
Riled Ollie's great.
Don't
That
get
just
me
means more
motivated.
fire,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's just a little bit of hot fire here.
One tip on the right.
Which I believe also is a term that was spawned from the Chappelle Show. Dylon, the rapper.
Oh my goodness.
Remember him?
That was one of my favorites.
I rip and I rhyme. I rhyme and I rip.
Who are the top 5 greatest commentators of all time? Ali, 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 and Ali.
Oh, that show really was a classic. You know, I confess a lot of times you'll go back and watch things that tickled you when you were younger, and they don't move the needle at all later in life.
No,
that's
not
when I
the
go back
Chappelle
and I
Show,
watch,
yeah.
and it has stood the test of time. As Ace 8 of Hearts stands up on the button, raising to 240 here. Jacks for Chewy is troublesome for Heath. He does cover by a wide margin among the chip leaders in the room.
3-bet incoming. It becomes
960.
Is Heath going to defend against the size that Lucky Chewy chooses? Heath is a defender.
We'll tell you in a second.
Just I can't even see the blues. Like,
sorry.
Restart the game. Oh, it's 30. It's 30. It's 30 after the first race.
10 seconds.
Heath is going to play one here as he digs in for an extra 720. Jesse, 2 million in there pre.
Do you have another stack of greens, or is that?
I have.
By the way, Ollie,
yeah.
does Heath have
One
no
million
time
green,
chips?
1, 3.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not
thanks.
seeing any around his stack, and he was really adamant
there's no
about
green.
seeing Chewy's chips very quickly.
Yeah,
I feel like he might be working on no time banks.
and that is going to add pressure to him. King 10 deuce. There's a decent amount of King X combos, I imagine, Jesse, that would be durable enough for Heath to continue in the face of the 3-bet from Chewy that might be on Chewy's mind here.
Sure. This is a flop that could certainly go either way if you're the chooster. Probably a small c-bet quite often, but certainly could play as a mix, finding some checks, finding some bets.
Well, he has come with the check, and let's see. Heath,
525.
that King of Hearts on his mind, I would imagine, as well as the repable nature of the King X's when it comes to this 5 1/4. These guys are the two, well, first and third deepest stacks at the table. Ivy in second. Chewy compelled to continue, just keeping an eye on the tantalizing opportunity for Heath to maybe barrel one in position, with Chewy having ceded the initiative in an attempt to just steal it. 7 of spades is uncomplicated. Chewy checks swiftly once more. And again, Heath is going to be forced into a prompt decision here, Jesse, absent time banks.
I'm really interested to see what Ben does here. He has one of those backdoor flush draws that didn't arrive on the turn. Usually the type of combo that you want to slow down with, but he has a very weak one in ace-8, so he might feel compelled to bluff again.
Look at the SPR effective now with Chewy sitting 3.1. Heath doesn't lean any harder. Checks back and finds the ace.
That's dirty.
An unsanitary arrival on the end. I don't know. Does Chewy ever feel as though turning the pre-flop 3-bet with the jacks into a bluff? Jesse, or are there too many ace-X's that would have hung out? We interfere with ace-jack. Ace-queen is available. We see Chewy check.
I mean, it could be a wild one if Chewy chose to just fire the chips in
just
there.
I couldn't see the blues.
I mean, was there a non-zero chance that he took that line with barreling this card? Or we're just looking for showdown inexpensively at this point?
We're certainly showdown bound, but we could find some thin value bets.
Okay, hang on. We found a time bank as well.
Okay, so we do have
hidden
time
behind
banks.
the stack, but unclear how many of them he has, Jesse.
Yeah, Ben seemed quite pressed to not use them initially. Ben really looks like he wants to value bet here, but he's not sure if it's, yeah, this, looking back, feels like a check, yeah.
Oh, and that is a demoralizing visual for Chewy, but at least he didn't have to make some sort of decision on the end. As his chips flow toward Heath, whose stack grows even deeper. Well, back to the sound vault with the track of the night is where we're headed. As we once again suggest that you head over to Splash Sports in an effort to outpick the field by jumping into Quick Picks, their new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on player stats and then go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and win up to 50x your entry fee for the NBA Finals.
Benny Heath, over 10 million in chips.
8-figure stack after very fortunate ace on the river. And here he is putting that stack to work with King 8 offsuit. Luxuries afforded us.
Sorry.
Ivy defends with the Queen 7 of clubs. Finds one club, but nothing more. Paired flop. Checking over.
Sometimes it feels like the momentum is just in somebody's favor, and players are a little more likely to get out of the way when that's happening. Ben has that little bit of aura around him right now. It's like he's got all the chips. Everything's going his way. You can't even beat him when you have a big pair. I know that these are the top minds in the poker worlds, but we're all human beings, and sometimes you play into that a little bit. Ivy, though, he's going to defend. He's got a backdoor flush draw, 2 overs. One of the weaker backdoor straight draws.
Maybe an idea on later streets, as it cost him just 120 to look at the 9 of hearts.
Something tells me Ben Heath is not finished with this pot.
Well, let's see.
I would not be surprised to see a second barrel, and a large one at that. Was that 800,000 we saw?
Efforting.
600.
And that does draw the curtain.
10 seconds.
Well, if for some reason you were misguided enough to think that Ivy somehow had lost his fight here late on day 2, given the King 4, his peel there on the flop would point you in a different direction.
Certainly. Probably wishing that was a check raise given the turn action. But you know.
1-3.
Tournament summary brought to you by Oats Overnight.
1.1.
We know there are 12 remaining on the hunt for a bracelet and 2.6 million plus. The chunkiest part of an almost $10 million prize pool as Barack Beast brought in Brandon Whitmire, the most recent casualties that leave us with 1 dozen here in this 100K. Vieira saying hello. King, queen, the greeting.
Chewy, ace-9 suited.
10 seconds.
On the button, no less. Covering stack.
600.
And he will push back.
Time extension.
3 betting to 600,000. Both blinds shed back around to Joao.
Joao's such an interesting player because if he just becomes a non-believer in any given hand, he will just get after it. So you never know what he's about to do. It feels like he's a very instincts-based player. And there are a number of spots where a lot of hands are close between a 4-bet or a fold or a peel. And in those spots, it's just so difficult to know which choice he's going to make until he makes it.
You know, and the other thing about it, Jesse, is those choices aren't made 100% of the time in the cuspy situations, right? You're leaning sometimes based on certain dynamics beyond just the hand in a certain direction. You know, game flow perhaps playing a role, pay ladders.
And I just sort of feel like in the booth you get used to which players, when it's close, lean towards call or lean towards fold. With Joao, it's just sometimes he sees something in there and he's all in. Or another time he sees something and he's just folded a hand that you didn't even think was a fold.
You know what's incredible?
Capacity.
There was a tweet earlier at this World Series, and I believe it was from a Jeremy that Nick Schulman has often publicized in his Twitter feed about playing against Joao, and I believe he bluffed his entire stack in a river spot. And Joao went through like 5 or 6 time banks, and Jeremy noticed Joao staring at his wrist,
I'm in for 1.
looking at his pulse. And eventually, in a moment where Jeremy somehow cracked, some portion of his affect changed, and instantly on the heels of that, having spent 6 time banks to work his man into that moment, Joao Snap called and did so relatively light and was right.
Wow.
And beat him in a pot. And it shined a light, at least for Jeremy, the recipient of it. Many of us have observed this, obviously not from being victimized, but from watching these high rollers, where Joao just has that sniff, as Schulman likes to call it.
Yeah.
A bloodhound out there.
He really does. He's very confident in his reads. And I know this is a field of players who are very confident in their reads, but man, he is
Very back is blue or green?
something
Green.
special
Thanks.
when it comes to that. Mateos, by the way, getting very short.
Yeah, things really have not gone his way. Chips just flowing away from him. Sub 10 big blind stack. Not involved in this one as the 2 ace-7s intertwine, both of which find top pair here. Heath promptly checking after the blind defense for the extra 130 pre.
I appreciate that Heath's scoop equity is not 0. He's got that backdoor straight flush draw to beat Ivy's ace-high flush.
Not anymore, of course, after the jack rolls off. This will be a chop unless somebody finds the muck. Ace of clubs was a particularly attractive presence in Phil's hand. Let's see, given the check back, how Heath proceeds. Gonna check it once more.
I like this. Heath can choose how much value he wants to get on the river if it goes check, check again. Obviously, the 4 is a bit of a problematic card towards choosing the big sizing, but it doesn't. He doesn't need to bet 2 streets. For instance, let's say the river was a complete blank. He could just size really large and get that kind of 2-street sizing with just 1 street in the form of an overbet.
Right. Condense it into a single street of value as opposed to trying to spread it across a couple of streets. But he was not the pre-flop aggressor here. And with the 4 on the end, where deuces are not really supposed to be in Ivy's range as an opener, Heath decides to come with 465. And if you're Ivy, checking back twice, you know you're sort of inviting this sort of play from Heath, absent a wheel, absent an ace. And it strikes me as pot control that is supposed to be afforded a call in this spot, but we've seen him deviate and find the muck already on one occasion. Not this time.
Yeah, Ivy simply played his hand too slow to be folding on the river. And he's not even thrilled to see the chop because that means that Ben is value betting quite wide, which doesn't bode well for Ivy's river call.
What was the turn? What was the turn? I'll check right.
Chip leader at the other table, Oganyan. So apparently the man can captivate with stories, all while taking your chips.
Oh, I'm just realizing I'm not seeing Landon at the table anymore.
Well, unless his seat still has chips in it.
Yeah.
This isn't a nature call situation, but rather a payout desk calls sort of spot. And perhaps some of his tokens were absorbed by Oganyan en route to the chip lead here.
I'm not going to lie to you. After watching the last table, I was rooting for a bit of a Chewy, Oganyan, Landon FT.
Oh, yeah. Let's keep those guys in.
Of the boys.
Let's keep them in for sure.
That was quite a trio. Some dream conversations. Some pistol whipping conversations.
That was an incredible story, by the way. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I've heard some stories on the felt, but
that was one of the better ones.
That's the gold medal winner right there. Not exactly gold medal caliber queen 3 offsuit here for Heath, but enough to limp. Doesn't connect with the 9-4 deuce board, nor does the king 10 of Pitavi. Can I go out on a limb and just speculate that perhaps this pot isn't going to make the highlight reel? Jesse?
I mean, you could speculate, but
I could also end up wrong. You know,
never know. Well,
I'm a gambler.
You know you can end up wrong because you've watched me make several incorrect calls tonight.
Jack of spades arriving, providing Pitavi with the gut shot. That card would give Heath top pair if it did say hello on the river.
You never know, Ollie. You're probably going to be right, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 cards in the deck that would for sure make me wrong. Although, you know, I don't think with top pair 3 kicker, Heath's just going to sail off. Plus, Pitavi only has 1-6 at the end of the day here, so a lot working in favor of my sort of assessment. I'm not patting myself on the back, man. I mean, it wasn't a hot take. You know what I'm saying? Pair of threes for Heath as the queen high noses in front of king high, courtesy of the river.
I feel like with these guys, it's a bit of a hotter take than it might be somewhere else. Give yourself
That's
a little
true.
credit.
You know, I mean, because as we've seen, all of them are capable of rising up in any given situation and making something out of nothing. Look at Heath into 360. He fires 1/3 pot, and this suggests the hunt for thin value.
Oh yeah, this is certainly for value. Patavi not immediately going away.
This would feel really gnarly if he did call with the king high. He kind of isn't expecting ace high to ever be betting here. So once we remove that, we're asking ourselves, how many pairs does Heath show up with? And apparently Emilian decides enough that I'm not going to get curious here, even at that modest sizing. Little chip cobbler there out of the Brit. As we remind you that you have a chance to win your way into the Poker Masters, courtesy of Octopi Poker, home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels. We're also giving you that chance to play in the opening event of the 2025 Poker Masters. Could be your ticket to compete alongside some of the game's biggest stars in poker's most phenomenal arena. Enter for free now at PokerGo.com/WinMasters for your chance to win.
We need a British mafia show where Stevie Chidwick is the kingpin, if that photo indicates anything to me. Ooh, Patavi, pocket kings. Phil's going to have a real decision once Patavi jams.
Well, his open to 240 was understandable with that ace-10 of clubs, as will be Patavi's choice with the two kings to take us further up.
Patavi only has a little over 13 big blinds. I think Ivy's going to be.
Is he forced to call?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get away from. That's for sure.
$520.
Oh, he chooses a small size.
Now, obviously, given the fact that he starts the pot with just north of 1.6, Jesse, his decision to 3-bet to 520 is a curious one if you're looking at it from Ivy's perspective.
I mean, at surface level, it appears to be incredibly strong. But with these caliber of players, we're certainly not at surface level. Would imagine Patavi works this out ahead of time and finds some bluffs in the situation. What are the bluffs? Probably hands that ace-10 dominate. Phil just lets it go, though.
Wow.
He feels like this is just strong. And in this case, it was.
I mean, are there cases in which that 520 isn't strong? There are 3-bet folds in the range?
I'd like to believe that all of these players are capable of finding a 3-bet fold. But if there's a situation where maybe they're just leaning into the value quite a bit, that might be the one. What's going on here?
Looks like the PLO 8 FT is the situation. Event 36, Sovrel, Suns out, guns out.
Is that what Sam's been up to these days? Is PLO 8ing?
I don't believe that's been some sort of focal pivot for Sovrel. But kid can play some big bet. This much we know. Is that Sean Deeb there? Yeah. He too is there. Is that Brian Townsend on his feet? Yeah, with the glasses. Hell of a table. It's like 6-handed. 7-handed, rather.
Wait, did you say Brian Townsend?
Am I tripping? Did I just misread? Am I conflating? Yeah. You know what? Brian Townsend's a SB Rugby.
I was going to say, isn't that
from back
SB
in the
Rugby?
day. Yeah.
That's a name I haven't
don't know
heard
why.
in a long time.
Why did I? That's our man.
I don't
from
know, but
Cornell.
you just released like some serious memories.
Right?
From the back of my brain.
Brian Hastings is where I was.
Brian Townsend,
trying
man, that's
to go.
a name.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, this is a guy who famously took Bobby's by storm when he came in and began to offer people a 5th card or spot them the button, playing PLO.
Really?
You know, and he was in those rail heaven nosebleed sorts of heads-up collisions.
What a sicko.
Back in the day. I know I'm dating myself when I bring up that screen name, but anybody that's long enough in the tooth and rumbled, or at least sweat, those games back in the days on Full Tilt will very much remember that name. Hastings, of course, the Brian I was going for. Apologies to Brian for that. Hastings' claim to fame, of course, was the session where he defeated Victor Blom for somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million.
That was quite a day.
In a
Meanwhile, by the way.
few days, as Mateos is looking to defeat ace 6 of diamonds. King, queen off. The hand he's chosen to draw a line in the sand really has been card dead and shackled for the better part of a couple of hours, maybe longer, Jesse. His erosion was no fault of his own. Taking a stand here, finding an open ender.
Okay.
1 ace unavailable.
It's a lot to work with.
13 outs as it stands. Jack or a 10 do the trick for a chop now, as additional pathways to continue the fight reveal themselves to the Spaniard. Can El Conquistador battle on? No, we can't. Chorus of GGs and a helping of chips as Mateos is vanquished.
That was a tough decline for one of the absolute best in the world.
You know, strangely, I feel like it's the type of dismissal that he'll live with. You know, there was that one hand he paid off with.
What's up? The end of the day is
what was
it?
it?
A 10 deuce.
Regardless.
A 10, right?
Yeah.
When Aram had trip
probably
kings.
Coincide pretty well in whatever they want to do.
I was going to say, I think that usually.
But beyond that, from that point forward, I mean, there really was nothing that that he did other than get blinded off and then find the one.
No, some days it's just not your day.
Yeah.
It's splashing.
That's poker.
I mean, it's tricky to sort of assign blame to just the fate of card distribution too regularly, but there are obviously certain times where nobody's bones are going to be parked in that chair and they're going to walk away victorious. It's just facts.
By the way, it feels very much like Ben Heath's day.
I mean, it's not a hot take with 12 million plus, is it, Jesse? We've watched him really catch fire. By the
Everything
way,
seems to be going his way so far.
And he's making the most of that chip lead, too.
Yeah.
Dare I say the highest VPIP?
Final table is 9 left, right?
Yeah.
You don't play hand by hand? Can I check the phone?
10 seconds.
I think they usually do it like a judgment thing. If people are being slow, they, like when there were 18 left before,
What's your play?
they didn't do it straight away. But then people were slow and they say return.
3-2. Thanks.
$250,000 out of Chewy here. The Queen 9.
I think for this, it doesn't matter
Lacking
as
some
much as
hope
the
given Ivy's
bubble because
presence as a flat caller with King Queen. Now a pretty one for Vieira to participate with.
The hands. Yeah. The best.
In goes the extra $130.
maybe one day.
Yeah, for sure.
I like to call these premium big blind hands.
Sure.
Nothing looks better than 8-7 suited.
I mean, these are the sorts of hands that end up collecting very big pots in no limit from time to time. Got shot straight draw with no heart in hand. Vieira Knuckles over to a very adrift queen high, which does not have further ambitions. So we see Chewy knuckling as well.
Would not be terribly surprised, yeah, if Phil takes a shot at this with the King of Hearts. I will say this, if Phil does check back, Vieira probably springs to action. He has a fairly significant range advantage on this board compared to the other two players peeling out of the big blind. He's not going to peel all of the weakest hands they would normally peel in an earlier part of the tournament, but he'll still have a number of fives here. He'll have a number of 2 pairs. He'll have all the sets. Some of the other players won't have the sets. Yeah, this is classic Jiao attacking here.
I mean, the 5Xs are his to rep here as the big blind defender who had a pretty price. Wasting no time firing the 290. And had Ivy barreled anything kind of standard in size, I think he retains Vieira. So perhaps sparing himself some further losses was Phil in that spot. So we take a moment to remind you yet again that the NAPT is paying a visit to Resorts World for the 3rd year in a row. It happens in November 3rd through the 12th, specifically with plenty on the docket, including a 50K super high roller and 5K main event. PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario have the chance to win their way to that NAPT. Find more details by using the QR code on your screen or heading over to PokerStars. And by the way, if you're in the Inland Empire down in Southern California, you are not the Ontario to which I am referring. The province in Canada, rather. So apologies to the 909 if I've misguided you. Don't bother.
It's important that you make these distinctions, Ollie. I also can't wait for the ensuing anger from the chat when they take offense to you.
I bait and switched you all. Come for my job. Well, Vieira coming for nothing more than limp with the King 4. Let's see if Heath has a finger wag on his mind. No. King 5 tray, rainbow. Top pair for Vieira. Delightful development.
Feels like a nice one to check if you're Vieira. A lot of future street coverage with the 4. One of the worst kickers. You'd like to have some stronger checks in your range.
10 seconds.
And for Ben, it feels like you're fairly showdown bound with the queen high. A little bit of activity with the 6.
Not enough to take any pride in as he checks back. Ace rolls off on the turn. Vieira now adding a gutter, despite not being in love with the arrival of the ace. Unclear how much ace-x Heath would be willing to check back in the big.
Vieira finds a second check, respecting the ace turn card, and knowing his opponent can have some ace-x when he checks back pre-flop. This is another situation where Vieira doesn't need to bet either. He can just choose a larger bet size on the river to get that extra street of value snuck in across one street, potentially.
Gentleman on the rail working the triceps. Multitasking there.
10 seconds.
120, says Vieira. And now with queen high on this board, Heath might be ruling out most of the king X and ace X. Not expecting a 3 or a 5 to get proud. So maybe we zero in on it's a jack or nothing.
Ben just
No
lets
curiosity.
go.
Yeah.
You would think a jack might pay off a larger bet at that point. If it's made it all the way to the river, pairs up. As Vieira chips up, I feel like the players are about to settle in for a longer final table bubble, potentially.
Yeah, 10 remaining of the original 103. 10:30 p.m. local time.
You know where my other card is?
Here in Las Vegas at the Horseshoe Resort and Casino, home to the 2025 World Series of Poker. Alina Jad and Jesse Sylvia taking you through the end of play here on PokerGo in this $100,000 high roller.
Count the deck or a significant action?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gone anywhere. Like, I just have one card.
I don't know.
This hand started with Ben asking, do you know where my other card is?
Can you count him? Oh, it does. That was intriguing.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention until the end, so I didn't see what happened and just looked down and had a card.
I once dealt a hand on a cruise boat to Phil Hellmuth and Carlos Mortensen 20 some odd years ago that Hellmuth actually wrote up in Card Player, where Carlos jammed a cash game, no limit. And then, no, I don't think he jammed. I think he 3-bet and then got jammed on. And then, I don't even know, man. It was like 3-bet and then another raise. I think they still had chips to play for. And then after that action, Carlos just looked up at me and was like, can I still have one more card? And I was like, wait, what? And sure enough, count the muck. It's right. He's on the button. And
So
I'm like,
you can deal him a card, yeah.
Yes, you can. He peeks at it, snap jams. I think he had queen high, as I recall. Pretty wild one.
Did Phil call or what?
Yeah, I think he was in there, and I think Randy Jensen. I don't know if that's a name that rings any bells.
I remember,
also
yeah.
in the mix in that one. As Chewy and Vieira both in the mix, Jack 10 and 2 7s, along with Patabi's 8-9 suited, another one of those premium big blind hands as you referred to him, Jesse. Three amigos looking up at a coordinated 2-club board. Vieira's pocket 7s getting sexier.
We've really seen a lot of beautiful hands peeling out of the big blind tonight. Unfortunately, not finding a lot of connection most of the time.
No, the beauty belongs to Vieira here.
Fairly exciting flop as far as 7-less flop go for pocket 7s, for sure. I think we bet quite a bit. It's just so hard to play this hand in the check fashion. There's a number of cards that come on the turn where you feel like you're flying a little bit blind. Obviously, you need to check sometimes if you want to be balanced here, but
300,000.
it's just so difficult to navigate after the turn without clearing out equity from some of the hands that, for instance, his opponents have. Chewy hasn't released yet. I imagine he's folding, but the fact that he's thinking about it is kind of fun. Yeah. Thinks better of it. I'll bluff you when I have the king of clubs or the ace of clubs, something along those lines. Not the jack of clubs.
Pretty straightforward takedown there, given the opposition's holdings and the interactions that they lacked. I know it's always nice to win a pot, but when you got the 2-7, 7 of clubs working, you know, over pair position, I'm almost like, let's just take a turn. Somebody, you know, peel here. Careful what you wish for, though.
So you have like
2-7.
Thanks.
definitely careful what you wish for when you get called on 3, 4, 5 and you have 2 7s.
Yeah, the 7 rolls off, and all of a sudden you're like, well, I improve, but 7-8 offsuit. Not an improvement, as last time the 8 of diamonds had a 9 of diamonds alongside it. This time, not the case. Patavi, by the way, lean on these time extensions, and yet he uses one here pre.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this. I imagine he's limping. Always here? Maybe occasionally finding some. Maybe he feels it's close between limp and fold. I don't think he's raising too often.
There's no way you could choose that. Like, even after I asked, I just didn't.
Oh, he does find the raise. Wow.
Like, you can't see. And I have a better angle than you, and I couldn't see either. Table's too big.
You realize how many like routines and stuff you have.
330.
Would have thought a lot of his raises would come out of the kind of high card, low card offsuit section of the range, something like Queen 3 off.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that sort of hand composition come into favor of late as a candidate. And I'm not sure this is favorable for Patavi, as he has no heart. The gut shot interfered with by the presence of a 9 in Chewy's hand, which is turned into middle pair. He too lacking a heart, but has position in the covering stack.
Tavi with the min bet here. Chewy going nowhere with middle pair, of course. You know, if you're going to get out of line a little bit from the small blind with the 8-7 offsuit, Chewy's not the first guy you'd like to do that against. He's very sticky, very difficult to get one through on.
Board pairing ace.
Yeah, this is a fantastic turn card for Chewy.
Discounting the ace-X somewhat. After the 125 bet call, brought us to north of $1 million in the middle.
10 seconds.
Patavi, north of 1 SPR here. Well, you know, we hate to abandon and orphan some of the soldiers that we sent into the battlefield here, but Patavi does end up checking. Let's see what's on Chewy's mind. Is $1 million at this stack depth more inclined to be in a straightforward sort of stance when it comes to the poker, Jesse, on this board? Like we remove a slippery ace-X or a flush more so as we see Chewy bet the 330, or is that still possible?
Possible for Chewy to have?
No, for $1 million.
I would imagine so. Yeah, I would imagine you play very carefully on these monotone flops, and I think that he can find some traps on the turn for sure, especially when he has so many hands that just give up completely.
As this one is forced to.
Chewy, though, just putting in the small bet now, getting that little bit of value before a bad card rolls off. Also just kind of denying equity to a number of hands that have an overcard, a heart.
Well, the folks at Splash Sports want a 50x your entry fee when it comes to NBA Finals action. Jump into their Quick Picks section, which is the new peer-to-peer fantasy game, allowing you to pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, and take home the prize. It all happens at splashsports.com. I like the little whale logo on Splash Sports, if I'm being honest. You know, somewhat cartoonish, implying that, you know, it's all fun and games, innocent, harmless sort of thing, but don't get upside down. You know what I mean? Gamble responsibly.
Yeah.
I'm maybe not the most qualified person to
So you see
to
that.
say that,
I
but-
see the whale, and I'm like, oh, this is a sight for me.
What are you, whale hunter? You looking
Yeah,
to drop
no,
your
I'm
harpoon
splashing
in a few
around.
people?
I'm whaling it up in there.
All right.
When it comes to sports, I'm definitely a whale.
Well, when it comes to Queen 10, Vieira's a razor.
I'm not the shark. Tavi with the king queen suited. This is about to go in, yeah.
Well, in the words of Borat, sexy time.
I did not see that one coming.
I didn't either. It just sort of came out of left field.
Ivy just folds. I think this is perhaps a wise fold. And this is going to be a big pickup for Patavi. Nearly 50% of his stack added on. Vieira cannot call this jam.
No, and he knows it. Just waiting for the official count. Too much on request there to fight on.
Does start to feel like we're just throwing chips around the table back and forth at some point. Heath certainly has been the main beneficiary of that.
Sure.
Vieira chipping up a bit too. Ivy losing some. I think Chewy losing a few. It'd be really fun after watching how the 50K played out last night to see Chewy have another chance at it. You know, that was a bit salty with the aces versus kings.
Yeah.
I'd love to see our man get another shot at the
shot
at the belt.
Queen 10, once again, the pre-flop raiser. This time Heath the steward. Vieira the defender with his ace-7. No improvements for either party on the 8-deuce tray board. Couple of spades, though, on Heath's mind as the action is checked over to him.
Certainly a board we show a lot of aggression on as the early position pre-flop raiser. I wonder if
330.
I was going to say, I wonder if Heath comes with a larger bet.
Or they gave you all
Half
their
pot
money.
certainly starting to hit that larger bet category. Gets the immediate fold out of ace high. That's nice.
Yeah, a hand that lacked some promise in that spot.
It's been really smooth sailing for Ben.
What's
so
your dog's
far.
name?
Is Oganyan?
He's back for more.
Are those
Told you I haven't seen
PJ
many
bottoms, by the way?
Oh, those are most definitely PJ bottoms.
I love this dude, man.
Yeah,
I really do.
He's fantastic.
By the way, I know he's got his hands in the hoodie pouch right now, so you can't really clock it. But earlier, absent hands, it looked like some serious stowage was going on in the hoodie, you know, really tugging on the fabric. And not since my buddy Brian, back when we were in our teenage years, snuck an entire rotisserie chicken into a movie theater in the hoodie pouch have I seen that sort of a bulge. You know, by the way, he tore through that thing in the theater, and it was one of the smaller side theaters, so really the smell of chicken completely overwhelmed the entire theater. And he shamelessly did it like a complete barbarian.
Was this like a packed theater, or?
It was a matinee, you know. There's like 6 other people just perpetually sniffing around wondering what they missed at the snack bar, as Lichtenberger not missing the opportunity to raise here with the ace-8 of diamonds, looking to put Heath's queen-6 on the rotisserie. King, trade, deuce, rainbow. No interactions of any meaning for either player. You ever sneak food in the theater, Jesse?
Never a chicken.
You know, what was your kind of most ambitious introduction of contraband?
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna say like my own candy. I mean, we definitely snuck a little beverage in there. If you know what I'm saying?
You ever theater hop?
I haven't in a long time. When I was a kid,
right,
that was a big deal because where I came from, our theaters were one screen theaters, and so we'd go visit my uncle in the city for Thanksgiving, and we take one day out and just.
You're like a multiplex? What
yeah,
is this?
That was
Nirvana?
a big deal. We would hit 3 or 4 movies.
Not hitting this turn, Heath after peeling versus the C-bet. 3 or 4 is strong. I mean, you're a real larcener. Just whatever you call it. That.
I'd have done 6 if my parents let me. But at some point, enough is enough.
Single stub, just sauntering between. Would you go in like midway and just kind of catch the back half of something?
Probably.
Or were you like looking
yeah.
up to make sure you can queue up a new one?
700.
I would have definitely figured out the schedule so that I could hit new ones each time, but I probably just ran back and forth, to be honest.
Well, Chewy apparently figuring out that the show's over for Ben Heath as he barrels once more.
That was nice.
Undaunted, by the way, by the big stack there.
Yeah.
Good find. Maybe it's time to change his name to Skillful Chewy. You know, Lucky is not really a fair depiction.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's something that's within his control, how well he plays.
Right.
So he's using his name to channel the other stuff.
Right.
His name's doing the really tough work while he does the, you know what I mean?
I see.
That's my theory.
I guess we'll leave it alone then, Jesse.
It's Lucky Jesse from now on.
It's King Jack off suit.
I'm going to change my name to River Jesse.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Somebody sits down and people start calling him River Jesse, I confess. When I get down the streets, I'm maybe a few more checkbacks than I would have otherwise thrown in.
You get an inverse me. I get lucky on the river. You kind of walk away thinking, could have seen that one coming.
Well, we certainly could see participation from Heath coming as he chooses to flat the pocket 8s in the small. Now an ace-10
Ooh.
for Patavi. Is this a squeezable moment?
This feels like one. He's very short. The risk to reward is quite good. Every time a jam gets through, he picks up 50% onto his stack. Could peel as well. Maybe decides this is the cutoff. I'll shove ace-jack and I'll peel this one, but I don't know. Knows Chewy's opening fairly wide. Knows Ben's going to be calling quite a bit. Yeah, he just puts it in there. And that will get through Chewy, I would imagine, but not going to get through Ben most likely.
Oh, actually, yes.
Yeah, Ben just flicks it in right away. We have an all-in.
Yeah, he's coming back for this. Good luck.
Pivot could get very healthy right here.
Patavi, as we suspected, picking this one to jam. Heath making the call and holding on a 6-high board as perhaps the bell tolls on the Frenchman.
Oh, wrong energy.
5 is no good for a chop. Aces and 10s are the only thing that will spare Patavi, and he finds it. Diamond no-sider to keep his seat.
Look at that, Patavi.
Significant pot.
Yeah.
It's going to be sat 3.76 now.
Keep in mind, he emerged from the bubble with 1 million, 1.1 million. He's got to be feeling good right now.
Oh, without question. Heath taking it on the chin there, in stride. Obviously still plenty of chips, the only 8-figure stack here at the table. Batabi, though, now can do a little battling, as you see him neck and neck there with Chewy and Vieira. All three of them occupying the leaner side of the leaderboard at this table. Ivy
Chewy
with 4.6 north of them.
1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 3, 4, 3, 3.
I gotta say, by the way, Ivy's presence in 100K deep is not
3, 4,
simply
maybe.
irrefutably good for
2, 3,
business when it
5.
comes to viewership of these streams, as he is so beloved by fans, new and old, to poker, but also so emblematic of the turnaround, you know, that he has made in his life and in his game, and I think the impact is very much on display. In fact, the last words that he said to me when we were in Montenegro, he's like, just watch, just wait.
Really?
Nodding his head with that classic confidence, like he was going to take no prisoners this summer.
You love hearing that.
Love it, for sure. Because there was a time that was not the spirit.
Yeah.
You know, where it almost was a begrudged participation that Ivy had in poker, because there were other things on his mind that he needed to tend to. Meanwhile, this flop tending to Chewy much more so than Heath, who always rated to be a deep dog.
I was just thinking about how I've given so much credit to a lot of the players at the table and haven't really talked about how great Ivy is. And the only reason for that is the assumption is just it's already so well known to anyone watching. You know what I mean? That I don't even have to say it at this point.
Listen, I don't share the opinion, but I have observed it, and I push back on it resolutely. That, you know, the notion that, Ivy's past his prime, and, you know, he's no longer at the peak of his game, and he can't compete with these other guys.
No.
You're foolish if you think this.
There have been players in every format of this game who have thought that they've got the best of Ivy over the years.
Well,
and it doesn't take him long to figure them out.
There likely were plenty of people who thought that this 10-6 of clubs wouldn't be working its way to a turn, yet in the face of the 135 that Heath chose to bring as a follow-up to the raise on this very poor board for him. He does end up working his way to the deuce of clubs, and he works his way into a second barrel here as Chewy shares the gut shot and has top pair to go with it. So the big stack throwing its weight around in a poor moment, drawing dead.
Yeah, this feels like a very academic second barrel from Ben Heath, and a very unfortunate moment for him because Chewy has what is clearly an unfoldable hand on the turn. Obviously, there's a number of hands that Chewy could fold here. We'll see what happens on the river. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if Ben follows through with the third barrel on the river. Yeah, the 8 is quite a blank. Heath may just go for it here. We shall see. There aren't that many better options for hands to bluff.
3 million.
Time extension.
3 million.
It sounds like Ben just put Chewy in. Now it's just up to Chewy to make the call. This could be massive right here. I mean, this is massive either way, but wow.
This is a call for Chewy's tournament life. He recognizes that Heath is going to be throwing chips around as the big stack, applying pressure here. Final table bubble, pay ladders, all realities confronting Andrew, who took the passive line understandably and has now been dragged into a dark alley.
It's a tricky spot for Lucky Chew. Oh, he calls. Oh my God, what a shift in momentum right here. That was huge.
10 seconds.
Gutsier than it may have looked, given the implications if Chewy was wrong. Oh my
445,
goodness.
I believe.
But being right places him on a 7 million chip stack ahead now of Heath, Jesse.
That's so. Ben Heath had 12 million a moment ago. He's down to 6.6. I can't imagine the average stack of the tournament is higher than 5 million.
Well, hang on, because it looks like we may have some theatrics at the outer table right now. So we're down to 9, officially. That means we're going to consolidate down to a single table here in this 100K, where Lucky Chewy has ascended.
I'm not afraid to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player. Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
In the Sylvia household, Ashley's the trendsetter, and then I follow
I'm
along.
afraid
So
to do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is?
made it to the Lulu level, then she moved on to Aloe, and I've got to kind of get there.
They're sort of left behind.
Yeah, I'm about 18 months back, I'd say.
Well, Tolerine is about 69% versus 29% here, as Chewy got swaggy with the 10-7 of spades.
Wow, life comes at you fast.
Just a moment ago, it was Chewy doubling through Jason. Now he stands to, in turn, give Tolerine a double. A dominant ace-10. Ben in a great way here, heading to the flop. Oh, no! 7-6-5. Top pair for Chewy and trouble for Tolerine. No help on the turn. And only an ace is going to salvage this run for Ben Tolerine, who was so excited a moment ago to see Chewy and Kuhn get locked up, thinking maybe it would be he who got to heads up, and instead
GG, bro.
he will leave Chewy to do
run.
battle with
Crazy
Kuhn.
run. Crazy run.
Oh my goodness, that just came out of nowhere. Chewy had 5 million
Lookie,
a
bro.
second ago. He's almost back to the stack he had before the aces versus kings. And he's heads up.
I should have raised king 2-0. I thought you guys were tied in chips.
Isn't more filled in, given what we're witnessing here. I mean, this is an actual Hall of Fame spectacle of talent
480.
in a 50K.
480.
But maybe,
That's a good point. I actually realized when you said that, I just assumed that it was roped off or something. What is happening right
Well,
now?
I mean, listen, it's a Wednesday in Vegas. People have jobs. They also have PokerGo subscriptions, allowing them to maybe be at those jobs while still watching the broadcast. As we watch a couple of King 8 suiteds intertwine. 480 on the button.
Yeah.
The click.
People got jobs, huh?
Yeah, well,
Not us, buddy.
yeah. I mean, don't get it twisted. This is a job. I think it's a little easier than having to sit and compete at this FT. Prefer to observe and comment than actually experience the nightmare that would be trying to navigate these final four. Top pair for both parties. Let's see how interesting things get.
This is the second time in only a couple orbits that we've seen two players have the exact same hand. I always find those situations interesting. In this case, they both have a strong enough hand that they're very unlikely to not get to showdown. But you do find situations where it's really fun to watch players have the same hand and see how it plays out.
360 from Kuhn.
$8.25 is the bet.
Ooh. Little check raise from Wilson. Did you anticipate this, Jesse?
I think with the stack size that Brock has, check raise makes a lot of sense. If you were playing outside of a final table, certainly you would be check raising every king nearly always, or at least most kings. Given that there are some ICM constraints, I think check call would make some sense as well. But Brock saying, you know, I'm pretty short. We're going to play the game where I put pressure on you immediately with some of my stronger hands. And I'll also have a bunch of bluffs, and you're going to have to defend relatively light. In this case, Jakun is going to defend with a hand that's not that light. He has top pair. It gets a bit interesting on some sort of brick turn, because let's say the turn is something like a 6 or a 5. They now have one of the worst top pair type of hands that either player will be holding. And so you may even see some sort of like turn check occasionally. Really depends on the turn card, obviously.
Jack of hearts. After Kuhn called the extra 465.
Jack actually feels like a pretty safe card if you're Brock. Obviously, Jason could have caught up with something like pocket jacks, but Jason just unlikely to have many jack 4s or jack deuces, so he was either already ahead or that card likely didn't help him. Can't imagine Jason's going anywhere. If he's going to have to make a tough decision, it will be on the river.
Well, note that we'll have 0.5 SPR on the end as Wilson, once Kuhn clicks call.
All in.
Well, he's actually just going to jam. I guess he decides that there's more merit to taking this line than flatting and then having to navigate the pot laying him 3-1 in the face of a Wilson jam. Let's see, is there ever a fold in Wilson's future?
I don't think so. You don't really play a hand on this stack size like this to fold to the turn jam. In fact, Jason could just have a worse king and shove. He could just decide that his hand is the best. He wants to deny some equity and shove something like king 5 suited.
Well, you heard him say I'm probably not going to fold, and I agree that the line taken by Brock wasn't with the intention of releasing at any point.
Jason will, of course, have some semi-bluffs that Brock's ahead of, and then he might even be beating a few value hands. King 6 suited, king 7 suited, king 5 suited.
7.6.
Occasionally find the shove.
25%.
He's not thrilled. It feels like Jason has exactly what he has, some kind of king, and he's going to have a lot of better kicker kings, a lot more than he'll have worse kicker kings.
King 10, king queen. Don't need much else. It's no time big shove.
He said no time bank shove. He's kind of factoring in that timing tell there. Into whatever equation he's calculating in his head. I like this. I like when players sort of say these things out loud so you can...
I don't think so. Why would you do that? This would be a lot easier than anyone else. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't understand.
Rock's bouncing all over the place in the bingo tumbler.
Yeah, for a hand that felt really straightforward, check raise, top pair,
so bad.
Try to get it in eventually. This has become very problematic for Brock.
Usually not jamming two pair. Ace king, I don't think we should. King queen, king 10, king 9. That's it. What else is there? What else is there?
shove ace queen or ace five, or 5-3 or 5-6 or ace 7 9. Why would you shove queen 10? Really put me on a flush draw that you're trying to deny? I'm not gonna. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Oh, I'm gonna get so owned. Big bad.
I have no idea which way he's going.
It sounds like he really wants to fold. He just thinks Jason has a king, presumably with a better kicker than him, which he probably does almost all the time. He happens to have the chop here, but this could be one of his worst shoves for all we know.
You get ace 4. This just doesn't feel.
Oh my goodness!
That could be really bad.
Wow.
Welcome back. As this does not represent the entirety of the remaining field in event number 38, the 100K No Limit High Roller, but chip counts nevertheless. Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia bringing you your first glimpse at a consolidated single final table. Is it? No? What's going on? Have I been thrown for a loop?
I think you got thrown through a loop.
I was under the impression we're going to come back with a single table.
I think maybe
of 9 players. Do we have 10 remaining?
Yeah.
Okay, so being advised that, yeah, okay, 10 remaining, we're never going to play a single table. We do need to get down to 9. I thought we had lost a player and gotten down to 9. Apologies, by the way, for not having all of these details at our disposal here in the booth. But nevertheless, the important stuff is the action of which we continue to bring you coverage here on PokerGO. Haxton continuing with Jack 10 of clubs as a raise.
300?
Oh, sorry.
You can't get it.
Vinny, big blind, wants to see 3. Spends another 150, unclear. The holding, 7-7 tray.
Ike Haxton been picking up chips since we last saw him. Speaking of picking up chips, look at Aram's stack here. 16.7 million. I think he might have double second place right now. That is wild. Ike coming in with the min bet. Probably enough to get it done versus a number of hands. But not whatever's Vinny's holding here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Well, it's inadvertent mystery hand for Lingham, who does proceed.
This feels like a second barrel type of card. I'm not going to lie to you, Ollie.
This because the Queen X skews more in favor of Haxton?
Yeah, I think when Ike raises into this lineup of chip stacks, he's going to be heavily weighted towards high cards.
Broadway combos?
Yeah, so the Queen hits him quite often. Or he has something like Ace Jack, Ace 10 that's happy to get to showdown anyways. So when you have a hand like Jack 10 on this board, I think it's a fairly mandatory barrel.
And he agrees as he hits the bet button for 375.
Oh, Vinny.
Check jam out of Lingham. I mean, Haxton
1.3
is never a caller with a dusty jack high here, but he's on his feet looking over at the other table.
Not sure what information he needs. He's never, like you said, he's never calling. Maybe just wanted to see what was going on over there regardless.
Well, he's burning extensions in the process that obviously he might need later on. But eventually the fold button is clicked and his tokens
That's a funny way to slow roll.
are sent Lingham's way. D. Pete's
Kings.
saying that would have been a funny way to slow roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it the meerkat, look over, and all of a sudden come back and say call with the stones.
Massive pot there for Vinny, by the way. He picked up an enormous percentage of chips worth to his stack.
So Pitavi, Heath, Chewy, Ivy.
Folded, yeah.
Among those remaining there at that table,
Oh.
photographer in the way can't exactly clock the fifth player with 10 remaining here in this 100K. So we pan back over to the feature.
A little bit of a Terminator vibe to D. Pete's.
Sure. I see it. I mean, the sunglasses are really going a long way to that effect.
Maybe more of like a Walking Dead type of, like he's been out in the wilderness for a little while. The beard's grown out.
Sort of an unkempt.
I could see by the look on your
Terminator.
face you thought I was calling him the zombie. I'm saying he's just in the post-apocalyptic type of world. He's a human
Right.
being in this scenario.
Well, I mean, but if we take the glasses off, he's simply groundskeeper Willie from The Simpsons. So, you know, I mean.
All right, all right.
We're not far removed from an alternate take.
Well.
You know, absent the Scottish accent, of course. Love me some D. Pete's, by the way. I love in particular something that I observed just a moment ago that I had slept on.
bad, Gigi.
But you know about the D. Pete's shimmy, right? When he's digging in to play a pot, he kind of gives a little shoulder shake as he settles in.
Does he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, I need to see this.
Keep an eye on it. I think it's
Oh,
a very
I think I saw
just a little bit there.
tiny
I don't know.
tremor. Yeah.
Well, tremor suggests that, you know, we're dealing with some Parkinson's early stage or something. This is not the case.
Starting to border on you putting words in my mouth at this point, you know?
I'm sorry, Jesse. I apologize.
All in.
Well, an unapologetic stuffing here from Lingham's King-Queen offsuit on the button in the face of the Frenchman, Boivin, Belgium, rather, forgive me, if memory serves.
Would imagine he's getting it through. And if he does,
I don't know, tank.
I believe he will nearly have doubled his stack in the last two hands.
That was a huge punt.
It's official.
Huge punt.
Punt though.
Another appetizer. Bringing his stack more into the entree
Just
depth.
go hand for hand if it's such a floor.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Floor. Should we just go hand for hand or because
If I see anyone stalling, yes. I mean,
People are stalling. Yeah.
That was funny.
Out of my seat, sweating
Yes.
at the other table,
During the
facing
hand.
all in
During
the
the
jack
hand.
eye.
You hide well with that mask. If you don't see you, you got a mask on. He's
I'm
like,
standing
"Oh,
up."
You get away with anything in this building with a mask on, huh? That's the truth. No wonder you never took it off. This guy's letting you commit murder out here. If the mask don't fit, you must have quit. What a world. What a series.
And he with the ace-queen now.
All in.
All in.
What a play.
Just crams 23 bigs here.
Oof.
And a third helping of tokens as he gets through Oganyan's big. Jack 10 cannot fight.
What's 100? Damn.
See this security uniform here on the rail? This gentleman, an oversized button down.
Mm-hmm.
You reckon he's on the clock or off it?
Well,
he said okay. And still didn't.
It's
Right,
really
like-
it's really a fine line down here at the World Series.
You know
of
what I'm
Poker.
saying is, I mean, did this guy just wrap up, you know, swing over at Ellis Island, but he's a big poker fan, so he's in here grinding maybe updates on the phone,
Yeah, maybe.
you know?
Seriously, maybe.
I mean, we're playing 500. they're
Or is he
playing
just
600?
decided
Oh, five,
sweat
okay.
and get paid for it?
Or is he
Is it just stalling because of the pay jump?
personal
everything,
security
yeah.
for Vinny?
You know, Vinny's tax return is something, I would
Oh, we
imagine.
are half. They paused the clock.
I guess we're going to be handling
I would say personal security generally gets to wear a nicer
You think they come tell the
suit and
dealers,
tie
I don't-
sort of setup.
Right, I don't think Vinny would even look to have somebody overtly on protection detail like that. Maybe a little less attention-grabbing garb.
Sure.
You know, that really is something. I mean, that.
10 seconds.
Anyhow, pocket eights. Peter's on the button. 300 to go at this 150 blind level. Queen 10 suited, a pretty one here for Oganyan. He's giving it a chew, looking over at the big, getting his bearings. The thing is, Jesse Peters, willing to open into him, sat 15 big blinds deep, is on his mind, yet he does choose to 3-bet to $1 million.
And Peters obviously not raising on the button and the stack size with the intention of folding. Going to put it in. Unfortunately for him, he will be flipping.
10 seconds.
On.
Well, the eight's a qualifier, and Oganyan didn't commit $1 million to orphan it in the face of this reaction. It would seem, although I don't know, maybe there's a 3-bet fold here. It would seem mathematically.
No, Oganyan almost put the chips in immediately and then just wanted to double check the stacks real
Queen 10
quick.
spades.
It's kind of a funny pump fake, but
I got queen 10 spades.
Flip.
Happy.
I mean, normal hand, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, but still
Going
happy
to
to be
flat?
flipping.
Just gotta, but yeah, happy to be flipping, obviously. I usually got outs. Never dead. It sucks when he shoves after I put $1 million, but like, what are you gonna do?
I think he should have raised to 2 million.
Me, I should have raised it to $2 million?
He should have raised to 2 million. He would have a few.
Oh, when I float? Okay, sorry. It's such a long distance to throw to you.
For free.
Well, Von pointing out that if D. Pete's takes a different approach pre-flop, Oganyan doesn't end up spinning the wheel for almost $5 million.
Done the whole theatric.
it's a reasonable point. It's a little bit of a needle to say it while he's still
I just have this feeling.
sitting here
So
sweating it
while
out.
we're in, 'cause they get to run it first, and someone will
Oganyan is
But we'll
deeply
see.
unbothered, by the way.
I'm gonna lose everyone.
By virtually everything right now, based on the look.
I got a feeling Oganyan's been unbothered by anything for many years now.
Yeah, I think he unbothers regularly. If I had to take a guess.
What's that meme? Staying in my lane. Happy,
Yeah,
moisturized.
moisturized.
Yeah, unbothered. We might have
Trying
to
to
get
slip
rid
a
of whatever
prepay.
the original
I think I'm gonna
pictures and just
default
put Oganyan in there.
Oh, the 10 in the window and no 8.
And 2 spades.
I fold queen.
No
Oganyan
one could.
Queen 5.
smashing this
How good
board
was
here.
Peters is at 1 out. This is just all bad for D. Peters.
Which 8?
And it goes from bad to worse.
David.
Yes.
Okay, great.
As Oganyan claims a pelt and brings himself
on the rail.
up to almost 20 million in chips, Jesse.
Tough one.
Dominant performance here, embracing the variance,
Who knows why?
coming up on the right side of it.
Does he know David?
Probably.
David
I
Peters.
mean, maybe. It's a spite. Maybe that's his uncle.
Not going to bring his
No, I wasn't sure. Like,
46 million plus in career tournament earnings to the final table in this
I
one,
can't ask him after that hand.
as the Ohio native Sent packing.
Do what I have to do.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate.
Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
Compared to other situations where you're getting it in with kings.
A couple of blunt force objects in the hands of Kuhn and Chewy here. They bludgeoned this one up to 12.7 already. And there's the jam. Snap from Kuhn, and the coldest of coolers is upon us. And look at Tollerine. He's thinking, what a gift this is.
Okay, the cold call.
A little bit of a difference.
Premonition of the universe.
By the way, Tollerine's sitting there knowing
He's
that he
on.
has a king. He folded a king. He's obviously not going to tell
Really?
them, but
Yeah, I think I have 23.
Oh, you do cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
No,
cover me.
no.
I'm all in.
Now, the silver lining, of course, is the Chewy does cover here. But as we know, he's got just one out in reality with these kings for the time being.
this is complete and utter devastation, Ollie. I'm not even embellishing.
No. This is simply destiny right now. Passengers are Kuhn and Chewy. Ace Jack Trey, top set for Jason. All but locking this one up. 2% is Chewy with 2 to come.
Ooh.
Only
Hang
fitting.
on.
It hasn't been a sweaty enough day.
Okay.
Right.
Not a lot of queens folded.
Sylvia, this one's on you. If a girl says hi on the river and showers Kuhn. Not going to happen, though. Ace is full for good measure, and Jason Kuhn, who started out with the chip lead in this one, has now taken a buzzsaw through Chewy's kings, which he always rated to do.
16.
And in the aftermath, Chewy's going to be left just 4.5
16,
million.
17, 18.
Versed in.
One thing that I love about Jason Kuhn is that, you know, there's all this talk about No Limit being a slightly solved game. It's getting harder and harder. This is a guy who stuck to his guns and just played No Limit Hold'em his whole career. And look at the level of success that he's had doing that.
Yeah, I mean, he plays some pot limit Omaha events.
Yeah,
he
he has been getting in the mix, you're right. But, I mean, he's made, let's say, 60 of that. 64 million on the 2-card variant.
Well, you
Something
want to talk
along those
about
lines.
things that have been made, Jesse. Lebedev with ace-8 of diamonds has made the call versus the jam from Chewy's ace-queen, and he is in a bad way here. Just 27% equity in an over 5 million chip pot.
This is truly just a brutal cooler for him, blind versus blind. We saw before, you know, found a profitable spot with the King 7 offsuit. Now he's got a much better hand and is just way behind.
And there he stays as the margin deepens considerably. Top pair, top kicker for Chewy. And it
Good game,
is
Sergey.
over.
Well played.
A short-lived participation here for Sergey Lebedev,
sweat from
Jesse,
his runouts
as he
today, huh?
is showered
Check mark
in
every time.
5th for 471,000 and change.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, we'll come right
Well,
back.
Brock, how much is that fold that you made against Jason going away on your minds?
Yeah, I mean, it would have been it would be a much easier fold against many other people. He's obviously like one of, if not the best in the world. So it's going to weigh on my mind a lot. It's kind of one of those that, like, if you're right, it's worth a lot. And if you're wrong, it's pretty bad because I'm getting a really good price to call it off. But in that spot, in my experience, it just didn't make too much sense for me to have the best hand. But I don't know. He definitely knows stuff I don't, so like I'm very unsure about it, and we'll see. We'll see in 20, 30 minutes or whatever.
Well, you mentioned Jason being one of the best in the game right now. How do you feel at this point in your career that you're stacking up against the best of the best, the Jason Koons of the world?
Yeah, I mean, I love poker. I've been prepping and like studying it for a long time, and like being able to come and play these tournaments is already. I'm thankful to be able to do that, and then to make the final table. And you know, I'm playing with 3 people who I very much look up to. Like coming up in high school, early college, Chewy, Ben Tolleran, and Koon were like very much people to aspire to be to try and compete with. So I'm glad to just be able to. So yeah, I'm very thankful.
Still on the hunt for that World Series of Poker bracelet. What's the value of a bracelet to you?
Yeah, the value is pretty high, I would say, but you know, I think that winning a big buy-in tournaments, wherever it is, if it's at the World Series, if it's a WPT Alpha 8, if it's a Triton, that is the biggest sort of value to me. But I mean, bracelet's awesome. I've been watching the World Series since I was literally like 13, so like it's obviously a big goal of mine. But this tournament kind of brought together 2 goals: a bracelet and a high roller win.
Cherish has told us, and you mentioned this to start the interview, that you are devoted to poker. It's almost 100% of your time. Do you allow yourself, after a run like this, to take some time, or do you jump right into the 100K?
Yeah, some people tell me to take some time. I'm considering it. If the 100K looked like, if I felt in the mood to play the 100K, I was planning on doing that. We'll see. If I made the wrong fold, I'm definitely not playing it. But and maybe I will still. But like, yeah, I might take some time. But it's World Series summer. I like to play every day. I like to hop from venue to venue. I'll usually start at the World Series, then go elsewhere. And yeah, I mean, I will probably be taking a small break, but it's only ever a half day.
And finally, I mentioned Cherish. What has she brought to you in your career? How has she helped you out?
Yeah, I mean, a really strong stabilizing force. I mean, the relationship definitely has helped me kind of move up and be confident and have a support system, someone who gets it. And, you know, we always kind of collaborate back and forth with different sort of strategic ideas. We have a little bit of a different approach at times, but, you know, that's what it's really useful to sort of talk poker. And I'm thankful to a lot of my friends who I'm able to talk with and, you know, learn from, because, you know, whoever you sort of are friendly with, you know, whatever success you have is always a combination of your friends helping you along the way. So
set the stage for us before you go rest of the way. What can we expect to see here at three-handed?
Yeah, I mean, they're 3 very good players. Just based on the stacks, it looks like Jason's chip lead, so he's probably the most likely, I guess, to win.
Well, now we are officially down to a single table of 9 here in the 100K high roller from the Horseshoe Las Vegas. Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia set to bring you the bulk of the payouts in an almost $10 million prize pool that was assembled as things are getting serious. $247,000 the min payout right now. $48K the ladder if you can slip into the top 8. $2.6 million plus going to the eventual bracelet winner in this one as Chewy kicks things off. Blind still 100 and 150 with the 150K big blind Annie. 400K in orbit, the price of poker. King 10 suited for Oganyan, who vanquished David Peters with Queen 10 suited against 2 8s to bring us to this point. He partakes. Haxton with ace 9 in the big, asking for a count.
Looks like Ben Heath is a bit on the road to recovery since we last saw him. He's back up to 8 million from that 6.6 peak low.
Sure.
Vieira is down to 1.6 million. A lot of movement at that table in that few number of hands over there.
You know, Oganyan's stack suggesting that he had a lot to do with some of the harm incurred. at that table prior to coming over here, and he could be doling out a little harm to this top pair king kicker, given he has just flopped the open ender and the diamond draw, Jesse. 1.1 in there.
Yeah, this is an unreal flop right now. Chewy checking, identifying that this board is not his favorite texture, given his opponent flatting the button. Certainly one he wants to be careful on.
350. That which confronts Chewy after deference post, clearly mindful of the fact that the blue robe and the scythe belong to Oganyan, who can end all parties' run at any given moment. 9 on the turn, just smacking Oganyan, no waiting. Once more, Chewy checks. Now he's picked up the gut shot. Little does he know it would be good for only a chop.
That's such a remarkably exciting card if you're Oganyan, because your opponent could just have a 10, and then you're getting nearly all of it in free rolling the flush as well. They could have king 10, for instance, and you get it in, you're free rolling them.
Well, they could also have some real concerns in the face of a 1.3 million chip barrel with this king queen, Jesse. Now, we're beginning to be quite mindful of these pay ladders, the stacks that surround us that are leaner than our own at present, in particular Vieira's, Pitavi's, Lingham's.
That's a great fold by Chewy. I do think that this size by Oganyan was maybe a bit too large, where I don't know if he's actually bluffing when he bets that large on the turn. Chewy has a number of hands that have a 10 in them himself.
No ace 10 of diamond.
Wow, Vieira in the neighborhood there, speculating that it was ace 10 of diamonds.
That's a good hand to flat the button with, though. That is a good hand to flat the button with in this scenario. One I could for sure.
I feel like something closer to half pot may have kept Chewy interested, with a number of hands that might find a more happy fold when faced with a nearly pot-sized bet. Vieira king-jack offsuit in the hijack, sitting on 11 big blinds. How will he approach this one? Goes with the min raise. I like this.
And you start with how much? 1 point. There's 1.5 right here behind.
Pretty 10-9 suited. Oganyan showing a little bit of discipline there. He's got a suddenly speedy vibe, like maybe he wants to get after things here, but yeah, that fold suggesting we don't need to be concerned about chips splashing around too much. Ace deuce. We saw Haxton fold an ace in the big moments ago, now doing it again in the small. Again, mindful of ICM.
But he with ace 10 in his snap call. This could be.
Wasn't looking for the muck, that much we know. Ooh. He is looking for a 9, though, on this Jack 8-7 board, which gives Vieira the lead with top pair.
Gut shot overcard for Vinny, though. Vieira is certainly not out of the woods. Vieira's choosing a big bet here, relative to stacks. That is 350. Just setting up a quick turn jam, easy turn jam. I think this is nice. It's the type of board where things can change quite quickly.
Whoops.
He just folds.
9, 10 of diamonds. Whoops. What the fuck?
No further altercation.
9, 10 of diamonds against 11.
There's one. I was thinking there's one small reason that I can get behind flatting. There's one small reason, you know. I'm not gonna say, but yeah. Not because I don't like you or anything. I actually love you.
Good.
So it's not because of that. I'm not trying to bust you or anything like that. I'm very indifferent. But yeah.
We got you.
And there's always this flop. There's also that.
Going in.
Yeah.
It was going in.
Right, of course, right? Here we go. Instead, you were fighting. Still here.
You know what I'm rooting for more than anything else right now?
What's that?
Oganyan to tell another story.
We're just missing Landon on Oganyan's left. Then we'd have a nice little triangle across the table of Chewy, Oganyan, Landon.
You know,
when you get the boys together, the storytelling begins.
The air is a little bit thicker, though, at this FT than it was when we had 3 tables remaining. Jesse. King, Queen. Ivy. Thickening the pot.
I don't know. Do you guys know if they're sold out here or anything by any chance? Do they have rooms here?
Ace 10. Defending the big is
Is
Oganyan.
anyone staying here?
Looking for a room for the night here. I'm sure we can make some arrangements.
At the hotel.
Gutter for Thomas.
My reservation at the Wynn ran out today, so I'm currently homeless at the moment.
Slips it over.
You think Oganyan has had trouble paying attention in class in elementary school?
Here or
Is there a doubt?
I can't imagine both of them are sold out.
Why don't you have
Ivy paying attention to this top 2.
The play's still going.
A lot of hand.
Sure, she'd love to help you.
Always wondering what it is Thomas is peeling with when we have a king and a queen. Whatever it is, it doesn't rate to be a huge fan of the 5 of hearts. Maybe a backdoor flush draw.
What?
You should be able to just get one
As we can see, not the case.
Would imagine Ivy bets quite large here and receives the fold, but crazier things have happened.
Maybe doesn't matter. So close anyway.
1.25 million in the middle now. Ivy's second barrel, carrying with it enough weight to dispense of the ace 10. You know, if Oganyan was staying at the Wynn and he says my room ran out, that suggests that we've reached comp limits. And comps are things that, you know, we earn in other ways, and it isn't from playing poker down at the Wynn Encore.
Yeah, but, I mean, look at this man. Does this look like a man who doesn't gamble it up?
What do you think's his poison? If you put a read on it.
Probably poison, to be honest.
No, but, you know, big wheel. What do you think? Just
Big
something
wheel.
absurd? He's just out there, Vegas
sick.
vacation, squaring off, heads up, big wheel.
I lost 40 grand at war last night. I don't know.
I could see him getting real martingale out there under the right circumstances.
I could see him in the PokerGO streets.
Sure, the open face Pygao, many bankrolls decimated when everybody hunted that 6 million some odd. And the same dude ends up pulling $1 million mystery bounty. Sure.
Shout out to him. Did you see the tweet that he sent out before it happened?
Oh, he said I was going to go home.
He said
if I pulled $1 million and come back for the main.
No, he said I'm probably going to pull the $1 million bounty, then go home till the main. And then like 2 hours later, he commented on it and said, "Yeah, all right."
Most likely superheat.
I mean, I'm green with envy.
It's pretty sick.
I'm actually kind of boiling. You know, I'm not going to lie. Someone running that good tilts me. Now, if that makes me a lesser person, I will live with that.
I was rooting for.
But, you know, it's some sort of a weird, disproportionate bestowing of good fortune that I feel like needs to be redistributed in a more balanced way by the universe.
I hope the building burns down and nobody gets a bounty.
Yeah, that one's rough. Meanwhile, not so rough is an opportunity to win a seat into the PGT $1 Million Championship. Poker's most exclusive event. Enter for free at pgt.com/gleam, and you could be playing for your share of $1 million inside the iconic PokerGO studio in Las Vegas. Completely free to enter. Just head to pgt.com/gleam to secure your giveaway entries.
I'd like to win a seat into that.
Are you allowed? Jesse, you know, earlier I was kind of wondering what the terms and conditions are, you know.
I've honestly never known what I'm allowed to do. I tend to just not ask that way.
And by the way, you know, I share that disposition as evidenced by some of my discretion earlier in this very broadcast. Jesse, you know.
Yeah, I've noticed that about you.
Yeah.
You're very good at teetering. Maintaining the ability to claim ignorance later is such a strong,
I'm not even
powerful
claiming
thing.
ignorance, Jesse. I'm like guilty as charged. Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
I'm going to live with my choices.
I like
and we're
it.
going to live with 2 aces in the small.
Wow.
If we're Patavi,
930.
having worked his way to this 3.7, he can play multi-decision point poker as he 3-bets
so
up to 925,000. This king-6 offsuit not durable enough to take the heat.
Unfortunately for Patavi, he could not run into a worse hand in Boyvin's opening range. That said, I mean, he'll gladly accept the chips.
Do you think that Thomas's family cringes whenever they're watching these streams and they hear the deeply westernized rendition of his surname, Boyvin?
Are we saying it wrong?
I mean, the westernized pronunciation, obviously, you read the letters and that's how it comes out. I've always tried to put a little flair on it with Boyvin.
Boyvin.
But I feel a little bit silly, I confess, when I do so as we check back in on this PLO 8. Looks like maybe only 3 remaining now. Sternheimer, Deeb, and I'm not sure.
Bruno.
Is it Bruno?
The one and only.
In the wig?
Yes.
How about it?
I caught up with him for a moment on break. That is the one and only Bruno.
Do you remember Bruno's last name?
Firth.
Firth, that's right.
Yeah. There is only one Bruno.
He really is marching to the beat of his own drum. You know.
400.
And he's really doing it in the 4-card variety this summer.
I knew him as a no-limit player.
Yeah.
When he first came across my path in Vegas.
He's a tremendous no-limit player, but he's already won the 5K PLO event this year. Bracelet event. And now he's 3-handed in the 10K PLO 8.
He's gone down those streets.
I guess
Once
so.
you get a taste for 4-card, Jesse, it is tough to have the same sentiments about 2-card. It's
impossible
it's
to
a
go
more
back.
potent narcotic.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, potency coming in the form of Ace Jack of Hearts for Vinny Lingham. Picks up Ben Heath's suited connector in the big blind, which turns in to an open ender on a monotone all-heart board. Lingham has flopped the nut flush. Heath with the check. And Vinny playing with pace here. 300K C-bet.
That was such a ridiculously fast bet.
And I wonder whether or not Heath feels more or less inclined in the face of that, provided he's taking it into consideration to proceed.
And let me tell you, I've talked to Ben several times. Ben Heath is a man who does take that kind of thing into consideration. Not going to fold the open ender right away, given the price, but he pays attention.
Oh,
to
no.
stuff. Oh, that's...
Forgive the interruption, but blame the 8 of diamonds, Jesse, as Heath with a catastrophic immediate making of the straight and a check back from Lingham. Board pairing 4.
Wow.
Obviously, there are 2 complete hands that the straight falls to, boats and flushes, but as played, one would expect Heath to be pursuing some value here on the end, Jesse.
Wow, this is really unfortunate.
I mean, especially because decent sizing out of Heath. followed by a jam, presumably from Lingham. Sat just 2.6 for an additional 1.5, and the numbers start to get a bit inescapable, perhaps? I don't know, though. How many bluff jams do we have as Lingham here? I don't know what Ben's perceptions will be.
I gotta say two things. One, Vinny has played very snug so far from what we've seen. I don't know. They haven't seen the cards. We've seen the cards. Maybe they have a different interpretation, but two, I can count on one hand, maybe one finger, the number of times I've seen somebody check back the turn and raise the river, especially on a monotone flop, as a bluff. I think those two factors will have a huge effect on how Ben navigates this river. We're going to find out. I can't imagine that Vinny just calls here. He has been really snug, though.
2.2.
Oh, he min raises. Leaves a little back.
Ben immediately drops the hood.
Yeah, Ben's hating this.
He really a loathsome spot to be put in. I mean,
he hates this. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. You put in a big value bet. You're like, I'm going to get paid here. Suddenly they put in the raise, and your hand is no good.
The 2.2. Oh, but Verbal's buying it. Yeah, I told them.
We're getting our udders pinched.
No, you're fine. I was just telling the dealer because.
For Ben Heath.
Verbalized 2.2. 2.2 million. Yeah, that should be the bet.
This would be such a remarkably sick find for Heath, just given the 2.2. You know.
Yeah. Honestly, if anyone can suss out and find the exploitable fold here, I think it's Ben.
10 years off. Really? We can do like 1 week in the gym to shoot jumpers.
I mean, Vinny's not supposed to have trip fours ever.
That's all I want to do nowadays. Just like shoot with a partner.
And that's really the only thing that might have a misplaced sense of value. I don't see. I just don't see it.
No, and if he does, he might even just call river. We don't know.
Now, Heath does call. Was never particularly proud of the 8-high straight.
Two-time banks. Two-time banks, Vinny.
He gave it already. I gave it already.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry.
No worries.
One from Vinny.
By the way, the time bank police are front and center.
Yeah.
Mark her down,
What a hand. What a flop.
said Vinny. As he takes a cleaver to Ben.
Just straight.
Hey,
That is a healthy dose of chips. Going to Vinny Lingham. Let's talk about this man. Just $107,000 in career tournament earnings. Not a professional poker player. Blockchain and cryptocurrency investor. Founder of Civic Technologies.
Yeah, I'm not raising.
Originally from East London by way of South Africa.
That one will get much.
The latter of which is where he attended business school. Father of two, currently calls San Diego home. It's a nice place to kick your heels up if you're an internet entrepreneur. Co-founder and CEO of identity protection and management startup called Civic. Also founded Gift and Yola Incorporated, Silicon Cape.
6-7 or something?
You know what? Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I participated in Civic's ICO.
Sorry.
I'm going to have to go down there and get a little status update from Vinny about how we're doing.
You mean it's just sitting somewhere?
Yeah, it might be in a wallet. Some obscure wallet somewhere.
Wait, so you're saying there's like a non-zero chance that you're just worth $100 million on accident right now?
Sure hope so.
Because, you know, just speaking selfishly, and perhaps on behalf of some of the fans out there, maybe you don't look at the wallet, you know, just so that you continue to show up for work.
You know what? If I found $100 million tomorrow and they told me, hey, we need you for a couple hours in the booth with Ali, I'd still come down here.
Yeah, but would you
I
come
do this
down
for love of
here
the game,
and then
baby.
actually do the work? You know, would you just come down here and be like, hey, look at my wallet later?
I might have a couple more interesting jokes.
Yeah.
Couple of dicey lines, you know.
Right.
You notice I stay a bit neutral on that kind of stuff.
Right. You know, suggesting
For
that the
job
check is a little
security,
more
but
important
yeah.
right now. Yeah, I get that.
Well, I'm here for love of the game, Ollie.
Yeah.
I'm here to spend a little time with you.
Not here for the ace-8 offsuit was Ben Heath there, who folded to the
Vinny, you got a
ace-jack.
hand. You shouldn't leave.
Look at Vinny. He's like, dude, I just
Sit down and
got
focus.
I need some water.
juiced up to 6.5 milli.
Get some drinks, yeah, something.
Focus on some
Wait, hang on a sec.
Your hand might not be worth it.
Huh?
Gotta say
Have you
hydrated.
noticed the
That's
seating?
Hydration is important.
Vinny's working
Sorry,
here.
I
This
feel
looks
bad
like a
'cause I took a little
BYOC
That's fine.
situation.
No,
Yeah, this is a bar stool
I
type
can never
of.
see another person who's thirsty and needs some water.
That looks like some sort of zero-gravity posture
Especially in the
supporting.
biblical context. Alex could get this.
BYOC. I see what's going on here. You think this came from home?
I mean, have you ever seen a table that just magically had that particular contraption available on it? Everyone else is rocking the standard pleather.
Yeah. I can't say I have. I just assumed he dragged it over from a bar somewhere, but
No, that's not a bar stool, man. That's one of those. You didn't see it?
no.
It
I guess I didn't get a good look, that's for sure.
Maybe I didn't clock it right, but anyway, these are not the most important aspects of what we're observing here.
Don't question yourself. I think you're probably right.
Possibly.
Good start.
Vieira looking to get right with King 9 off, and he's going to do so. Ripping into Oganyan successfully.
Vieira just sticks around, man.
Yeah.
Listen, if I'm at this table, I would love for him to go away, because
No, he is.
man's like a wet blanket all over you in every pot, and
It's
just
true.
plays all the depths well. You know, has a firm grasp of the ICM. He's just not going to make a mistake. And by the way, this is not exclusive to him. We don't anticipate mistakes out of any of the players that remain over here. Now, Lingham, not a professional poker player, perhaps not as studied as some of these other guys, but he's a deeply intelligent man who, you know, isn't out here as a wreck looking for a twirl.
Certainly holding his own. He's now essentially tied for second place in chips.
Listen, he took a nice, tidy little line against Heath with that ace-jack of hearts. Haxton putting a bow on 2 9s. Carves all the way through to the big blind of Ivy. See if something defendable reveals itself. 10-8 off. No contest. Pleads Phil. Now, earlier, Jesse, Aram Oganyan was talking about his, you know, meter is run up over at the Wynn, and was asking about, are there rooms available here? This brought something to mind. But before I talk about it, I'm going to talk about Resorts World, pictured there on your screen, where I'm sure some rooms are available. But more importantly, in November, the NAPT is available to those of you who work your way down to the north end of the strip and hop in to maybe the 5K main, the 1K open, or the 50K super high roller. Something for everyone at the NAPT, which pays a visit to Resorts for the 3rd year in a row. Shout out to Leon Wheeler in that room. Played host to my game for a very long time. I've gotten a little bit busy. There's been a mutiny of sorts. Everybody's at Bellagio playing now, which can't really argue with. Just proximity to the Horseshoe this time of year. People walk right on across the street. Try not to get shot in the process. And then North Valley, you know, there's some advantages. Some walk-in business. Maybe Ivy's going to walk in
2 million?
with a 3-bet from the small blind, sizing up Vieira's total stack here.
10 seconds.
A lot of hand.
Wow.
Yep.
All in.
Jams it.
Oh, no! Ho ho!
Haxton with a spoonful of medicine in the big. The antidote to this ace-queen of diamonds.
At 30 when you're done counting it. How much is it?
4,300,000.
4,375.
4,375.
Know what it says?
I don't.
Yeah.
It's 4,375. Okay, you can run my clock now.
30.
The clock's
You should get 30.
That's
You should get 30. Thank you.
Jesse, Ike covers.
Sorry. I'm trying to tell you what to do.
I mean, Vieira's out of here no matter what. Ike doesn't necessarily know that, but he's got the big blind and big blind ante in there. Ace king off suit.
I mean, this is going in, obviously. It's just about... Wow.
Good luck, gentlemen.
This is...
Somebody dropped the thermostat to its coldest setting here. And the draft pointed squarely at Phil Ivey's ace queen of diamonds. And that's where it stays on a 6-7-8 board. Running chop outs, potentially the 4.
Okay.
Is one part of that puzzle.
Okay.
5 and we carve it up. Queen and I hog it. Anything else?
Ooh.
And it's curtains. For one of the GOATs, Phil Ivey. Not going to be collecting a bracelet here in this 100K as he can fight no longer.
I'm not going to lie to you, Ollie. I was just getting ready for a big Ivy FT. Kind of locking in to see something special.
I was too, man. But, you know, who's
like
going to
that.
fault him? This
No.
departure is just the product of a merciless deck.
No, nothing you can really do there.
You have a time bank?
Other than wrap the felt and say goodnight.
When he got up this
Even if you were to 3-bet smaller, I think you just get it in versus Ike regardless.
Everybody should be getting more time banks.
Floor? We got the time banks?
No, he fell out of his pocket. Like it was, just, it for sure was like what his shorts cost, his jeans, like pants that he's wearing.
Did you already hit the button?
There you go, Ike. Souvenir.
Small?
When Phil got up, it fell out of his pocket.
Oh, that's the thing. That's what we're doing.
Pull that chair out and everyone gets
$775 hat.
I think it was.
9th place finish going to be good for just shy of $250,000 for Ivy to add to his astonishing $50 million plus in career tournament earnings. 247 cashes. Bracelet number 12 will have to wait though for the 48-year-old.
Just fell out of his pocket. It's just a tag, like in his pants.
I mean, you could sell that on eBay.
Cream, extra large, and $775. And it is from Neiman Marcus. 700, you said? Yes.
775. Neiman.
Thank you so much.
And there goes the tea.
Oh, okay. I have a 3 kind of thing.
Hey,
You know what's so sick about Ivy having 50 million in winnings?
That 4 scared me. The TED board. I was like,
I feel like MTTs are kind of his side gig. You know?
Listen, 50 million in tournament earnings.
You wanted the
I don't know how
super
much he's
nuts,
picked up
low
in cash
possible
over the
risk.
years. You know,
Understandable.
quietly
He's on
and
2
in
points.
the
Won
shadows.
a lot of money. Well, just in the public stuff on Full Tilt, I think he was up 20 million.
So the
Recordable
Bamboozle
winnings
full? Is that what you're
in
saying?
cash
I was
games.
going to call, but I thought
On
he'd be
Poker
nice
Stars,
to
it
me
was
and say,
10 to
you know what,
20
I
million.
got
Sure, he
hung
cleaned up
around
in
for a bit
Macau before
longer,
they told
you
him to
know,
get out of
you're a
those
nice
games.
guy.
Reasonable.
That's what Vinny did to me on day 1.
I did. I left him with 100K. This is what
I mean, he might call. He might just call a
He
bottom
made it
boat.
back. This was
And I just
100K.
ran it
That's why you got to stomp him out.
He might just call a
You
bottom
know, I
boat.
could have stumped him up, but he just rebuys. What's the point?
You're a roller. You don't show
You had a better chance of keeping
That's
me
right.
short by letting me save that 140.
Sorry, what's the one?
Well, just glimpsing through Ivy's bio here,
And now we're friends.
the bullet point jumping off the
Been playing very
page
friendly poker.
with regard to the
Nice hand bloom.
speculations as to how much he's won in cash is the fact that he took Andy Beal for $16 million on behalf of the
I
corporation.
saved 100 grand. I hope you guys
Yep.
can this sometime.
MTTs are his side gig, man.
You might.
And he's still top
Yeah, 10
15 most winnings in the world or whatever it is.
Not a lot of side hustles that yield 50 million. Granted, gross, not net, but nevertheless. Vieira looking for proceeds with ace-4 of spades. Haxton not waking up with the big ace this time, and
Speaking of
Lingham's
being friendly,
otherwise
Vinny,
pretty
don't show me
7-8
your
of hearts
cards.
crumbles.
Wait, did you see them?
I had to look away. I think I maybe saw like 7 of hearts or something.
What is the angle you got on me?
Right there. There's only one angle. I'm here. Your cards are there.
I gotta be smarter about
I mean, this spot it wasn't too big. You already folded, and it was just all in.
No, it was as Russell was acting.
Oh, never mind. I was about to say.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
I'll do this.
Might help, yeah.
We'll definitely know how many time banks you're playing if you do that.
I'll look from the other side.
Did you have like
you nailed it.
three cross heart?
Seven on this right.
Yeah.
Wow. Eagle eye.
Usually I'm really good at spotting when I should have seen it.
You
I
did
don't
when you
actually
see
know
it.
what it is.
You definitely have to say it because you don't want to get all the eat out this bitch. You don't want that accusation. You don't want that. That's...
I'm not trying to see anybody's cards.
No, I know. I do the same
Yeah.
when people like
same.
mess up.
You have to.
Like when it folded to Jow, I even looked away when he was peeking at his cards. Like I just don't want. I want to look at my cards. I'm not worried about yours.
We're about to have a new deck.
Such a tight chip lead over. Such a tight chip lead over.
Suited one gapper on the button now for Haxton.
Only been running around.
Sportingly advising Vinny to do a better job at concealing his cards there.
Put it in the record books, man. Hollywood Haxton is a honest guy. Just your average, honest, hardworking, multi-millionaire.
Second chips, Ike.
I got to tell you, I would.
I have almost 11.
Yeah, he's second.
I would not make irony out of the Hollywood nickname
20.
if I had Ike's roll. That thing would be apt. Well, a reminder that you can soak up coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker all summer long with daily broadcasts of the main event coming your way not long from now. Subscribe and use the code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. Head over to PokerGo.com and get yourself signed up.
No Tupac yet. Tupac plays later.
I think Aram's got some Tupac stories as well.
Oops, sorry.
So I'm playing basketball on this island where Tupac still lives.
Listen real quick. Did they ever for sure figure out who murked Pac? Because
Eminem alluded to
someone in
certain
particular?
a certain man who's facing some RICO charges right now.
Okay, but it isn't.
Actually, I think that might have been Biggie. He might have pinned Biggie on Diddy.
Off the table.
Biggie on Diddy.
Yeah.
No, you just knocked the
Oh,
lid off
right,
before
yes.
right now. You
Although
barely
Diddy,
missed
I
the
thought
bottom.
was in anyway. I just want to make sure it isn't some
That seems like a good
someone
idea.
who maybe stole a laptop
Backpack
at the
on the back
game's
of the swivel
barbecue
chair, it's,
once upon a time. You know, I mean,
Hey,
you'd
man.
hate to run with that guy.
It can be done, but you have to
It's
engineer
possible.
You think he was the wheelman? You think?
The wheelman.
You know, he just rolled up alongside Suge and just rat-a-tat? Although that...
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yeah, that was the one that did him in, or it wasn't? I can't remember. Was it in Vegas, the shooting that did him in? Because he got popped a few times. Once in the studio. Anyway.
I got to revisit the history of all this. I'm
It's been
not.
so
I'm a little
long.
foggy. Yeah.
Right now, there's someone going, who's Pac? Yeah, I'm like, okay. I'm old.
Pac is a Eastern European MTT reg.
Yeah, right. King Jack. Vieira with the fold there, Jesse.
A little
He is-
surprising. Early position. He only has 12 blinds.
Yeah, he's the shortest stack at the table. Thought maybe that would qualify for entry, but different sentiments on display from Joao, and far be it from us to question any of the procedures that man elects to embrace as Patavi wraps his arms around ace-10, but only as a limp in the small here against Chewy, who's got the ace-5 of diamonds.
This could get interesting. Yeah, I was going to say, kind of a nice hand for Chewy to check back. Again, you really hate seeing the limp raise when you have a hand of the ace-5 strength. Look at this flop.
10-9-5, top pair against bottom pair, diamond-free environment. Done well to check back. Pre-flop has Chewy.
I'm not sure how often Patavi wants to bet this board, but certainly ace-10 has to be a leading candidate for a bet. Just a very strong hand that's fairly vulnerable to a number of turn cards. Likes to get the money in now before some awkward run out comes off.
Straightforward third pot bet. Chewy making the call. Standard fanfare.
Ooh.
7 on the turn.
Heard it? Every single one of them. A lot of rough years.
For me, it's hard because of my knee.
It's knee? I thought it was ankle.
Oh, knee.
Oh.
It's still swelling, see? Crazy.
Doesn't look good, buddy.
I mean, surgery, you're done.
Hey, it's done already?
Patavi really
Oh, they
looks
have
like
surgery.
the second
Yeah,
barrel's
it was
coming
2 years.
here.
It was not, they lied to me. They told me I had a torn meniscus and wait 1 year.
No, finds the check.
Why the check, Jesse? Is this deception aimed at inducing, or is this the kind of card that complicates that top pair versus a big blind check back enough that we don't want to suddenly find ourselves playing a bloated one?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of the latter where
Rehab.
it's the type of card where we aren't going to be happily firing 3 barrels on nearly every river card.
You're 16, 7, so you don't get
And in that case, we have to do some slowing down somewhere.
Chewy happily checking back, of course. And now the Queen of Diamonds, not the kind of card that brings any joy to Chewy's holding.
The World Series is actually good. You walk a lot.
For that matter, Patavi may have some questions as to the frequency of some sort of Queen X combo that was a straight draw, potentially on the flop, but unbothered enough to come with 500 is Patavi. 2/3 pot.
Yeah, certainly a strong enough hand to value bet here easily. Case in point, Chewy hasn't folded his hand already, so if he's even considering calling with a 5, ace-10, very easy value bet. He does let it go relatively quickly. Chewy could, of course, have a number of stronger hands here to call with.
I want to be able to walk on the
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That was nicely played by Chewy. He got away for the almost absolute minimum.
Yeah,
one
you're right.
big blind, right?
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Damage minimization, obviously a big part of playing successful poker. You're going to lose pots, Jesse. This is a given.
Good to have you.
But
you are going to lose pots.
Making sure that you do your best to make those pots as inexpensive as possible. Always beneficial. You know, I started to talk about how the meter ran out at the win for Oganyan, and he was looking for a room. And, you know, I don't mean to undermine the good folks at Caesars Entertainment and what they have on offer, but I would say that the Horseshoe, not exactly known as the accommodations crown jewel in their portfolio. So, you know, for Oganyan, apart from the convenience of being on site already, to be asking about rooms at the Horseshoe, a man coming from the win, this is a downgrade, I think, objectively. We can all agree, and maybe he can look for other pastures. Although I would imagine if you pony up and start firing like $25 blackjack, you can end up with a penthouse suite not long afterward here. You know, right? I mean, what's the high limit min here at the Shoe? 50 bucks?
I mean, I don't know. I can't say that I've played blackjack down here at the Horseshoe.
What have you played, Jesse? Oh, hang on. We're going to play 475 with Jack 5 off. Ben Heath wants to end this here and now. Chewy's limp with the ace-5 suited was not with the intention of stepping away, and he's performing very well. Making the call here, 1.1 in the middle.
This is nice by Ben, by the way. This feels like the exact kind of hand that likes to isolate on the stack size.
What are you looking at, Doc?
I don't know,
Top
man.
pair for Chewy.
I think
I wonder what was
the visual system was
Yeah,
off.
very
I
unfortunate
love
flop
thinking
for Ben.
right there.
Probably one that he continues on in some capacity, and
My luck charm, I'll tell you that.
obviously not one that Chewy's looking to fold.
On this board texture, obviously he's sort of purchased the right to rep this part of the deck, and he's got a jack, which rates to interfere with some
Chill out, bro.
of that
I don't know if we want
queen
that.
jack stuff, which might have been played as a limp call. Nevertheless, he checks back, finds the gutter, while Chewy finds the nut flush.
This could get very interesting.
Yeah.
This is almost feeling like a somewhat mandatory triple barrel combo for Heath. He has a blocker.
Why did you bring up the pass like
He has a hand with no showdown value. He has no club, so if the board runs out a brick without a club, he has a very enticing hand to continue bluffing.
I don't remember like anything about the board or anything.
And unfortunately for him, Chewy has a very strong hand as well, so
That was dumb.
we will see.
Just back to the room it is.
750.
750,000.
And sadly, I saw you actually, like 5 minutes after my, like as I was getting my card, you were coming down. I was like, oh, what happened to him? Fuck. Didn't put him to good use. But that's it. It's going probably play.
Must have been a while ago if you saw me at the valet line.
Or you were just, maybe you were just you were leaving. I don't know.
Yeah.
750K.
I was in the.
No,
you probably, you know, like in Aria, they
Lacking
go up.
any
I was
hope
in the-
whatsoever of taking this pot down.
You probably self-parked.
no, I don't drive. I pretty much always take a taxi.
So you probably were going to grab a
Chewy's taking his time,
Oh,
but
you
this
were
is a
that
call.
valet,
He's
yeah,
never
yeah.
raising, he's never folding.
I don't know if you clocked it, but Ike apparently
The main
taking
one is
something
the-
as well, namely
Yeah.
taxis.
I like the studio.
Not the one that I had.
Why?
Are you going to play in the studio stuff?
Yeah, respect to
in the
taxi
summer?
drivers, but
Ike is old school, man.
Uber and Lyft, maybe.
Ike doesn't own any Bitcoin. He doesn't take Uber, all right?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Doesn't own any Bitcoin. So a flat from Chewy.
Ooh.
8 on the end.
I also bluffed it off.
This just feels like the hand where the third barrel is coming.
The jack is so key. Jack 9, King Jack, both can be represented.
Yep.
Brandon Steven, who sure seemed like he was going to have top.
By the
set,
way,
and
the
didn't have
bigger
top set.
ace,
Oh, Lord. Okay.
namely if we are going to come with heat on the end, aces up plus, could also be repped here by Heath.
2.8.
I was sick too.
And he is going to make a big commitment. 2.8 of the 3-5 remaining, overbetting this pot by 200K. And max pressure application
I don't know.
to Chewy's
Probably had more than 90.
ace with no kicker.
He called ace king 10.
That's a
It's
fun
interesting.
spot
I
to call it off.
actually think on this stack size, Heath doesn't have a lot of King Jack. I think he checks it back pre-flop quite a bit.
Like 7, 2 flush.
He, of course, can have the aces up sort of hands. He has a lot of other strong hands.
The river was a brick. And there were so many like hands that you can have that are like pair flush draw.
Yeah.
Folded river. And I showed the river. And he had pocket 10s that up
Kind of what I thought he was going to have.
Chewy's going to give this one
Yeah, it's only
a
hand
chew.
calls, I think. Maybe some 2 pairs. King 10 suited. Maybe king 10 suited. That might fold. It was a young, like, up-and-coming pro.
Of course, the check back you're referencing that removes King Jack from range, Jesse, pre-flop,
I don't like my line, but
where he did not
I might check some aces twice.
check back,
Probably
rather
not.
made it 475.
Kind of butchered it.
Yeah, on the stack size, it actually feels like
Live and you learn.
King Jack becomes a very important check back, as it plays really well post-flop, and you don't want to get limp jammed against. Chewy is, oof. I thought he was putting in the call for a minute, but that was just another time chip.
How important is having the ace in terms of it being a blocker to Heath, having the aces up that maybe we're concerned about from time to time?
I think it's pretty important because, again, I don't know if Heath has King Jack that often, so I don't think blocking stuff like that is as important as blocking aces up. So I think having an ace is very important in this particular situation.
Having the 2 clubs is bad, is it not?
It's not great. It's not great to have the 5 of clubs. I think the ace of clubs is irrelevant because they're never bluffing with an ace, obviously. Having the 5 of clubs is not your favorite. There are probably some hands like 4 or 5 of clubs that could take this line occasionally. I wonder if Chewy thinks this is
fold.
Oh, lets it go. Wow, that was, I mean, that was Heath's tournament right there.
Dovey gonna be pissed?
What?
Dovey gonna be pissed?
Dovey's gonna love it.
Oh no.
Well, the post-mortem, Chewy trying to get Ben to give him some insights as to whether or not he bluffed him.
So happy I didn't knock his stuff down when he was here.
Of course, as we can see, he most definitely did. And as you pointed out, Jesse, that was very risky business because he would have been down to crumbs.
Yeah.
Had Chewy found the call. And you can't fault Chewy for not being particularly keen on calling with the ace-5. Heath can show up with it there frequently, but happened to have dust on that occasion. And Ben fighting his way back to north of 6 million as Chewy slips to 5.3, and we battle on. Oganyan, party starting with the king 10 of diamonds.
That was quite a hand, by the way. I mean, Heath had 12 million a few moments ago. He was one river call away from being basically out of this tournament. To have the heart to just continue to run that bluff despite that being true, I mean, that really separates some of these best players in the world from other players. Just taking the emotions out of the equation and just knowing this is a good hand to run the bluff with. I have to go for it.
It really is a turning point in any MTT player's career when they manage to suppress all of those instinctive urges not to execute in spots such as that.
Count it, but I think it's way too much.
No suppression necessary here for Vieira as he dispenses the full clip. 2.2 with pocket threes.
No, you got it, bro.
And Oganyan says
fair.
goodbye.
Nice hand. That one felt like a scam.
Well, the good folks over at Splash Sports want your action when it comes to the NBA Finals, and what better reason to give it to them than a 50x multiplier on your entry fee if you head on over and play their Quick Picks, the new peer-to-peer fantasy game where you pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, and take home the prize. Play now at splashsports.com and grab up to 50x.
15 big.
14.
How much I can do?
Who that?
325.
Raise to 325.
Pitavi on the hunt with King Jack, and Heath with the antidote here on the button. Ace Jack suited. But again, some pay ladder considerations, a little bit of caginess. You see the stack dynamics at the top of your screen. All of it on Ben's mind. Lending to the flat.
Heath might be heating up here. He's got to be feeling good. Oh, never mind.
How much do you have, Ben?
Oh, you really rode the broom there.
Yeah.
Ace Queen as alphabet soup spills onto the screen. Oganyan with the best spoonful, ladles 6 million into the middle.
Just max pressure right away. Let's go. If you have it, you have it.
Good night and good luck to King Jack and Ace Jack.
Race 5.
By the way, you got to applaud the efforts that have not been surreptitious by some of the rest of the field, given Oganyan's penchant for turning his hands face up to try to mine intel.
Yeah.
You know, Oganyan's last retort was, you'll see it in a half hour, which I think is a good gear shift on his part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a little bit more, but
Make him pay
Let's
for the
go.
glimpse, or make him sweat it out.
I mean, he just showed the king 10 suited.
less of a concern.
Completely unsolicited.
Normal.
Just got to mix it up and
Nothing to see there.
lay a couple ace queen offsuits face down, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Just playing the game. As it should be played.
Chewy, by the way, apparently suffering from whatever this is that he's foraging on, kind of digging its way between his teeth. And I'm 2 days into this Invisalign thing. Jesse, you know, I don't know what I was thinking, letting my girl convince me to do this. You know, I'm kind of old. Who cares? It's about straightening them at this point. But I got this
1-7.
movement of the lips here that he's been guilty of. I got these dumb buttons on my... Anyway. See me in 20 months as two queens are going to see about this open from Vieira. 1.7, a chunky commitment on the button, and Haxton knows that there is no escape for Joao.
Play a big pot, maybe me and you.
Who snap calls the jam, and Ike looking to bring us to seven-handed action here at this final table.
We would have finally got to play a big pot. I mean, we got to see what it comes. Good luck, guys.
5.5 million in the kitty. And there's the ace. As Vieira says, not so fast. Not going to get rid of me just yet, or so it would seem. But hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Add remaining kings to the two queens that Haxton hunts to ruin the Portuguese nationals' night. 3 of clubs, however, will keep the night intact.
This Giao guy, man, he just sticks around.
To 625.
He really is a tenacious adversary to have to go up against.
Were the blinds 1-2 this hand?
You know what I like? I like the guys that don't give an inch. You know, I like the ones, I don't like to play against them, but I like watching them play because there's so much to respect and admire about that approach.
It's so devastating when you're on their right
I probably would have lost a big pot.
and you're a bit card dead. It's just, you just know you're in for an excruciating day.
You know what the worst is? When you know your hand warrants a limp in the small, but you know that just the frequency with which they're just going to smash out of the big and just leave you breathless
and
repeatedly.
then you finally man up and you put in that limp 3-bet with some bluff and they just look at you and they pile it in with some ace-4 type of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fold.
Yep, in there.
Ace-king for Pitavi.
10 seconds.
4. Raise to 400,000.
For a 4.3. Shoveled forward here. That's 20 bigs at this 1, 2, and 2 level.
Gets it done. I have to say, after watching a lot of 7-handed, 6-handed, 5-handed today, watching somebody try to get the under-the-gun raise 9-handed through, it feels like a decade before everybody folds.
Yeah,
it's
like
a
the
big
sweats
sweat.
are longer,
Yeah.
you're right. I mean, granted, 8-handed now, but still, facts remain. It's a lot of heat to have to endure.
Earlier when Ike raised the 9s under the gun, 9-handed, it felt like 14 people folded before he got it through. It was crazy. Like, people just popped out of the woodwork to fold that weren't even in the tournament anymore.
I confess, man, you know, it's been so long since I played poker with 8 other people at the table. Majority of the time, there's only 6 others when you're playing makes. A lot of the draw games, even if you're sat 8-handed, require a sit-out button. So, you know, 7-handed at most.
Honestly, I don't recommend it, Ollie.
No, it's
9-handed
pretty
poker
brutal.
is-
I
yeah,
mean,
it's really rough.
You got to fold a lot up front.
450.
Don't have to fold 2 jacks, though, at least not for the time being, as Vieira opens to 450. Newly minted.
Sold out card.
King, queen off
You sold the card, the Vinny's card.
for Boivin.
I think everything was low.
Couple of
One queen
overs,
behind,
a
right?
threatening holding to be defending with. He covers Vieira by about 700K, finds himself a gut shot on the 10-9-8 board, but the jacks he seeks are occupied in Vieira's hand. And Joao has an open ender and the overpair. Now, what's going to be a little bit awkward for Thomas is this sort of board texture is not necessarily the type that's supposed to invite a lot of continuation from Joao as the opener versus big.
No, you would imagine he plays more carefully on this board than most. And he
yet-
will be continuing with
Yeah.
pocket jacks, of course.
Specifically, this holding is quite cozy.
That said, Boivin. How are we saying it now, Boivin?
I mean, it doesn't have to be the way we say it. You can stick with Boivin if you'd
it's
like.
okay.
Jesse and I won't judge you one bit.
Wow. You
Quarter
really painted
pot.
me into a corner with that.
No,
Ollie.
no.
For the next round.
Boivin has an interesting decision here. He's got the nut gutter.
Oh my goodness, that is a grade A cackle.
Can we share it with the rest of the class?
I said, are they going to bring the 5s back for the next round? Look at the next round.
That's
That is kind
interesting. Yeah.
I think that needs to be changed.
That might be an oversight, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm guessing the next round is 120, 240.
Just pointing it out.
And they've run the 5Ks off the table, so they're wondering how they can do it.
I mean, we did just play 100, 150 with the 25s in play.
Yeah.
Ike said that we were going to go up to 100, 175 after that.
1-1.
We could just keep track of the odd chips on paper and just settle up every time it gets to a round number.
Why paper? Use a spreadsheet. And that's
That might have felt a little bit tedious. As ultimately Vieira does collect this
The
pot.
laptop's allowed at the table either.
What? After the main end lost yet? Oh, yeah, they changed the rule now.
I confess the pot was still in progress, but that was a degree of laughter I've never heard out of Haxton. I mean,
That
Vinny
snapped
really
me out of some kind of trance that I've been in my whole life and was unaware of until now. That was really something special.
I've
Lingham
never cut it down before, but
found the funny bone.
That's like, yeah, I'm sure it's that.
I mean, color down is such an elusive.
The last level was probably a typo too, but we still did it.
That's the beauty of the game. I love this game. This one's the funnest and most hardest, and it's just amazing. So cool.
I feel like they've just taken a bunch of structure sheets and just merged them together and just seen what
I think
happens.
they just said Chat GPT generate the World Series of Poker schedule and just published it.
400,000.
The free version.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll ask the floor.
Yeah, good question.
I had to keep it together.
100, 150, 100, 200, 122.
It's just so random.
Oganyan has done well on the day with Queen 10. Granted, it was suited when he took it up against Peters' 2 8s and sent Deep Eats packing. Here he is up against Ace 4 with the offsuit edition.
Yeah.
Both don't exist.
40's ridiculous. And
Jack
the
7-5.
Played 80, 160.
Neither party with the
I don't know
spade in
why they
hand.
just did a different structure.
Played 80, 160. Did you?
And
That was
120,
still dead.
and 122, 40.
Maybe they got complaints. They were looking at the stream, they were like, there's too much count.
No, I'm fine taking the 5Ks on.
Are we coloring down?
75, 150. You have the option of making
that's a
the
shame.
normal structure. You don't have to. Sometimes you color up, you don't have enough for a small blind.
Then you can lose.
That's it.
Now you can do 120.
It should be a reverse chip raise.
Yeah.
250.
Someone has one chip and just gets
200
eliminated during.
I promise, I'm not a genius. It's just so easy.
Yeah.
I'm just realizing what they're talking about. There was a 100-150 level when they could have just played 75-150.
Well, this is tomorrow, so they'll have the whole night to think about it.
That is very odd.
I believe we got.
Well, respectfully, it's not going to be the last odd thing that we bear witness to here in the Twilight Zone that is the World Series of Poker. And if you want to get in the zone, turn to Octopi Poker, home to the best all-in-one study platform for players of all levels, from casual to elite pros like Stephen Chidwick. It's fun to use, affordable, and full of features. Head out to octopipoker.ai now and check it out.
Octopi Poker, you too could have a mustache like this man, Stephen Chidwick.
You know, the animated cephalopods there, sort of in the spirit of some of these like YouTube cartoons that people park their children in front of. I wonder if you just put your kid in front of octopi solver tutorial sort of things, maybe they grow up and become world-class poker players, you know, a little more educational than Blue's Clues, I guess, or Dora the Explorer, or Veggie Tales, you know, I don't know.
Wow.
I think I emptied the clip, by the way, with respect to my knowledge, as we see Chewy not quite emptying the clip, but definitely
How much do you start, Chewy?
dropping a semi-automatic barrage of 1.5 million. Atop Oganyan's open, Queen Jack.
I care a little about the 1%.
Offsuit. We can fight on no further as he turns it face up.
You can have this. You can have it. I won't click it.
You got more to add to those children's kind of cartoons, whatnot?
I got a few. I'm on those new.
What? For Yo Gabba Gabba? Just a few, you know.
Something is
like
happening here, Ollie. I
the
don't know what it
Poker Stars
is,
Star Spotlight. And it would shock me if we weren't spotlighting Ike Haxton, Hollywood Haxton, as you called him earlier. Jesse, 52 million plus in career tournament earnings. Could add millions more to that here today as he continues to fight on with 8 remaining.
Also, his girl, like, he's very protective, doesn't really want to leave her, and she'd get overwhelmed in this environment.
Some wild music for the very tranquil Ike Haxton.
Yeah, I don't think that's the track
I can
he would have gone
with.
with.
When he coos, but
You don't think that'd be his walkout song if he were to choose one?
I just don't want to go there.
Post Aram's story, by the way, I would definitely turn to the game and his archive for my walkout song just to make Oganyan uncomfortable
Please set it aside.
in a bid for mischief.
To answer your question, though, they got me on those new kid shows.
Oh, yes, go on.
I've been
I don't
going
know
home
them.
a lot more, you know, spending some time with the family, with my niece.
Okay.
She turned me on to Bluey. You watched the show Bluey?
Right angle.
Unbelievable show.
Wait, hang on a minute. When you say unbelievable, like independent your niece, you're just in there watching it now?
I put some Bluey hours in. After she passes out, she falls asleep for the night. Bluey keeps going for a couple hours. I learned a lot from Bluey.
Sylvie, what do you know, share for those of us that don't have any clue what this is about. Who and what is Bluey?
Bluey is the child of one of 2 children of a, I believe, Australian blue hound. They're dogs. I don't know what the breed is. They're Australian.
Yeah.
And they
is this like McGruff? the crime dog, like a public service kind of dog?
Sort of.
Okay.
They do a little bit more just make-believe type stuff rather than solving crimes.
So not so much Scooby-Doo, McGruff.
Full this time.
Maybe more like Clifford the big red dog?
Yeah, a little bit like that, but normal
Okay.
size.
Nothing to do with Blue's Clues?
No, no clues really. Ooh, a couple of kings. Kangaroos, as my man Landon would say.
Okay. Springing into action will be Haxton here.
Had a nice little ring to it. I like that.
Kangaroos?
Springing into action
Well,
will
you
be
see
Haxton.
what I've done there.
Yeah.
4 1/4.
You didn't answer my question earlier today. Do you know what a group of kangaroos is called?
I did answer your question. I said a nuisance, and then I said target practice. But I don't know
That's
the
right.
actual
You did
response.
say that.
You never came with it.
Oh
I'll
my
allow you to do it
goodness.
now, as perhaps allowance
75.
will be headed toward Ike Haxton here in the form of Chewy's chips. Ace, king of diamonds.
No.
Taking us upstairs, and 2 aces for Vieira.
No.
Do not adjust your screen. This is a surreal visual. Stone cold collisions here at the final table of the 100K.
This is completely absurd. And how is Chewy always involved in these situations?
Normally, you got to be somewhere in the Rust Belt, maybe, at a demolition derby to witness this sort of carnage.
$2.4.
Vieira
2.4 million.
not getting hasty, making it 2.4, comes back around to Haxton now.
How much are you playing now, sir?
Depending on what Haxton does here, Jesse, could we see the very seldom opportunity for an ace-king to escape pre?
Ace-king suited, no less, too. I think it's possible. I think once Haxton jams, this 4-bet already looks quite strong. These aren't particularly positions that will be getting bluffed a ton. Obviously, Haxton's a little bit earlier position.
Hi, Jeff.
Chewy's on the button. But I think once Vieira 4-bets, which looks quite strong in and of itself, and Haxton, in spite of that, jams, Chewy might say, you know, these are a couple of ranges where I'm not really ahead of anything.
Like maybe
anymore.
we think best case, another ace-king.
Yeah, exactly. Or in best case, like Queens plus type of thing.
Right.
But
Well, Queens plus is bad news.
Yeah.
Do you know? I mean,
you're not thrilled. And it could also be a situation where somebody else has ace-king and somebody else has queens. Or
Right.
somebody has kings and somebody has aces, obviously. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a terrible situation
yeah, 2
as well.
ace-kings and a couple of queens is a really devastating spot to find
Yeah.
yourself in.
Ike is giving this serious thought. There
Well,
it
he
is.
does jam, and he's not going to be faulted for doing so. That is music to Vieira's ears, by the way. He opened the door for this to go down, and in doing so, has opened the door to a possible exit for the ace-king of diamonds. Let us observe as Chewy
Final table.
masticates.
Yeah, quick fold. Well
Yeah.
done by Chewy.
He did not make a meal out of that whatsoever.
Disgusting setup right here.
Very validating to look up at aces and kings there, as Vieira is poised to decimate Haxton.
Oh, we got it in, huh? Oh, wow.
Yeah, I trap him.
Where the hell? Oh, it can't be on the phone.
We've seen this sort of frost already on the day, and things stay cold for Ike on this flop.
You cover by a little bit. They got 6.9.
A single king
I get to give a lot of
remains
trump cards you don't want to
in the deck.
I'll take my chances, brother.
Backdoor club pot. Oh, nope. They're all dead. No more backdoor straights. No more backdoor flushes.
That is a good one for me.
One out for Ike Haxton.
And he is all but out of chips.
6.9,
Down to
thank you.
5.5 big blinds, Jesse.
In 2 hands, Vieira has just completely ruined his tournament.
Kind of need these. What's that? Should be 6-9 even.
Four-headed king of diamonds.
Am I good? And
Look at that right there.
You want to take it back?
20.
Yeah, I'll take it back.
Oh, you.
He takes it back. He said,
4, 5, 6,
That's really tough.
1. 6.
Well, beyond the borders of the World Series, most of my work happening over at Triton, and in that booth we talk often about Ike being
At least a quarter.
the best remaining player without a bracelet on that particular tour. He does have a bracelet at the World Series, but believe it or not, it didn't come until 2023 in a 25K. Well removed from the beginnings of his greatness. And here today, his bid for number 2 could very well have been cut short by Vieira. Not over yet, but a ton of work to do as a ton of chips. Now, sitting in front of Vieira, 15 million to be exact, he emerges in second. And real problems for Oganyan, who's going to have to continue to contend with Vieira, who at one point had just north of $1 million not that long ago.
Yeah, I was
Jesse?
going to say an orbit or 2 ago, he had 2 million, and now he has 16. So quite the spin up at a final table, no less, where people are playing considerably tighter than normal.
You know,
ridiculous spin up.
I got a buddy who likes to roll the dice, and he's a big fan of pressing. I always get super uncomfortable because the nit side of me wants to pull some money down. You know?
Is this buddy
I've seen him
Portuguese by chance?
Spin up, no, but you know, those sorts of spin ups, when you press, as Vieira's just done, understandably, given the holdings, can yield some quick fortunes. It's a 2-time bracelet winner in Vieira.
I can't believe how quickly Vieira just went from 2 million to 16 million. 15 million, but still.
Pretty insane, wasn't it?
Completely.
Ace 8. As the dust settles.
1.2.
And Oganyan settles on a 3-bet in the face of button aggression out of Ben Heath.
This is nice.
Advising, don't come for my big.
Kind of taking one of the worst ace-x offsuit combos and just saying, you know, this one plays not particularly well post-flop. I'll use this as my 3-bet bluff. I like this a lot. Ben is not going away right away, by the way. This is a good example of just how sticky Ben Heath is. Does let it go. Well done, Aram.
Ben Heath's open was very reasonable, but continuing in the face of that 3-bet deemed unreasonable. You can't blame him as he tries to navigate a crowded space toward the lower part of this leaderboard. Glance your eyes at the top of the screen and witness the 6 stacks that are looking up at Vieira and Oganyan. If we remove Haxton's 1 million, we're looking at a differential of 1.5 between Patavi up to Lingham for 5 players. I mean, that's some real jockeying.
Yeah.
That's going to get done.
Quite rare you see a setup like this. And also, really nice time to put the pressure on as Aram when Ike has 5 big blinds. Just feels like your opponents are so handcuffed from
if
doing
we make it till
anything
tomorrow, do we play over
against
there?
your aggression.
Or something? Okay. I learned how to ask now. If
stage.
we make it.
Clean. Smooth.
Yeah, we do.
Huh?
Main stage.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I learned how to ask though. I said if we make it.
Right.
Earlier, I was like,
What's
21.
Alright.
Good one.
Got a lot of chips.
Not like
21,
last
10,
time.
Whatever this is. 350.
It's not a bad card, but
50.
350.
Queen
I
10.
have a quick question for you.
Not given more than a brief pause.
10 seconds.
The stack is 20, right? Like,
Yeah.
thank you.
600 behind.
Oh, man.
Sorry, guys. It's just, I don't know. I guess I have a folding range.
Take it.
I like I could keep him around.
Yeah, no need to bust them.
I don't need to bust him. What am I supposed to do? I got 5 deuce.
it's a Vinny approved move.
Huh?
Vinny approved.
I don't know what
We're
to
keeping
do.
Ike alive.
I don't know if this
I
is
deserve
a
sympathy.
this is a pure jam.
What's
or
that?
not.
I deserve sympathy.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the least. You have the least. You're just gonna call a lot.
I don't think shoving 5-2 off is going to work out for you.
I don't know, but I just have some.
I might believe you have a good hand, but call anyway.
Yeah, no. I hope so. I understand. I totally get it, dude. I let it go.
I think you did a good job.
I think I like the way it goes. I'm gonna move on in life.
I don't think it's gonna work out for me. A lot of stuff going on.
I would have played it the same.
Chewy letting go of an ace-6 suited there. Heath, ace-5 off in turn. Obviously, their seats are complicated by the lurking massive stacks directly left
That 5-2 off is really
of Vieira and Oganyan, respectively.
I felt dead, just like this hand. Dead.
I don't think shoving the 5 deuce off is going to work out for you.
Haxton's dry humor is
really
world
good.
class. So is his poker, by the way. Can't say the same for King 5 of spades, although Lingham is looking over, sizing up this 1.1. He's already got the big and the big blind ante invested. He can afford to make this call, and obviously path toward victory would be cleared of the massive hurdle that is Ike Haxton.
This is a nice spot for Ike because I believe this is a call for Vinny, but Vinny does tend to lean towards the tighter side.
So just for chips, the King 5 suited, blind versus blind against the 5.5 big blind jam.
Oh, for
We're in
chips,
there.
certainly, yeah.
But
even given the
as you look,
parameters,
right,
yeah,
at the rest of the variables.
I think you have to pay here. I would imagine it's mandatory. But he may just get it through. Wow. That's actually a massive pickup for Ike.
It really is.
Now he has real fold equity
I mean, you got like 7
in
and a
future
half.
jams.
Double up and you're in the game.
It's just true.
He does not.
1.5 million feels like a lot of chips.
You know, anybody else sat there in that big blind, Jesse, of the remaining field? Maybe Ike's going to have to spin with 10 high. Well, we hate to harp on it, but A, we got to pay the bills, and B, there's a good reason to do so, because the NAPT is where you're going to be able to find plenty of action come November over at Resorts World, including a 50K super high roller if that's your cup of tea, a 5K main, or on the leaner side, the 1K opener and a 1K women's high roller. Players in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario, you've got a chance to win your way in. Head over to PokerStars for more details.
Small blind got randomly input.
Requesting floor for the 100K poker tournament going on in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I mean, it might be the same small blind for 3 levels. We could play one.
Don't you think it makes a whole bunch of sense to go 125, 250 instead of one?
This level 21 just
just add zeros to level number 11. Dennis Jones came over.
Oh, that makes sense.
He's the one who had me updated.
So are we going to play 125, 250?
No.
I don't get it. No.
Tomorrow.
Really?
Finishing at this level tonight. But Dennis came over and looked at the mistakes in the structure, and I updated everything to the numbers that dictate on the clock now for tomorrow. So level 11 was 10K, 25K. Level 21 is 100K, 250.
It's just weird because we played 100K and 150K.
That's what he told me to do.
We play, you know.
We'll talk tomorrow. I guess.
Haxton
100K
again
small blind
jamming.
3 times.
This time with
100K.
queen
Every
high,
time
and
there's
again he gets through.
100K
Possibility to do exactly
have when
half.
I was,
There's no reason
considering
not to. I know it.
10-8.
I understand. I understand.
I had king 5.
We probably should have played 75, 150 as well.
It's a bit of a flip.
Can we discuss? Can you call him and tell him for tomorrow so we're in the last level?
No, I get it.
Yeah.
It's king.
Yeah. We totally understand your side.
I didn't feel like taking a million.
That's just nonsense.
A million hits.
How can you 75, 150?
The biggest
1,
stacks
2,
out there.
125 to 50. It's just so easy.
My percentage, my 5% coming back for the main has gone.
You'd have 2 live
to
cards.
-3.
Probably would have won. I'm running.
Oh yeah.
I've been here
There's
4
a lot of
days.
stuff
4
going
days. I'm fucking over it. The most complicated part of the game. And
You got
they're just,
another one
like,
for
doing
last
anything
night?
they can.
Wow.
You said
More complicated.
What'd you have? 5 deuce, did you look?
Part of the game.
I jack.
No, so I mean R for us.
Folds.
Like playing
I'm glad I
all
didn't
the way
have to think
around
about whether or not to call.
to the ace jack in the small for Thomas.
blinds.
I understand.
So it's just like 0.66.
I'd feel the
0.4,
same.
like what
Thank you.
5 million?
There you go. Thank you. Appreciate that.
5 million.
5 million is that.
Ever too late to do the right thing.
That's all of it by our count.
Speedy.
Just piles it in.
Yeah, if I shove.
Did he not say 5 million? 3.85 the amount that covers
I won, I lost.
Pitavi.
That one wasn't getting through if you had.
On the 800s.
If you had like so much, it was like 5.
Someone on the phone like, what do they want?
Uneventful.
You win 1.
Is Emilian
Just
snap bolts. There's a look. Current ladder. $72,000.
1.1.
As Phil Ivey, for the fans at home, disappointingly dispatched with $250,000,
Take care of this.
courtesy of the 9th place finish. 2.6 million up top. When this one is wrapped up, it'll find a home come tomorrow, as we are not far removed from the conclusion of play for the evening. Just about 20 minutes from that point in time.
Gee, ow, ace-king suited now.
That's the exact hand that Chewy was allowed to put into the bin when Vieira's aces knifed through Ike Haxton's kings, propelling him up the leaderboard into second and keeping Chewy's damages to the bare minimum.
So wide I am.
I was gonna say in the future,
takers.
if roles are reversed. You know,
Why?
in the future, if roles are ever reversed, like seats are reversed, chips are reversed, don't tank on me for like an hour if I open, please. Just play like how I'm playing. If you got something, play.
Don't take it from me.
Play. If you're not gonna play, don't tank down to like 3.
Ron looks deep into the future, man.
I think I'm trying to try to stop.
He's making deals for future tournaments. I like this guy's style.
Well, they're deep into this PLO 8.
Couple of those.
Bruno looking for
Oh, no,
bracelet
they're
number
still-
2 of the summer.
Again,
Deeb
I
Sternheimer.
will take one of each.
there as
I'll
well.
mix it, and it's not either too cold or either.
Xuan Liu, Samuel Zhu
No, in
on
my-
the rail
in my-
there, left of your screen.
Let me give you something.
Does
Don't go
Deeb
away.
ever have a bad series?
You know, it's funny. I was out to lunch with a buddy of mine, Matt Vallejo, today, who partook in the 25K fantasy draft, and he picked up Deeb for $99 in that fantasy draft, and I felt like that was a great get, because what you do know about Deeb is he's going to play a schedule that you might otherwise think is impossible. You know, there's some players, you know, you're not sure if they're going to get after it, play the full docket. But Sean, rest assured, if there's poker being played, on this complex, he's going to be involved. Look at Tim Duckworth there. He's gone full Outback Thriller there with the denim vest.
Just
okay.
crushing it.
Mullet, stash, all coming together. Shout out, Tim.
Really leaning in.
You mean, you think he's part of the Sharks or the Jets? It's full West Side Story action.
Well, it's Australia, so he might be part of the Tarantulas.
Is that a redraw?
Everything in Australia is trying to kill you.
I don't think so.
This we've learned.
No, I think redraw.
Add brush fires to the list, by the way, too. They had some devastating fires
Did
not
I-
that long ago.
Sorry, did I get a jam through when we weren't looking? Because he's now up to 2 million.
I mean, he's been snacking away.
I think a sneaky jam was achieved while we were away.
Look, he would have such things available to him at 10 big blinds with 2 10s.
400.
But he does come with the click, looking to invite someone to ask for the rest of it.
It goes with the min raise rather than the all-in on 10 big blinds. I like this a lot. Ooh.
Is this a candidate to seek a little bit of trouble for Thomas?
Might be slightly light for getting in purposes.
I mean, there's 4 stacks shorter than his.
Yeah, it just folds.
5, actually. Third place is Boyvom. Finding the muck with an otherwise playable one as you begin to bear witness to the impact of the ICM, these pay ladders. So much situational awareness on these guys. No need for egregious levels of caution when you've got the kind of stack that Vieira's got. 3-4 suited, turning into a double gutter on an ace-high board here. See how Haxton wishes to approach the affair. In position with the betting lead and action checked over. 1.1 in the middle.
Not that this board necessarily means that Vieira just stacks Ike, but it just felt very fitting that he would be the one to finish off Ike for some reason. Have to imagine we're just check calling as Vieira.
No spade on board. But
Yeah,
more
raising
than
feels
enough.
like a bit of an overplay even with the double gutter.
More than enough to continue with. He does choose to flat. Queen is a second overcard to the 2 10s.
Wow, this is likely to go check-check here. And if it does, Vieira is very likely to put Ike to the test on the river. We're going to see a difficult pot. I just saw a dog jump almost over the rail in the background, I think.
You know, I was keeping an eye on Rin Tin Tin back there. It's just based on
just
the
doing
individual
tricks.
handling the canine. This is not police issue pup back there. I mean, the odd kind of place and time for that matter to have a German Shepherd being taught things. What's in the Ziploc here? Is he giving that guy a sandwich? You know, here's a little egg salad, Fido.
400.
Oh, here's a little cheeky second barrel. And note, by the way, this 400K, if Vieira plays it as a flat, which is not necessarily a given, although if he does choose to continue, I think that's the crystal ball into which we glimpse more safely. Could it earn Ike the opportunity to simply check back on the end and not face something gnarly out of 4 high unimproved? All of this is TBD and hinges upon what Vieira does here and now, Jesse. Do you like the check raise?
it's terrifying because the sort of hands that Ike's generally representing are just snap calling.
Yeah, with just $1 million behind.
And when Ike raises less than all in from early position, the sort of bluffs that he has kind of hit this board a lot. There's some sort of weaker ace-X or something like queen-jack.
Well, not hitting this board is Vieira, who knows he's not a winner at Showdown here. 2.3 in the middle.
I think Vieira was just pretty happy to take his equity, try to get lucky.
Yeah.
And then maybe, you know, if he does, stack Ike when Ike has a strong hand.
I don't think thin value is on Ike's mind, is it?
I'm not sure what Ike's thinking about. I assume that this small bet on the turn was so that he could check back and take Showdown on the river.
Yeah, I felt the same way.
I will say this. Ike's probably thinking somewhere along the lines of what I just said. He doesn't have many raises that don't hit this board. And so if he wants to bluff, he has to start bluffing some hands. But yeah, 10's just too strong.
You have a dirty stack, Aram.
I know.
Oh, okay. Making sure.
I appreciate it. Actually, it didn't even make sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Obviously, thank you.
Well, play free online poker anytime at PlayPokerGo. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tourneys, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Plus, check out the new No Gamble, No Future theme sit and goes. Play now for free at PlayPokerGo.com. Available on web, iOS, or Android.
I feel like I'm starting to sound like a broken record with these observations, but note that Ike has just gone from 1 million to 3.3 without playing an all-in.
Not the easiest thing to accomplish.
On 5 big blinds, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Well, impressed by Jack 10 suited is Thomas.
The deuce of hearts.
So he takes us to 450. Ace 9 for Batavi.
Cheers to that.
Not interested.
450.
Think Dovey would like. Dovey would have a lot of options on some different streets.
Here's Oganyan, dominated in the big blind, but 10-9. Durable enough to continue for the $250,000 requested. Books a date with the flop, 1.2 out there.
Is it?
King 8-4 is a miss.
Doesn't Dovey realize he has a good range?
I was just saying in general, I don't know about this one.
I know, I'm just trying to get Dovey.
Oganyan slipping it over here. See if Thomas has an appetite for a C-bet. Backdoor diamonds, Broadway interactions. 8 also could play a role.
Is the turn bet greedy? You look like you don't approve.
What?
You look like you don't approve of the turn bet. Was it too greedy?
I check all these 8 out. Maybe it becomes a little bit better.
Hmm? Yeah.
Depends on what my level of aggression is going to be.
It's true. I would have been very sad if I got raised.
Oganyan with the check fold. Is Ike and Joao unpacking the exchange where Haxton sensed that Joao maybe didn't approve of that turn barrel. So give you a glimpse here at the Oats Overnight Tournament summary here in event 38. Where 63 uniques brought together over 100 entries, comprising a prize pool of near $10 million with David Peters and Phil Ivey, the two most recent casualties.
Let's go. Good draw. Good draw. Thank you. Was the ace not a heart? Was the ace a heart?
Yeah.
Oh. Even more. Don't want to raise, you know. It's nice.
It's not the way to go.
It was. Yeah.
There's one right here.
Said you created a monster. Probably gonna, you guys are all probably gonna fold. I'm probably gonna have like ace jack and Travis. He's gonna just wake up with kings and win this time. Probably gonna happen.
I like this prediction.
I know you.
I'm okay with that.
I bet you are.
Let's take a coin flip right now.
No, I'd like to have 70.
I'm gonna be going to bed tonight. Like, why the hell didn't I just shove the 5 deuce? Like, who gives a shit?
There's a 400.
Amazing.
Oh my God, he just predicted he'd have the ace-jack, by the way.
Well, the latter part of the prediction is the problematic one, is in the face of a Vieira Open, he is outperforming in a major way. Better hand, better diamonds.
Call.
Comes with a flat.
Just calling. Really wants to keep the pot small against the other massive chip leader.
But can't he apply pressure to even a stack as deep as Vieira's, given that Joao is supposed to be very averse to wanting to play similar pots?
And not only that, but he has a great hand. It's not like he gets value from worse hands.
Yeah, and it's not as though folded around to Vieira's button, he's just going to take a pass and play only top-tier kit. Comes king 4-3, by the way. Haxton allowed to enter this one from the big, finds top pair.
This almost feels like fate after that speech from Aram. Kind of said this is going to allow Ike to do, I don't know. It's kind of funny how that works.
Well, it's unclear how tempted to get into the murk Aram's going to be. Backdoor wheel and diamond draws, and just the sheer power of ace-jack of diamonds, you would think, would be inviting developments. As you see Vieira looking at this texture and thinking, okay, absent king X, this queen 7 can maybe sprinkle 275 out here and lay claim.
Yeah.
And now with Oganyan's flat in front, Haxton forced to decide how to proceed. 2.7 back, Jesse, you favor the flat, close it and see what happens?
I think flat makes the most sense. You don't have a hand that's super vulnerable versus a lot of things. You're kind of in a way ahead, way behind situation. The 6 plays well with the 3 and the 4 on the board. If you raise, you may start cutting down the type of hands that you want to be up against and leave your opponents with a range that's a lot closer to things that beat you. That said, he's pretty short. He could get the money in here.
$700.
Yeah.
So Haxton seeks some clarity with the check raise to 700,000. A snap muck from Vieira, and Oganyan
Pretty sick.
not looking to fight any further either. More infusions for Haxton, and look where he finds himself now, knocking on the door of 5 million.
We should not have played multi-way against him.
And a playable 20 bigs plus.
Could have. What are you guys doing? Why did you let him back in? Are you insane?
I am trying really hard to get him out.
I mean, it is super sick that Ike is back.
I mean, I would have done it if it was like just anything better than 5 ducks. I mean, I'm gonna go to bed pissed off tonight too, for sure. 5 ducks gonna fucking.
Well, you don't even know where you're going to bed tonight yet. That's
Don't be a girl.
first order of business when we wind it down.
Right. The battle rages on.
Maybe I should appeal for 400 more shit.
Instead of immediately announce your hand.
What is that?
Instead of immediately announce your hand.
Well, I was folding. I don't know.
We can leave you.
One or the other.
Should 3-bet out. Man, right here.
These guys are really getting a kick out of Oganyan, and so are we here in the booth. Hopefully, those of you at home can appreciate
Announce the hand, then peel for 400 more anyway.
That'd be great.
the hard on the sleeve approach that he takes.
Oh.
Huh? It's a call.
Wow. For 4 more.
How is Ike at 5 million almost and hasn't been all in yet?
The whole dynamic. I'm not retarded. Like ace jack off, I 3-bet you, and it's fine.
Well, we had a front row seat to all of the ingredients
Ace queen off, probably call a lot.
that cooked up that stack.
He does shove a lot, and you just.
Yeah, I know.
If
Well, I
Ike
thought
were
he
to
was gonna
find a
have
way to
queen
win
shove
this
and
tournament,
be like that.
this would have to be his favorite final
Yeah.
table that he ever played.
Sure. You get both hands right in the same sentence.
It's just such a
That would've been
ridiculous
sick.
story.
What a quick just limp the 5 deuce. Wait to see a flop.
I could
Oh,
have
bluff him out.
I could have min folded.
What happened?
You couldn't have. He only had 400, right?
Yeah,
It was
that's
kind of
yours.
high. 800 you had.
That doesn't seem like anyone's.
You had 5
I
bigs.
just saw
You had
that.
5 bigs, right?
I wasn't paying enough attention.
800 after 90.
Didn't you have
You had a million before.
2 pots, right?
I
4 bigs?
I was the big
Won a couple
blind
of pots.
with 1 million, and then I anteed 200.
You had 4 bigs, right?
I had 4 bigs when you walked me. Yeah.
4 bigs.
That's better than I thought.
Huh?
I misremembered the situation.
You thought he had more?
No, I thought he had 400 total.
I don't think I would have walked him for 400. So
Yeah.
you might have to just give it a go.
Yeah.
For four bigs is a little different.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I don't want to double him up to 10. It's Isaac Haxton, dude. Like, you want him to have 10 big blinds? Look how he's going to just own us with 10s on a fucking ace-queen fucking board. It's like 2 nice streets of value. Does it beautifully. Little 400 tickler on the turn. You're never going to raise this tickler, so come here.
You're not wrong.
Oh, of course not. I mean, there's not much you can do. I understand.
There was something I could do.
On the flop, but on that turn, you could just tickle whatever you want.
I had the option.
You could have put 2
was
units.
allowed.
Yeah, but you weren't going to do it. You were never going to do it.
You gotta love the World Series.
Dude, he could have breathed it on the pot, and you would have just breathed it back. Like, all right, I match it. Hey, you're like, I got to match it, but I can't raise it. You know?
Oh my goodness.
I don't think I played bad.
No one said you played bad. It's just Isaac played great.
You did.
It was different.
You had 8 outs, and you called for 6.5 to 1, and then 4.5 to 1. I mean,
yeah.
Well, the matter at hand involves Thomas with top pair against bottom pair
certainly
here
wasn't
in a
folding
limp
on the
pot
flop.
pre, blind versus
probably
blind.
wasn't folding on the turn.
We're not folding.
Maybe I was.
On the flop?
A shove you call turn?
Maybe not.
300K
I thought that thing wouldn't even be in there.
from Boivin.
It's like,
Lingham
my
calls.
reaction was, huh. I
Doesn't
don't know.
find
I
any
thought that was a
excitement.
limp.
It's like the Mormon hand in the
On the turn.
25K when he was like, how'd you bet the turn? He literally said, because you're never going to raise. I'm never getting raised, so who cares? I'm just going to bet the turn.
Oh, that like 5
Maybe
bet
you
pot or
just
whatever.
all in the first
When
line,
I, did you read my comments?
No.
It was 5 bet and the crazy action, and then on the.
Oh, no.
He's saying, you guys are both whales.
Check leads to Vinny making 2
The
pair.
King 9 flop call was pretty ridiculous.
Machine would probably.
Five of clubs hitting Vinny, who checks it. Let's see here after the check back whether or not Thomas tries to target something.
Yeah, but for 10 bigs, usually.
You do see the bet check bet line
He's just always clicking. And
deployed with great frequency with hands such as this. 1 pair.
That's dicey. It's dicey.
Boivin has to feel like he has the best hand given the action so far.
And look at Lingham.
You win.
He snap calls
Pair wins.
the 800K.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Content at that price point. Just to keep things straightforward, as we keep reminding you to head on over to Splash Sports and get down with the quick picks. That's their new peer-to-peer platform. It allows you in the fantasy streets to pick more or less on player stats and go head-to-head for real cash. Hit your picks, top the leaderboard, take home the prize. It all happens at splashsports.com, where they're offering 50x for the NBA Finals. 50x is a lot of X, Jesse. You know, most of the time it's kind of unsavory and unsolicited spam emails
The King 4-3.
touting male enhancement,
Oh, yeah.
where multipliers like,
Probably.
although 50x, I think, you know, most people don't even want 50x.
I was about to say I'd be a little nervous at the 50x level.
50x, and you know, realistically, you're not even a tripod, you're a monopod.
4.
You know, You're just pogo sticking around at that point.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Probably had another one the computer says I screwed up pre-flop.
Again?
So I probably had another one the computer says I screwed up pre-flop.
Oh,
It would also
you
be
did.
terrifying if. Anyway.
They matched. Yours matched.
Matched?
I think he's saying he made a
You
really.
screwed up pre-flop. I
think he's
assume
saying
you
he
were
made
playing fours or threes.
No.
I think he's saying he
not
made.
that bad.
I think he's saying he made a real loose call pre.
Oh, king. Okay. Solid king.
Oh wow. You're getting called.
Andrew.
I was in there nice and tough, as I should be.
If we just found out that Ike's roll came courtesy of being one of the biggest meth producers in Albuquerque,
Very
you know,
we're playing gated community poker
and he
on
just
this
he just sticks with the mask because of that.
Didn't he 3-bet when you
That
had
would
that?
really bring joy to this Breaking Bad fan's heart.
What the hell did you have?
Bro,
I could
ace-king
see it.
suited.
Yeah, okay.
I figured you had.
I was pretty happy
Here's
for
the
a
thing.
moment there.
Really? Yeah.
Only a moment though.
How much do you have, Chewy?
Out of
Just like,
everyone
yeah,
at this
I mean-
table, I feel like the safest chemistry is going to come out of Haxton's camp in terms of, you know, cooking up some Chris.
I thought he had some.
You know, now Oganyan, I want to keep him out of the Winnebago for sure. Because he's going to be like, oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to mix this. Kaboom.
Yeah.
We're all dead. You
Was
know?
like sort of like, you know, yeah, I mean, I don't think this viscosity is going to work out for you.
Yeah. I mean, we got to keep Oganyan in like sales, you know? Like, hey, man, here, just get rid of the product. And I think he'll excel, by the way, in that space, if I'm being honest.
Oganyan is one of Jesse's friends. I'm trying to think of the name.
Same
Badger.
result for 400 though.
Yeah, but you know. You like that? Oganyan's got a lot of Badger energy.
I would have liked a little ace little there.
I
know you would have made it something.
Where he's got the dead-on read. I don't know. Remember that
You
scene
know-
where
No,
Badger's
not.
got the dead-on read that the guy
Oh.
is an undercover agent?
Yeah.
But he still gets arrested
Yeah,
anyways.
no.
Earlier, what when Joe
Love it all.
I didn't call.
Absolutely love it all.
Yeah, that was a little different though.
Imagine that. Look at now. Now he's a formidable force to you.
Who, I?
Or both of them.
See.
That was excellent, by the way, Jesse. We almost kept
The nature of the game.
it together in here, but roughly 5 or 6 minutes removed from the end of the day. Blame me for that one.
No, it's getting late, you know? The giggles come out. I'm kind of getting the vibe that Chewy's aware that it's actually tilting Aram, this spin up from Mike. And so he's kind of throwing a couple little things out there like, wow, he's really, that stack is really growing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there was a conversation, I don't know whether or not you overheard it, as we see Thomas awaiting Heath's response to 9-6 offsuit after opening this ace-7 between Vinny and Ike, kind of openly suggesting that Vinny may have had a chance to stamp Ike out earlier in this event and didn't, and now is paying the price. Lingham was like, well, what difference does it make? He's just going to rebuy anyway.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
You know?
Not jamming
He
back
said I
in
actually left him
front
with
of it.
less than what he'd have if he rebought. so
Right.
I did us a good one.
It's not hygienic enough.
Well, this one ain't wrapping up tonight, as we are moments away from the conclusion of play, but rather tomorrow, when the coronation will take
He also gets
place.
distracted sometimes. Duffy, the action's on you, bro.
3 p.m. Pacific, 6 Eastern will get underway. Plenty of time for these guys to hit the rack,
Pleasure, guys.
by the way,
GG for today.
as we close in
We're done probably.
on
I mean, it's like under the gun.
1:15 in the morning local. Ace 10 of spades.
Isaac's in hand. They're sold
Haxton.
out here. What are the odds? They're actually sold out in this fucking dump.
Shooting it up.
I mean, this beautiful place. What are the odds that they were actually
Ooh.
sold out?
10-9
I'm
suited,
almost again.
dominated. Heath, 3.7.
That's not my time, right?
It is.
It is?
This is a hand that would happily peel at any other stage in the tournament. A little awkward at the final table. Yeah, he just lets it go.
Where are you staying?
Now Vieira
Oh, wow.
Is Aram asking people where they can stay?
8-4. I swear he's couch hunting right now.
He's definitely couch hunting.
Love this guy. By the way, if he grabbed a blanket and just laid down on this table until everyone rejoined him tomorrow at 3, I wouldn't be surprised.
For what time?
Oh,
That's amazing.
you pushed a lot of
I have
things
half
this
a mind to
way.
go out there and be like, buddy, I got a couch.
Okay.
You're free to stay there.
We're staying in the same positions, right? Okay.
Well, that's going to do it for tonight as we give you a glimpse here, brought to you by PokerStars, of the official chip counts. Only Phil Ivey came to the end of the road once the final table was set here on day 2 of this 100K No Limit Hold'em High Roller, which was an entertaining one, courtesy of Aram Oganyan, who provided entertainment and found his way to the top of the leaderboard. 21 million plus in front of him as we wrap it up for the evening. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner Jesse Sylvia, this is Ali Najad saying good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.